What if Harry could hear the thoughts of every portrait in Hogwarts and knew every secret chapter? 1. The voices in the walls. Harry gripped the handle of his trolley tighter as he pushed through the barrier to platform 9 3/4, the familiar whoosh of magic washing over him. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the September sunlight, steam billowing around the platform packed with students and parents. Made it. Ron appeared behind him, followed quickly by Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. Thought Dad would never finish that ministry call. Harry nodded, his mind elsewhere. The summer after Sirius's death had left him hollow. Every night brought the same nightmare, Sirius falling through the veil, Harry unable to save him. Now, returning for his 6th year at Hogwarts, Harry carried that weight with him, alongside the prophecy Dumbledore had revealed. Harry! Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts as she rushed toward them, already wearing her school robes. I've been looking everywhere for you too. Just got here, Harry said, forcing a smile. How was France? Educational, she replied with a grin. But I'm ready to get back. This year is going to be crucial for our NEWT preparations. Ron groaned. We haven't even started the year and she's already talking about exams. The platform whistle blew, sending students scrambling toward the train. Mrs. Weasley hugged each of them in turn, holding Harry a moment longer than the others. Stay safe, dear, she whispered. And remember, you're not alone. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. As they boarded the train, he felt the familiar mix of emotions, relief at returning to Hogwarts, dread about what this year might bring. They found a compartment near the middle of the train. Neville and Luna already sat inside, Neville cradling a strange purple plant, Luna reading the Quibbler upside down. Harry! Neville's face lit up. Check out this Mimbulus Mimbletonia cutting, it's doubled in size since last year. Brilliant, Harry said, stowing his trunk. Just keep it from spraying us this time, yeah. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass, watching London fade into countryside. The familiar rhythm of the train usually brought comfort, but today his scar prickled uncomfortably. You alright, mate? Ron asked, nudging him. Yeah, Harry lied. Just tired. You look like you've got a Raxpert infestation, Luna observed, peering at him over her magazine. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Maybe I do. Sorry, we've got prefect duties, Hermione said, standing and pulling Ron up with her. We'll be back soon. When they left, Neville leaned forward. So, is it true what the prophet's saying? About you being the chosen one? Harry's jaw tightened. The prophet says a lot of things. My father says the ministry's covering up evidence that Scrimgeour is actually a vampire, Luna added serenely. That's why he's pushing for those new blood registration laws. Neville looked confused, but Harry just nodded gratefully at Luna's diversion. The conversation shifted to their OWL results, then speculation about who would teach defense against the dark arts this year. Dad says there's rumors of an unspeakable taking the position, Luna said. Someone who studies ancient magic. Can't be worse than Umbridge, Harry muttered, unconsciously rubbing the back of his hand where, I must not tell lies remained faintly visible. The afternoon wore on. Ron and Hermione returned, followed by the trolley witch. Harry bought a stack of cauldron cakes for everyone, finding comfort in the familiar routine. When Malfoy didn't show up for his annual compartment visit, Harry grew suspicious. I'll be right back, he said, grabbing his invisibility cloak from his trunk. Harry, no, Hermione warned, but he was already slipping the cloak over his shoulders. Just checking something, he promised. Under the cloak, Harry moved through the train, searching compartments until he found Malfoy sitting with Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and Blaise Zabini. Unlike previous years, Malfoy wasn't boasting or strutting. He sat with his head lowered, looking paler and more withdrawn than Harry had ever seen him. The Dark Lord doesn't make requests, Zabini was saying quietly. If he's chosen you, shut it, Malfoy snapped, eyes darting to the door where Harry stood invisible. Not here. Harry leaned closer, but at that moment the train jolted, sending him stumbling against the door. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, and Harry retreated before he could investigate. Back in his own compartment, Harry told the others what he'd overheard. So Malfoy's definitely up to something, he concluded. Or maybe he's just scared, Hermione suggested. His father's in Azkaban, after all. No, Harry insisted. It's more than that. You didn't see his face. Ron shrugged. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out. The train slowed as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Rain had started to fall, and students hurried from the train to the waiting carriages. Harry paused, watching the Thestrals stamp their feet impatiently, visible reminders of death that more students could now see after the battle at the Ministry. Coming, Harry. Ron called from a carriage. The ride to the castle was quiet, all of them lost in their own thoughts as rain drummed against the carriage roof. When Hogwarts came into view, lights blazing against the darkening sky, Harry felt the knot in his chest loosen slightly. Whatever happened this year, he was home. In the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall intercepted them. Potter, the headmaster wishes to see you after the feast. The password is, acid pops. Harry nodded, wondering what Dumbledore wanted so soon. As they entered the great hall, the familiar enchanted ceiling showed a stormy sky, candles floating above the 4 house tables. Who's that? Hermione whispered, nodding toward the staff table. Harry followed her gaze to an unfamiliar woman sitting between Professors Flitwick and Sprout. She appeared to be in her 40s, with sharp features and sleek black hair pulled into a severe bun. Unlike most of the professors who chatted amiably, she sat straight-backed and alert, surveying the students with intense interest. Must be the new defense teacher, Ron said. Professor Blackwood, Luna said dreamily as she drifted toward the Ravenclaw table. She wrote a book about magical artifacts of the Founders. Daddy interviewed her once. Harry studied the woman more closely. Unlike Umbridge with her poisonous sweetness or the fake Moody with his obvious intensity, this woman gave away nothing. Her robes were simple but elegant, with subtle silver embroidery at the cuffs. As the sorting ceremony began, Harry's attention drifted. His head had started to ache, a different pain from his scar, more like pressure building behind his eyes. He rubbed his temples, trying to focus as Dumbledore stood to give his start-of-term speech. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice boomed across the hall. Before we become too befuddled by our excellent feast, I have a few announcements. The headmaster's voice seemed to fade in and out as the pressure in Harry's head increased. He gripped the edge of the table, blinking rapidly. Harry. Hermione looked concerned. What's wrong? Nothing, he muttered. Headache. Dumbledore continued, pleased to introduce Professor Artemis Blackwood, who has graciously consented to fill our defense against the dark arts position. The new professor stood briefly, acknowledging the polite applause with a curt nod. Reminder that the Forbidden Forest remains forbidden, and Mr. Filch has added Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs to the list of prohibited items. Harry's vision blurred. The great hall seemed to tilt, and then, voices. Dozens of them, hundreds, whispering, muttering, commenting. Another year, another batch of troublemakers. That one looks like Alphonse Greengrass. I taught him in 1743, Dumbledore's looking older, isn't he? Not long now before, the Potter boy, yes, just like his grandfather, remember when Harry whipped his head around, trying to locate the sources of the voices. No one else seemed to hear them. His eyes landed on the portraits lining the walls of the great hall, figures who normally dozed or watched proceedings with mild interest. One portrait, a medieval-looking wizard with a pointed beard, caught Harry's eye and winked. First time hearing us, boy. Interesting. Harry nearly fell off the bench. Harry. Hermione grabbed his arm. What's happening? The feast had appeared on the tables. Ron was already piling his plate with roast beef, though he paused to look at Harry with concern. "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, though his head was spinning. Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" Ron asked through a mouthful of potatoes. "The voices. The portraits." Harry trailed off as both friends stared at him blankly. Great. Just what he needed, hearing voices again. Everyone knew that wasn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Harry forced himself to eat, though each bite tasted like ash. The voices continued, a background murmur he couldn't quite tune out. By the time dessert appeared, he'd identified the source definitively. Every portrait in the Great Hall was carrying on conversations, commenting on students, remembering past feasts, gossiping about the professors, and somehow, impossibly, Harry could hear them all. "I need to see Dumbledore," he muttered to Hermione. "He already asked to see you after the feast," she reminded him, frowning. "Harry, what's going on?" Before he could attempt to explain, the desserts vanished and students began to rise, prefects calling for first years. "We need to lead the new students," Hermione said reluctantly. "Will you be okay?" Harry nodded. "I'll see you in the common room later." As the hall emptied, Harry made his way against the crowd toward the headmaster's office. The corridors were worse, hundreds of portraits lined the walls, and now Harry heard not just their current thoughts but flashes of memories, snippets of conversations they'd witnessed over centuries. Riddle always had a strange look about him. That passageway behind the mirror collapsed in 78, Hufflepuff's cup was last seen in the possession of Sirius Black, running through here just like his grandson would years later. Harry stopped dead at the mention of Sirius, searching for the portrait who'd spoken, but the voices overlapped too much to identify the source. "Fascinating ability you've developed." Harry spun to find the new professor, Blackwood, watching him with calculating eyes. "Professor," he managed, his head pounding. "I was just heading to see the headmaster, I imagine," she finished for him. "Don't let me keep you. I look forward to having you in class, Mr. Potter." Something about her tone made Harry uneasy, but he nodded and continued toward the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "Acid pops," he said, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase. Dumbledore's office was as Harry remembered, silver instruments whirring on tables, Fawkes on his perch, and portraits of former headmasters lining the walls. Except now, Harry could hear the portrait's thoughts too. "Potter boy again, always in trouble, looks terrible, probably another vision. Albus is playing a dangerous game with that boy. Ah, Harry. Right on time." Dumbledore appeared from a side chamber, smiling gently. "I trust the feast was enjoyable." Harry ignored the question. "Professor, something's happening to me. I can hear them, the portraits. Their thoughts, their memories. It started during the feast and it's getting worse." Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly. "Indeed? That is most unusual. Please, sit down." As Harry sank into a chair, Dumbledore waved his wand, and most of the portraits appeared to fall asleep. The cacophony in Harry's head diminished, though didn't disappear entirely. "They're still awake," Harry said. "They're just pretending now." "Quite right," Dumbledore agreed, studying Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "I've asked them to be less vocal, shall we say. Now, tell me exactly when this started and what you're experiencing." Harry explained the sudden onset during the feast, the growing pressure in his head, and the flood of voices and memories. "It's not like Parseltongue," he added. "I'm not hearing them speak, I'm hearing their thoughts. And not just current thoughts, but memories too." "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "And you've never experienced anything like this before today?" "Never." "Do you know what's causing it?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I have theories, Harry, but I'd like to investigate further before sharing them. For now, I suggest we determine the extent of this ability. Can you hear what I'm thinking at this moment?" Harry concentrated on Dumbledore, but felt nothing beyond his own thoughts and the muted murmurs of the portraits. "No, sir. Just the portraits." Interesting. And what about non-human representations? Fawkes, for instance, appears in several paintings around the castle. Harry glanced at the phoenix, who trilled softly. I don't know. I haven't noticed anything from paintings of animals yet. We shall have to test the boundaries, Dumbledore said. But carefully, Harry. This ability could be extraordinarily valuable, or dangerous, depending on how it manifests and who becomes aware of it. A chill ran through Harry. You think Voldemort might try to use it somehow? Or that it's connected to him? Not everything that happens to you is connected to Voldemort, Dumbledore said gently. Though we cannot rule out the possibility. For now, I suggest keeping this development between us. Perhaps Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, as I know you confide in them, but no one else. Harry nodded, relieved to have direction. What about the new professor? Blackwood. She was watching me in the corridor just now, like she knew something was wrong. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. What did she say to you? Just that she was looking forward to having me in class. But something felt off. Professor Blackwood is exceptionally knowledgeable about magical history and artifacts, Dumbledore said carefully. Her expertise will be valuable this year, particularly in these troubled times. However, caution is always advisable when dealing with someone new. Harry sensed Dumbledore wasn't telling him everything, but before he could press further, one of the portraits spoke aloud. The boy should know about the Founders' Concord, said a stern-faced witch in Elizabethan clothing. If he can hear us, he'll learn of it eventually. Thank you, Headmistress Spore, Dumbledore replied, his tone indicating the opposite of gratitude. We'll address that matter when appropriate. The portrait huffed but fell silent. What's the Founders' Concord? Harry asked immediately. Dumbledore sighed. A legend, primarily. It said the four founders created a magical record of their knowledge and intentions for Hogwarts, accessible only to their true heir or in times of the school's greatest need. And you think this is connected to me suddenly hearing portraits? I think, Dumbledore said carefully, that coincidences are rare in magical matters. But speculation without evidence is unwise. He stood, signaling the end of their meeting. For now, Harry, try to rest. The portraits can be overwhelming in their enthusiasm. I suggest practicing clearing your mind before sleep, yes, like a clemency, though this is different. Focus on creating mental distance, not barriers. We'll speak again soon. As Harry stood to leave, another portrait, a wizard with a pointed hat and calculating eyes, caught his attention. Boy, the portrait whispered in Harry's mind. Seek the Grey Lady if you wish to know more. Tell her Paracelsus sent you. Harry glanced at the portrait, who gave an almost imperceptible nod before pretending to sleep again. Sir, Harry said as he reached the door, one more thing. The portraits, they mentioned Sirius. They have memories of him at school. Dumbledore's expression softened. Indeed they do, Harry. The portraits have witnessed generations of students pass through these halls. Perhaps, used wisely, your new ability might bring some comfort along with its burden. Harry nodded and left, his mind racing despite the pounding headache. As he made his way to Gryffindor Tower, the voices of portraits followed him like shadows. Passwords, Dragon Heartstring this term, Peeves planning something on the third floor, secret passage behind the one-eyed witch still open, even after, Harry stopped short. That last voice had come from a portrait of a medieval monk, who winked at Harry before turning back to his illuminated manuscript. Excuse me, Harry said, stepping closer. What were you saying about a secret passage? The monk looked up, surprised to be addressed directly. You can truly hear me, young lion. Fascinating. The passage behind the one-eyed witch statue leads to Honeyduke's cellar. Your father and his friends discovered it in their third year. Used it regularly to sneak to Hogsmeade. Harry stared. He already knew about that passage, had used it himself in third year, but the monk's casual mention of his father made his heart race. You knew my father? James Potter? The monk chuckled. Knew him. I watched that boy run past my frame for 7 years. Always up to mischief with Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and the other one, the rat-faced boy. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said grimly. Yes, him. Never trusted that one. Watched too closely when others revealed secrets. What kind of secrets? Harry asked eagerly, ignoring the pain in his head. The monk leaned forward conspiratorially. Your father and his friends weren't the first to map the castle, you know. Though theirs was certainly the most comprehensive in recent centuries. Harry's eyes widened. You know about the Marauder's map? Of course. Nothing happens in these corridors that the portraits don't see. We simply choose what to remember. The monk's expression grew serious. But be warned, young lion, not all portraits serve the same masters. Some have loyalties to old families, ancient promises. Trust selectively. Before Harry could ask more questions, the fat lady's voice interrupted from further up the corridor. Are you coming in or not? I haven't got all night. Harry reluctantly left the monk and approached the Gryffindor entrance. Sorry, I don't know the password yet. It's Dillagrout, she said impatiently, swinging open. As Harry entered the common room, he heard her thoughts trailing after him. That Potter boy looks terrible. Hope he's not bringing more trouble this year. Still, brave lad, just like his parents. The common room was crowded and noisy, students catching up after summer break. Harry spotted Ron and Hermione by the fire and made his way over, relieved when they immediately made space for him. What did Dumbledore want? Ron asked quietly. Not here, Harry muttered. Let's find somewhere private. They climbed the stairs to the sixth-year boys' dormitory, which was empty except for Neville's trunk. Harry cast a quick, Muffliato spell, one he'd practiced over the summer after seeing its usefulness at the ministry. What's that spell? Hermione asked, frowning. Stops people from overhearing, Harry explained. Listen, something weird is happening. He told them everything, the voices from the portraits, his meeting with Dumbledore, the monk's comments about his father, the mention of the Founders' Concord. Ron whistled. Blimey, Harry. You can really hear what all the portraits are thinking. And their memories, Harry confirmed. It's like having hundreds of conversations in my head at once. But why now? Hermione wondered. What triggered it? Harry shrugged. Dumbledore doesn't know, or he's not telling me. He said to keep it secret except from you two. Good call, Ron agreed. People already think you're mental when you mention hearing voices. Ronald. Hermione glared at him before turning back to Harry. This could be incredibly useful, Harry. The portraits have been watching Hogwarts for centuries. Think what they must know. That's what the monk said, Harry agreed. He mentioned something about portraits having different loyalties, though. That makes sense, Hermione mused. Many were donated by old families or painted by artists with specific commissions. They might have enchantments or loyalties we don't know about. Great, Harry groaned. So not only am I hearing voices, I can't even trust what they're telling me. We'll figure it out, Ron said firmly. We always do. Harry nodded, grateful for his friend's support. There's something else. One of the portraits in Dumbledore's office told me to find the Grey Lady, the Ravenclaw ghost. Said to tell her Paracelsus sent me. The historical Paracelsus was a famous 16th-century wizard, Hermione said immediately. He made significant contributions to healing magic and alchemy. Show off, Ron muttered, but without heat. We can try to find the Grey Lady tomorrow, Harry decided. For now, I need to figure out how to sleep with all these voices in my head. Dumbledore didn't give you anything to help? Hermione asked, concerned. Just said to practice mental distance. Whatever that means. Sounds like a clemency, Ron said, grimacing in sympathy. Sort of, but not building walls, more like, stepping back from the voices. Harry rubbed his temples. I'll figure it out. Their conversation was interrupted as the dormitory door opened and Neville, Dean, and Seamus entered, laughing about something Peeves had done to Mrs. Norris. We'll talk more tomorrow, Hermione whispered, standing up. Try to get some rest, Harry. That proved easier said than done. After everyone else had fallen asleep, Harry lay awake, the whispers of distant portraits seeping through the castle walls. He tried focusing on his breathing, imagining the voices fading into background noise, but they persisted. Eventually, Harry grabbed the Marauder's map from his trunk. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered, watching as ink spread across the parchment. He traced the familiar corridors with his finger, comforted by the thought that his father had done the same. According to the map, most of the castle was quiet. Filch patrolled the third floor, Mrs. Norris prowled the dungeons, and Professor Blackwood. Harry paused, frowning. The new defense professor wasn't in her quarters. Instead, her dot moved slowly through the trophy room, stopping occasionally as if examining items. As Harry watched, she moved to a blank wall, stood motionless for several moments, then continued on. Strange behavior for someone's first night at Hogwarts. Harry almost woke Ron, but decided against it. Instead, he noted the pattern of Blackwood's movements, resolving to check the trophy room himself tomorrow. Perhaps there was nothing suspicious about a new professor exploring the castle, but after 5 years at Hogwarts, Harry had learned to trust his instincts. He finally drifted off to sleep, dreaming of corridors lined with whispering portraits and a hooded figure searching for something hidden in the walls. Harry woke early, his head clearer than it had been the night before. The portrait voices remained, but seemed more distant, as if his mind had begun adapting to filter them. Always restless, this new generation, rain coming today, my joints can tell, wonder if the house elves will make those excellent scones again, oddly domestic thoughts, Harry realized. The everyday musings of figures who'd observed castle life for centuries. Ron was still snoring when Harry dressed and headed downstairs. The common room was nearly empty except for a few early-rising 7th years and, surprisingly, Hermione, already surrounded by books. You're up early, Harry commented, dropping into an armchair beside her. Couldn't sleep, she admitted. I was researching portrait magic. She held up a thick tome titled, Magical Portraiture Through the Ages. Find anything useful? Maybe, she said, marking her page. Portraits are more than just enchanted paintings, Harry. They contain fragments of the subject's personality and memories, preserved at the time of creation. The best portrait artists can capture more essence, creating more lifelike and knowledgeable portraits. So I'm hearing fragments of dead people's thoughts. Hermione nodded. Essentially. But there's more, portraits absorb new information from their surroundings. They learn, observe, and remember events that happen after they're created. Which explains how they know about things that happened after the subjects died, Harry realized. Like my father at school. Exactly. But here's the strange part, there's no record of anyone being able to hear portrait thoughts directly. Portraits can choose to speak aloud or remain silent, but their thoughts should be private. Harry grimaced. Great. Another thing that makes me a freak. That's not what I meant, Hermione said quickly. It's just unusual. And potentially incredibly valuable. That's what Dumbledore said. He also told me to keep it secret. Hermione bit her lip. I can understand why. If Voldemort knew you could access centuries of Hogwarts secrets. I know. Harry leaned forward. Listen, I saw something odd on the map last night. The new defense professor was wandering around the trophy room at 2 in the morning. That is strange, Hermione agreed. But maybe she's just getting familiar with the castle. Maybe, Harry said, unconvinced. I'm going to check it out before breakfast. Coming? Hermione hesitated, then closed her book. Of course. But we should be quick about it, schedules are distributed at breakfast. They left through the portrait hole, the fat lady calling after them, "Early birds, are you? Mind Peeves on the second floor, he's reorganizing the suits of armor." As they descended the moving staircases, Harry found the portrait voices easier to filter, focusing only on those that seemed relevant or interesting. "Secret room behind the trophy case hasn't been opened in decades. Blackwood woman was examining the founder's plaques last night, heard the caretaker say something about enhanced security charms. The portraits are talking about Blackwood," Harry told Hermione quietly. She was looking at something related to the founders in the trophy room. "The founders Concord that Dumbledore mentioned?" "Maybe," Harry said. "Let's find out." They reached the trophy room without incident. Morning sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating display cases filled with cups, shields, plaques, and medals. The room appeared empty and undisturbed. "What exactly are we looking for?" Hermione whispered, though there was no one to overhear. "Not sure," Harry admitted. "Something about the founders, according to the portraits." They moved methodically through the room, examining cases. Near the back wall, Harry found a large display dedicated to Hogwarts founders, for medallions arranged around a central stone plaque with faded inscriptions in Latin. "This must be what Blackwood was interested in," Harry said, pointing to the plaque. "Can you read Latin?" Hermione squinted at the inscription. "Partially. It says something about the four becoming one, and wisdom hidden where only the worthy can find it. Classic founder cryptic messaging." Harry ran his fingers over the glass display case. "I wonder." A voice from behind startled them both. "Curious about our founders, Mr. Potter?" They spun to find Professor Blackwood standing in the doorway, watching them with those same calculating eyes from the night before. Today she wore practical teaching robes in deep blue, a silver chain with an hourglass pendant visible at her throat. "Professor," Hermione said quickly, "we were just exploring before breakfast." "Indeed?" Blackwood approached, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. "Most students find the Great Hall more compelling this early. But then, you're not most students, are you, Mr. Potter?" Harry met her gaze steadily. "I'm interested in Hogwarts history. The castle's been standing for 1,000 years, must be loads of stories these walls could tell." Something flickered in Blackwood's expression, surprise, perhaps, or wariness. "Walls don't speak, Mr. Potter," she said softly. "But yes, Hogwarts holds many secrets." The wise approached them with caution. She turned to the founder's display. "This plaque, for instance. Many believe it hints at a hidden repository of knowledge, the combined wisdom of all four founders. Scholars have searched for centuries, finding nothing. Why are you telling us this?" Harry asked bluntly. Blackwood smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Consider it a preview of my teaching approach, Mr. Potter. I believe in context and history. The past informs the present, especially in troubled times." She checked a delicate silver watch. "You should head to breakfast. Professor McGonagall will be distributing schedules soon." As they turned to leave, Blackwood added, "Oh, and Mr. Potter. If you find the castle, speaking to you, do let me know. Such experiences can be most illuminating, or dangerous, if misunderstood." Harry froze. Did she know? How could she? "I'll keep that in mind," he managed, hurrying out with Hermione. Once safely away, Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, she knows something. That comment about the castle speaking to you, I know," Harry said grimly. "Question is, how? And what does she want?" "We should tell Dumbledore." "We will," Harry agreed. "But first, let's see what the Grey Lady knows." After breakfast, yeah. The Great Hall was buzzing with activity when they arrived. Ron waved from the Gryffindor table, his plate already piled high with eggs and bacon. "Where'd you two go?" he asked as they sat down. "Thought you might have gone to the library already, Hermione." "Trophy room," Harry said quietly. "Tell you later." Professor McGonagall moved down the table, distributing schedules. When she reached them, she handed Harry his with a rare smile. "Congratulations on your OWL results, Potter. You qualified for NEWT level potions, which, I believe, aligns with your ambition to become an Auror." Harry stared at her in shock. "But I thought Snape only took students with outstanding OWLs." "Professor Snape," McGonagall corrected automatically, "has accepted exceeds expectations students this year. I expect you to work diligently to maintain that standard." As she moved on, Harry examined his schedule. Double defense against the dark arts this morning, then potions after lunch. "Same," Ron said through a mouthful of toast. "Hermione's got ancient runes first, though." "We've got a break before lunch," Hermione noted. "We can look for the Grey Lady then." Harry nodded, turning his attention to breakfast while trying to filter the increasing chatter of portraits as more students filled the hall. One particular voice caught his attention, a stern-faced wizard in Elizabethan clothing whose portrait hung near the teacher's table. "Blackwood's family served the chrono-collectivist movement back in my day. Secret society obsessed with controlling magical knowledge. Dangerous fanatics." Harry nudged Hermione and whispered, "Portrait near Dumbledore just mentioned Blackwood's family being part of something called the chrono-collectivists. Ever heard of them?" Hermione frowned. "No, but I can check the library." "Did it say anything else?" "Something about controlling magical knowledge. Called them dangerous fanatics." Ron snorted. "Sounds like a normal Tuesday at Hogwarts." After breakfast, they headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Students from all houses gathered outside, speculating about the new professor. "My father says she worked as an unspeakable," Ernie Macmillan announced importantly. "Specialized in time magic. I heard she was kicked out of the Department of Mysteries for illegal experiments," Seamus countered. "Something about trying to change the past." Before the rumors could escalate further, the classroom door swung open, revealing Professor Blackwood. "Enter and take your seats," she said crisply. "Time is precious, we shouldn't waste it with corridor gossip." The classroom had changed since Umbridge's tenure. Gone were the neat rows and ministry-approved texts. Instead, artifacts lined the walls, ancient weapons, defensive amulets, and what appeared to be a collection of time-related devices similar to the one Blackwood wore around her neck. The desks formed a semicircle facing a cleared area for practical demonstrations. "Welcome to NEWT level defense against the dark arts," Blackwood began once they were seated. "You've had inconsistent instruction in this subject. This year, we'll remedy that by focusing on practical defensive magic and its historical context." She paced slowly before them. "Dark magic evolves, adapts. To counter it effectively, you must understand its history and development. Knowledge is your greatest weapon, but like any weapon, it must be wielded responsibly." Her eyes lingered on Harry for a moment before continuing. "Today, we'll assess your current abilities with nonverbal spellcasting, a skill essential for surprise in magical combat. Partner up and practice the shield charm, without speaking." As students paired off, Harry partnered with Ron while Hermione joined Neville. The room soon filled with the sounds of spells hitting shields, or, more often, hitting their targets as students struggled with nonverbal casting. Harry, who had practiced over the summer, managed a decent silent shield on his third attempt, deflecting Ron's jellylegs jinx. "Well done, Mr. Potter," Blackwood said, appearing beside them. "Though your concentration needs work, the shield's integrity wavers at the edges." She demonstrated, casting a perfect shield charm without word or wand movement. "Intent and focus are key. The incantation is merely a tool to direct your magic, not its source." Throughout the double period, Blackwood moved among them, correcting technique and offering surprisingly effective advice. Despite Harry's suspicions, he had to admit she knew her subject thoroughly. Near the end of class, Blackwood called them back to attention. "For our next session, read Chapter 3 of Historical Approaches to Defensive Magic. I want 12 inches on how defensive spells have evolved since the Founders' era. As students gathered their things, she added, Mr. Potter, a word. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione, who reluctantly left with the others. When they were alone, Blackwood studied him silently for a moment. You've had additional training beyond your classroom instruction. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded cautiously. Some. Last year well, not with Umbridge. The resistance group you formed, Blackwood said, nodding. Dumbledore's army, wasn't it? Quite effective, based on your OWL results. Harry stiffened. How do you know about that? I make it my business to know the capabilities of my students, Mr. Potter. She moved to her desk, selecting a worn book from a stack. This might interest you. Defensive Magic of the Founders' Era. Not part of the standard curriculum, but relevant to your particular interests. Harry accepted the book warily. Thanks, but why give this to me specifically? Blackwood smiled enigmatically. Let's just say I recognize a seeker of knowledge when I see one. Knowledge hidden in plain sight around this castle. She gestured vaguely at the walls. Be careful what voices you listen to, Mr. Potter. Not all sources are reliable. She definitely knew something. Harry clutched the book tighter. Professor, what do you know about the Founders' Concord? Blackwood's expression sharpened. Curious question. The Concord is mostly legend, a rumored collection of knowledge and magic created by the four founders, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Many have searched for it over centuries. Including you. Harry pressed. I'm a scholar of magical history, Mr. Potter. Of course such artifacts interest me. She studied him intently. The question is, why do they interest you? Harry chose his words carefully. I've heard things. About hidden knowledge in the castle. From portraits, perhaps. Blackwood suggested softly. Harry kept his expression neutral. From books, actually. Indeed. Blackwood clearly didn't believe him. Well, if you stumble across ancient secrets, Mr. Potter, remember that knowledge requires context to be used safely. The founders lived in a different time, with different values and understanding of magic. Their wisdom, and their warnings, should be interpreted accordingly. She turned away, clearly dismissing him. Your friends are waiting. Don't be late for your next class. Harry left, turning over the conversation in his mind. Outside, Ron and Hermione waited anxiously. What did she want? Ron demanded as they headed toward their break period. Harry explained the conversation, showing them the book. She definitely knows I can hear the portraits. Or at least suspects it. But how? Hermione wondered, examining the book. This is a rare text, Harry. Not something professors typically loan to students. She's testing me, Harry decided. Seeing what I know, or what I can find out. About the Founders' Concord? Maybe. Or something else. Harry checked his watch. We've got an hour before potions. Let's try to find the Grey Lady. Finding Hogwarts' most elusive ghost proved challenging. They searched the upper floors and Ravenclaw Tower vicinity without success, finally encountering nearly headless Nick floating near a suit of armor. The Grey Lady? Nick repeated when they asked. Helena rarely speaks with students outside Ravenclaw, and even then selectively. Why do you seek her? Harry hesitated, then decided on partial honesty. A portrait suggested she might have information about the founders. Historical research. Ah. Nick adjusted his ruff thoughtfully. Helena guards her knowledge carefully. But you might find her in the East Tower reading room around midnight. She favors quiet spaces when the castle sleeps. Thanks, Nick, Harry said gratefully. What portrait directed you to her? Nick asked curiously. One in Dumbledore's office, Harry answered vaguely. Said his name was Paracelsus. Nick's translucent form seemed to pale further. Paracelsus? Interesting. That portrait rarely speaks to students. Be cautious, Harry, Helena has complicated feelings about Hogwarts secrets. With that cryptic warning, Nick drifted through a wall, leaving them puzzled. Midnight in the East Tower, Ron groaned. Brilliant. More nighttime wandering. You don't have to come, Harry pointed out. Course I'm coming, Ron said, looking offended. Just saying, why can't these meetings ever happen at convenient times? Like after dinner but before curfew? Hermione checked her watch. We should head to potions. It's in the dungeons this year, and Slughorn doesn't know your tardiness history yet. Slughorn? Harry asked, confused. I thought Snape was still teaching potions. Honestly, Harry, don't you read the notices? Professor Snape is teaching defense against the dark arts this year. What? Harry stopped walking. But we just had defense with Blackwood. Different sections, Hermione explained. Dumbledore hired 2 defense teachers this year because of increased enrollment. Snape teaches the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years, while Blackwood handles 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th. Why didn't anyone tell me? Harry demanded, horrified at the thought of facing Snape in class again. It was on the notice board, Hermione said, unsympathetic. Besides, this arrangement means you don't have Snape for either subject. Small mercies, Harry muttered as they descended to the dungeons. The potions classroom felt different under Professor Slughorn, warmer, with simmering cauldrons emitting pleasant aromas. Slughorn himself was a portly, jovial man who beamed at them as they entered. Ah, welcome, welcome. He boomed. Mr. Potter, I was delighted to hear you be joining us. Your mother was one of my star pupils, you know. Harry blinked in surprise. You taught my mother? Indeed, indeed. Lily Evans, brilliant at potions. Had a natural intuition for the subject. Slughorn gestured them to seats. We'll see if you've inherited her talent. The class proceeded surprisingly well. Slughorn set them a challenge to identify several potions, which Hermione answered perfectly, earning Gryffindor 20 points. Then they attempted to brew the draught of living death, competing for a prize of Felix Felici's, liquid luck. When Harry discovered a battered copy of Advanced Potion Making in the cupboard, marked as Property of the Half-Blood Prince, he found annotations that improved the standard instructions. Following these modifications, Harry produced a perfect potion, winning the Felix Felici's to Hermione's obvious annoyance. You cheated, she hissed as they left class. Those instructions were different from the textbook. I didn't cheat, Harry defended. I followed instructions that worked better. Besides, you're always going on about thinking for ourselves, not blindly following textbooks. That's different, Hermione insisted. You don't know who this prince person is or why they changed the instructions. Look at the results, Ron interjected. Harry's potion was perfect. Maybe this prince bloke knew more than the textbook author. Their argument continued through lunch, only interrupted when Harry noticed Draco Malfoy entering the Great Hall looking even paler than usual. He sat apart from his usual crowd of Slytherins, pushing food around his plate without eating. He's definitely up to something, Harry murmured. Look how isolated he is. Maybe his friends finally realized he's a git, Ron suggested around a mouthful of shepherd's pie. No, it's more than that. Harry lowered his voice. I'm going to follow him, see what he's doing. Hermione sighed. Harry, we have herbology this afternoon. Cover for me, Harry insisted. Say I wasn't feeling well. Before she could object further, Harry slipped away from the table, positioning himself near the entrance to follow Malfoy when he left. He didn't have to wait long. Malfoy departed after barely touching his lunch, heading not toward the dungeons but up the marble staircase. Harry followed at a distance, grateful for the crowds of students that provided cover. On the 7th floor, Harry's suspicions were confirmed when Malfoy paced 3 times before a blank wall, the entrance to the room of requirement. A door appeared, and Malfoy slipped inside. Harry hurried forward, but the door vanished before he could reach it. He paced before the wall himself, thinking, I need to see what Malfoy is doing. I need to see what Malfoy is hiding. The wall remained blank. Frustrated, Harry kicked it, earning a shocked gasp from a nearby portrait of wizards playing cards. Young man, one wizard admonished. That wall is 800 years old. Sorry, Harry muttered, then paused. Wait, can you see what's happening in the room of requirement? When people are using it? The wizards exchanged glances. The come-and-go room? Not directly, no. That room exists outside normal castle space. But what? Harry pressed. The oldest wizard leaned forward. The room connects to other parts of the castle through various means. Sometimes objects from inside appear elsewhere, or sounds travel through the walls. We portraits notice patterns. What about Draco Malfoy? Have you noticed what he does in there? The wizards conferred in whispers before the eldest responded. The pale Slytherin boy comes almost daily. Brings strange objects, broken things. We've heard sounds of construction, metal on metal. Like he's building something? Harry asked. Or repairing it, another wizard suggested. Last week, he brought a bird in a cage. We heard its song, then silence. A cold feeling settled in Harry's stomach. Thanks, he said, turning away. As he headed toward herbology, already late, Harry's mind raced. Malfoy, repairing something in secret, testing it with a bird. It had to be connected to whatever mission Voldemort had given him. Outside Greenhouse 5, Hermione shot him a disapproving look as he slipped in behind a group of Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout was demonstrating the proper handling of venomous tentacula seedlings and didn't notice his arrival. Well? Ron whispered when Harry joined them at their workstation. Room of requirement, Harry murmured back. Malfoy's repairing something in there. According to the portraits, he tested it with a bird that went silent. Hermione frowned. That could mean anything, Harry. Or it could mean the bird died, or disappeared, Harry countered. I think he's fixing a vanishing cabinet or something similar. Why would Malfoy need a vanishing cabinet? Ron asked. To bring something, or someone, into Hogwarts, Harry said grimly. Bypassing all the security measures. The implications hung heavily between them as they worked on their seedlings. If Harry was right, Malfoy was creating a secret entrance into Hogwarts for Death Eaters, or worse, Voldemort himself. After herbology, they returned to the castle for dinner, Harry's head once again filling with portrait whispers as they entered. He was getting better at filtering them, catching only snippets that seemed important. Malfoy boy visited the 7th floor again, strange magical fluctuations near the astronomy tower. Blackwood was asking about the chamber beneath the. Harry focused on that last voice, turning to see a portrait of a Renaissance era witch holding an astronomy chart. Excuse me, Harry said quietly while Ron and Hermione continued ahead. What chamber were you mentioning? The one Professor Blackwood asked about. The witch looked startled to be addressed directly. You can hear our thoughts, young Gryffindor. How curious. The chamber beneath the Great Hall, one of Ravenclaw's study rooms. Hidden for centuries until that Blackwood woman started asking questions. Why is she interested in it? The witch leaned closer. Rowena's private research was stored there. Notes on experimental magic, time manipulation, reality alteration, dangerous knowledge she decided to conceal. Knowledge that forms part of the Founder's Concord. Harry's pulse quickened. How can the chamber be accessed? Through the kitchens. Behind the painting of fruit, beyond the house elf quarters. A door marked with a bronze eagle that only opens to a true seeker of knowledge. The witch glanced around nervously. Be cautious, young lion. Some knowledge is hidden for good reason. Harry?" Hermione had noticed his absence and doubled back. "Who are you talking to?" "Portrait," Harry explained, moving away. "She was telling me about a hidden chamber Blackwood's been asking about. One of Ravenclaw's study rooms, beneath the Great Hall. With access through the kitchens?" Hermione asked, immediately interested. "We could check it out after dinner." "We're already going to the East Tower at midnight," Ron reminded them when they rejoined him. "How many secret locations are we exploring today?" "As many as necessary," Harry said firmly. "Something big is happening, Ron. Malfoy's working on something dangerous, Blackwood's searching for hidden founder knowledge. And you're hearing voices from the walls," Ron added. "Just another year at Hogwarts, isn't it?" Despite Ron's complaint, they all headed to the kitchens after dinner. The house elves welcomed them enthusiastically, particularly Dobby, who rushed to Harry with a tray of eclairs. "Harry Potter has come to visit Dobby." "What an honor, sir." "Hi, Dobby," Harry said, accepting an eclair. "We're actually looking for something, a hidden door somewhere back there." He pointed toward the rear of the vast kitchen. "Marked with a bronze eagle." Dobby's enormous eyes widened further. "The Scholar's Passage." "Dobby knows it, sir. But it has been closed for many years. No one uses it." "Could you show us?" Harry asked. Dobby led them past the main kitchen area to a narrow corridor lined with small doors, the house elves' quarters. At the very end, partially obscured by stacked crates, hung a faded tapestry depicting a night sky scattered with stars. "Behind there, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby whispered, suddenly nervous. "But the elves do not go there. Strange magics, they say. Time moves differently." Harry pushed aside the crates and lifted the tapestry, revealing a small wooden door. Unlike the rough stone surrounding it, the door appeared to be made of polished oak with a bronze eagle knocker identical to the one guarding Ravenclaw Tower. "Has Professor Blackwood been here recently?" Harry asked Dobby. The elf nodded vigorously. "The new professor came last week, asked many questions. But the door did not open for her." He lowered his voice to a barely audible whisper. "The door only opens for those it chooses." Harry studied the eagle knocker. "Does it ask riddles, like the Ravenclaw entrance?" "Dobby does not know, sir. Dobby has never tried to enter." Hermione stepped forward. "May I?" At Harry's nod, she lifted the knocker and let it fall. The bronze eagle's eyes opened, gleaming with intelligence. When it spoke, its voice was soft but crystal clear. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" "A classic riddle," Hermione said, smiling. "The answer is a human being. As a baby crawling on all 4s, as an adult walking on 2 legs, and as an elderly person using a cane." The eagle nodded once. "Correct in substance, if unoriginal in delivery." The door remained closed. "I don't understand," Hermione said, frowning. "I answered correctly." "Perhaps it wants an original answer," Ron suggested. "Not the standard one everyone knows." Harry stepped forward. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" he repeated. The eagle watched him expectantly. Harry thought about the question differently. What if it wasn't about a human life cycle, but something else entirely? "Time," he said finally. "Time crawls when we're waiting for something, runs when we're busy, and limps when we're tired or bored." The eagle's eyes gleamed brighter. "A personal truth rather than a universal answer. Interesting." The door swung open. "How did you know that would work?" Hermione asked, impressed despite herself. Harry shrugged. "Just thought about what Ravenclaw might value, not just knowledge, but insight." Beyond the door lay a narrow spiral staircase descending into darkness. Harry lit his wand and led the way down, the steps seeming to go much deeper than the physical distance between the kitchens and the dungeons should allow. Finally, they reached a circular chamber lined with bookshelves. The walls were painted with constellations that slowly moved, mimicking the night sky. A large desk occupied the center, covered with scrolls, astronomical instruments, and what appeared to be a miniature model of Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's private study, Hermione breathed, moving immediately to examine the bookshelves. These texts, some of them predate the founding of Hogwarts. Ron whistled, looking around. Bit dusty, isn't it? Guess the house elves really don't come down here. Harry approached the desk, drawn to the Hogwarts model. Unlike the still models he'd seen before, this one seemed alive. Tiny figures moved through corridors, staircases shifted, and the lake rippled with small waves. It's showing the castle in real time, Harry realized, spotting Professor McGonagall's figure moving across the entrance hall. Like a three-dimensional marauder's map. Harry, look at this, Hermione called, holding an ancient scroll. It's Ravenclaw's research on what she called sentient architecture, the theory that magical buildings develop a form of consciousness over time. Harry joined her, reading over her shoulder. The spidery handwriting described how concentrated magic, combined with the imprint of thousands of minds over centuries, could create a form of collective consciousness within a structure like Hogwarts. She believed the castle itself becomes semi-sentient, Hermione explained excitedly. And that portraits act as neural pathways, connecting different areas and time periods. That might explain why I can hear them, Harry said slowly. If the portraits are connected to the castle's consciousness somehow, and something's linked me to that network. Bloody hell, Ron said from across the room. You two should see this. He stood before a section of wall where the constellation painting had parted, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside sat a stone basin similar to a pensieve, but filled with what appeared to be liquid silver that glowed with an inner light. That's not a normal pensieve, Harry said, approaching cautiously. It's a tempest pool, Hermione whispered, reading from another scroll she'd found. Ravenclaw created it to view events in different time periods, past and future. Future? Ron repeated skeptically. That's impossible. Not seeing the actual future, Hermione clarified. More like, potential futures based on existing patterns. Probabilities. Harry stared at the silvery liquid, feeling drawn to it. Before he could move closer, however, a voice spoke from the staircase. I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Mr. Potter. Temporal magic is notoriously unpredictable. They spun around to find Professor Blackwood standing on the bottom step, wand drawn but held loosely at her side. Professor, Hermione began, we were just, exploring, Blackwood finished for her. Yes, I can see that. Curiosity is commendable, but some discoveries require proper supervision. She descended the final step, her gaze sweeping the chamber. Ravenclaw's private study. I've been trying to access this room for a week. She looked at Harry with new interest. Yet it opened for you. Fascinating. Why are you so interested in this room? Harry asked directly, his own wand now in his hand, though not raised. The same reason you are, I imagine, Blackwood replied. Knowledge. Specifically, knowledge about Hogwarts itself, how it works, what secrets it holds. She moved toward the Tempest Pool, her expression almost reverent. Rowena Ravenclaw was centuries ahead of her time. Her research into temporal magic laid the groundwork for time turners and other chronological artifacts. Including whatever that is around your neck. Harry nodded toward her hourglass pendant. Blackwood smiled faintly, touching the pendant. Observant. Yes, this is a chrono-anchor, a device that stabilizes its wearer when working with temporal magic. Essential for my research. And what exactly is your research, Professor? Hermione asked. The Founders' Concord, Blackwood said simply. The combined knowledge and power of all four founders, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. I believe this chamber and its contents are the key to finding it. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. Why tell us this? Because you've proven yourselves capable of accessing places I cannot, Blackwood answered. And because, Mr. Potter, you've developed a unique connection to the castle, one that might prove invaluable. She knew about the portraits. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. What makes you think that? I observe. I listen. Blackwood stepped closer. The portraits have been unusually active since term began, whispering about the Potter boy who hears. Rather obvious, if one pays attention. What do you want from us? Harry demanded. Cooperation, Blackwood said. The Founder's Concord contains knowledge that could be crucial in the coming conflict with Voldemort. Knowledge that should be protected and properly utilized. By you? Ron asked skeptically. By those qualified to understand it, Blackwood corrected. I represent a group called the Chrono-Collectivists. We've preserved magical knowledge for centuries, ensuring it's used responsibly. I've read about them, Hermione said suddenly. They're mentioned in magical conspiracies and secret societies. They're believed to have hidden dangerous magical artifacts throughout history. A simplistic description, but essentially correct, Blackwood agreed. We safeguard knowledge that could be devastating in the wrong hands. Like Voldemort's, Harry said. Or anyone's, Blackwood countered. Some magics are too dangerous for anyone to wield, regardless of intention. She gestured around the chamber. Ravenclaw understood this. That's why she concealed this room and much of her research. The Tempest Pool alone could cause catastrophic timeline damage if misused. Harry wasn't convinced. If you're so concerned about dangerous knowledge, why are you searching for the Founder's Concord? Wouldn't it be safer left hidden? Ordinarily, yes, Blackwood admitted. But circumstances have changed. Voldemort is searching for it too. That got their attention. How do you know? Harry asked sharply. We have sources. Blackwood's expression darkened. Voldemort believes the Concord contains magic that could make him truly immortal, and unstoppable. We cannot allow him to find it first. The room fell silent except for the soft shifting of the constellation patterns on the walls. Harry studied Blackwood, trying to determine if she was telling the truth. Why should we trust you? He finally asked. You shouldn't, necessarily, Blackwood said with surprising honesty. Trust should be earned. But consider what I could have done, entered quietly, disarmed you, obliviated your memories of this place. Instead, I'm speaking openly. Dumbledore knows about the Concord, Harry countered. If it's so important, why hasn't he mentioned Voldemort looking for it? A flash of something, frustration. Anger, crossed Blackwood's face. Albus Dumbledore keeps his own counsel. He has his methods, we have ours. She seemed to come to a decision. I'm not asking for your trust yet, Mr. Potter. Just your awareness. Watch. Listen to what the castle tells you. If you discover anything significant about the Concord or Voldemort's interest in it, consider sharing that information. Blackwood moved toward the stairs. I'll leave you to explore. This room opened for you, after all. Perhaps Ravenclaw's magic recognized something in you that it did not in me. At the bottom step, she turned back. One more thing, Mr. Malfoy's activities on the 7th floor are indeed concerning. But perhaps not for the reasons you think. Good evening. With that, she ascended the stairs and disappeared. Well, Ron said after a moment, that was informative? Threatening? Confusing? Hermione suggested. All of the above, Harry decided, turning back to the Tempest Pool. She wanted us to find this place. Or at least, she's not surprised we did. Do you believe her about Voldemort searching for the Concord? Hermione asked. Harry considered. It fits with what we know. Voldemort's always been obsessed with Hogwarts. And if the Concord contains powerful founder magic. But what about Malfoy? Ron interjected. She basically confirmed he's up to something, but said we don't understand why. Could be misdirection, Harry said, frustrated. Or there's something else going on we haven't figured out yet. Hermione was examining the scrolls on Ravenclaw's desk. Harry, look at this. It's a map of Hogwarts showing magical convergence points, places where the castle's magic is strongest. The parchment showed Hogwarts from above, with glowing lines connecting various locations. The brightest convergence was directly beneath the Great Hall, where they currently stood, but other significant points appeared in the Astronomy Tower, the Room of Requirement, and, interestingly, the second-floor girls' bathroom that contained the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber is a convergence point? Harry said, surprised. I thought that was just Slytherin's secret project. According to this, all 4 founders created special locations within the castle, Hermione explained, reading the notes around the map. Ravenclaw's study here, Slytherin's chamber, Hufflepuff's, something called the Hearth. And Gryffindor's armory. Never heard of those last 2, Ron commented. That's the point, isn't it? They're hidden. Harry traced the connections on the map. And these lines, they show how the locations are magically linked. Hermione nodded. Ravenclaw theorized that accessing all 4 locations would reveal the Founders' Concord, a 5th location containing the combined knowledge and power of all founders. So we need to find Hufflepuff's Hearth and Gryffindor's armory, Harry concluded. Along with figuring out what Malfoy's doing, what Blackwood really wants, and why I can suddenly hear portrait thoughts. And meet the Grey Lady at midnight, Ron added. Don't forget that. Harry checked his watch. We've still got 3 hours before midnight. Let's see what else we can learn here. They spent the next hours exploring Ravenclaw's study. Hermione pored over scrolls and books, while Ron examined the Hogwarts model, fascinated by its detailed replication of castle activity. Harry found himself drawn repeatedly to the Tempest Pool, though he heeded Blackwood's warning not to touch it. Instead, he studied Ravenclaw's notes about the pool. Apparently, it could show events from Hogwarts' past with perfect clarity, provided the viewer had a specific focus or question. It could also show possible futures based on current trajectories, though these visions were less reliable. This is incredible, Hermione said eventually, looking up from her reading. Ravenclaw believed Hogwarts would develop consciousness over time, formed from the magical imprint of thousands of students and teachers. According to her calculations, the process would take approximately 900 years. Hogwarts is over 1,000 years old now, Harry pointed out. Exactly. If she was right, the castle is already sentient in some way. The portraits serve as its memory and sensory network. They see, hear, and remember for the castle. And somehow I'm tapped into that network, Harry said slowly. But why now? Why me? Hermione bit her lip. I have a theory, but it's just speculation. The prophecy links you and Voldemort. If he's actively searching for the Founders' Concord, trying to connect with Hogwarts magic. You think the castle is responding by connecting with me instead? Harry finished. Like some kind of magical defense mechanism? It's possible, Hermione admitted. Especially if the castle's consciousness recognizes Voldemort as a threat. Mental, Ron muttered. Absolutely mental. The castle is alive and picking sides. Not alive like we are, Hermione corrected. More like, magically aware. Responding to patterns and threats based on centuries of accumulated magical imprints. Harry found the idea strangely comforting. Hogwarts had always felt like home, perhaps there was a deeper reason for that connection. We should go, he said eventually, checking his watch again. It's nearly midnight. We need to meet the Grey Lady. They reluctantly left Ravenclaw's study, Harry pausing to extinguish the magical lights before closing the door behind them. As they climbed back to the kitchens, he wondered if they'd be able to find the room again, or if it would move, as magical spaces in Hogwarts were known to do. The castle corridors were quiet as they made their way to the East Tower under Harry's invisibility cloak. Though designed for one person, they'd managed to adapt over the years, walking in a tight huddle with the cloak stretched to its limits. The East Tower reading room was a circular space lined with bookshelves and comfortable chairs, rarely used due to its remote location. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, casting long shadows across the floor. As the clock struck midnight, a pearly white figure drifted through the far wall, the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost. Unlike the Bloody Baron's flamboyance or nearly headless Nick's sociability, the Grey Lady moved with quiet dignity, her expression serene but distant. Harry slipped out from under the cloak, leaving Ron and Hermione hidden. "Excuse me," he called softly. The ghost turned, her translucent eyes widening slightly. "Harry Potter," she acknowledged. "I was told you might seek me out." "By Nick?" "By the castle itself," she replied. "The walls whisper of your new gift." "So even the ghosts knew." Harry approached cautiously. "I was told to find you. A portrait named Paracelsus sent me." The Grey Lady drifted closer. "Paracelsus. I have not heard that name spoken in many years. He was my mother's friend, in life and in death." "Your mother?" Harry asked, confused. "Rowena Ravenclaw," she said simply. "I am Helena Ravenclaw. Or was, when alive." Harry stared. The Ravenclaw ghost was the founder's daughter. How had he never known that? "You seek knowledge of the founder's Concord," Helena continued, not waiting for his response. "As have many before you. Including Tom Riddle, when he was a student here." The name sent a chill through Harry. "Voldemort was looking for it too." Helena nodded. "He charmed me, as he charmed many. Asked gentle questions about my mother's legacy, Ravenclaw's lost diadem, and the Concord." "Did you tell him anything?" "About the diadem, yes," she admitted, expression haunted. "About the Concord, no. Even I do not know its location, only that it exists, and that accessing it requires items from all four founders." "Items?" Harry repeated. "Like artifacts. The diadem of Ravenclaw. The cup of Hufflepuff. Slytherin's locket. Gryffindor's sword." Helena's form shimmered with agitation. "For keys to unlock the greatest repository of magical knowledge ever created." Harry felt a sinking sensation. "But those artifacts are scattered. The diadem has been lost for centuries, right?" Helena's expression grew guarded. "So it is believed. And Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket could be anywhere," Harry continued. "Only the sword is still at Hogwarts, in Dumbledore's office. The physical artifacts are not required," Helena clarified. "Only their essences, contained within the four hidden chambers of the founders." "Like your mother's study beneath the Great Hall?" Harry asked. "We found that earlier tonight." Helena appeared surprised. "You accessed the Tempest study? Impressive. Few have managed that feat in centuries." "We're trying to find the other chambers too," Harry explained. "Hufflepuff's Heart Hearth and Gryffindor's Armory. And Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets," Helena added. "Yes, all four must be opened and their magic acknowledged before the Concord will reveal itself." Harry hesitated. "I've already been in the Chamber of Secrets. In my second year." Now the ghost looked truly shocked. "You entered Slytherin's chamber and survived? Then you are indeed further along than I realized." From beneath the invisibility cloak, Hermione made a small noise. Harry glanced in her direction before turning back to Helena. "What exactly is the Founder's Concord? Why is it so important?" Helena drifted toward a window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds. "The Founders were the greatest wizards and witches of their age. Each possessed unique magical knowledge and power. When they created Hogwarts, they poured that magic into the castle's foundations, but feared what might happen if their combined power fell into the wrong hands." She turned back to Harry. "So they created a safeguard. Their most powerful spells, their greatest discoveries, their deepest secrets, all were placed within the Concord, hidden where only a worthy successor could find them. And Voldemort wants this power, Harry said grimly. As do others, Helena added. The woman who calls herself Blackwood seeks it as well, though she claims nobler purpose. You don't believe her? I believe power corrupts, Helena said simply. The Concord was hidden for good reason. Perhaps it should remain so. Harry considered this. But if Voldemort finds it first? That would be catastrophic, Helena agreed. The magic within the Concord could grant him powers beyond imagining. Immortality. Control over death itself. So I need to find it before he does, Harry concluded. Helena studied him carefully. Perhaps. Or perhaps you should focus on preventing anyone from finding it, including yourself. Before Harry could respond, a sound from the corridor outside made them all freeze. Footsteps, approaching quickly. Someone's coming, Harry whispered, backing toward Ron and Hermione. We will speak again, Helena promised, already fading. Seek the badger's heart where warmth never fades. With that cryptic clue, she vanished through the wall. Harry ducked under the cloak just as the reading room door opened, revealing Professor Snape, his wand lit and expression suspicious. Curious, Snape murmured to the apparently empty room. Portraits report voices, yet I find no one. Perhaps Peeves playing tricks. He surveyed the room once more, his dark eyes seeming to linger on their location for a heart-stopping moment before he turned and left, closing the door behind him. They waited several minutes to ensure he was truly gone before removing the cloak. That was close, Ron breathed. How did Snape know we were here? The portraits, Harry realized. They must have told him. But I thought they were on your side, Ron said, confused. Some are. Others, like that monk said, have different loyalties. Harry frowned. We need to be more careful. Muffliato next time we meet anyone. The Grey Lady gave us a clue about Hufflepuff's chamber, Hermione pointed out. Seek the badger's heart where warmth never fades. Any ideas? Somewhere warm, Ron suggested unhelpfully. The kitchens, maybe? Hufflepuffs are supposed to be near the kitchens, right? Maybe, Harry said. But why specify that the warmth never fades? That suggests something unusual. We can figure it out tomorrow, Hermione said practically. It's after midnight, and we've learned a lot today. We should get some sleep. Harry agreed reluctantly, his mind still racing with everything they'd discovered. As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under the cloak, the portrait voices seemed to have quieted, or perhaps he was simply getting better at tuning them out. Just before they reached the fat lady, however, one voice cut through clearly, the stern-faced wizard he'd noticed earlier near the teacher's table. Potter, the portrait called softly as they passed. Beware the cabinet. Death's door opens both ways. Harry stopped, turning toward the portrait. What cabinet? What do you mean? But the wizard had already pretended to fall asleep, his warning hanging in the air like a promise of dangers to come. Chapter 2, Painted Conspiracies. Harry woke before dawn, his mind still processing everything they'd learned the previous day. The dormitory was quiet except for Ron's soft snoring and Neville's occasional murmurs about plants. Through the window, Harry could see the first hints of sunrise painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The portrait voices had settled into a background hum overnight, still present, but less intrusive. Harry wondered if he was adapting to the ability or if the portraits themselves were less active while the castle slept. Another day begins, house elves already preparing breakfast, that Malfoy boy sneaking back to the dungeons again. Harry sat up straight at that last comment. Malfoy was out wandering the castle before dawn. He grabbed his glasses and the Marauder's map from his bedside table. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered, tapping the parchment. The map revealed Draco Malfoy indeed moving through the 7th floor corridor, the same area as the Room of Requirement, heading back toward the Slytherin dungeons. Harry watched as Malfoy's dot moved with purpose, occasionally pausing as if checking for pursuers. Without waking the others, Harry dressed quickly and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty except for Crookshanks, who watched him with suspicious yellow eyes from an armchair. "Just checking something," Harry told the cat, feeling slightly ridiculous. "Won't be long." The corridors were silent and empty as Harry made his way toward the 7th floor, consulting the map frequently to ensure he wouldn't run into Filch or Mrs. Norris. According to the map, Malfoy had already reached the dungeons, but Harry wanted to examine the room of requirement while whatever Malfoy had been working on was fresh. As he approached the blank wall where the room's entrance appeared, Harry noticed a small, dignified portrait of a medieval alchemist watching him curiously. "Looking for the come-and-go room, Mr. Potter?" the portrait asked in a soft, cultured voice. Harry started. He was still getting used to portraits addressing him directly. "Yes," he admitted. "Do you know what Malfoy's been doing in there?" The alchemist stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The pale boy visits frequently, always requesting the same configuration, a place to hide things. He brings broken objects and tools. Yesterday, he seemed particularly pleased about something. Did you see what he was working on?" "We portraits cannot see inside the room itself," the alchemist explained. "But we observe patterns, hear snippets." The boy mentioned a cabinet and seemed frustrated that something wasn't connecting properly. "A cabinet? Like the vanishing cabinet that had caused chaos at Borgin and Burke's the previous year?" Harry remembered the stern portrait's warning from the previous night, "Beware the cabinet. Death's door opens both ways." "Thank you," Harry told the alchemist. "What's your name, by the way?" "Nicholas Flamel," the portrait replied with a slight bow. "Not the original, of course, merely his painted echo. But I retain much of his knowledge of alchemy and magical objects." Harry blinked in surprise. "Flamel? The creator of the Philosopher's Stone?" "The very same. Your encounter with my creator's work in your first year was most interesting. Albus told me all about it." Harry made a mental note to return and speak with Flamel's portrait later. For now, he needed to try accessing the room of requirement. He paced before the blank wall 3 times, focusing intently. "I need to see what Malfoy has been hiding. I need to see what Malfoy has been working on." To his surprise, a door materialized, different from the room's usual entrance, smaller and more ornate. Harry glanced around to ensure he was alone before pushing it open. The sight that greeted him was overwhelming. The room had transformed into a cathedral-sized space filled with thousands of objects, furniture, books, weapons, clothing, piled in towering heaps. Harry had seen this version of the room once before, when hiding his potions book, but hadn't fully appreciated its scale. "Bloody hell," he muttered, suddenly understanding the challenge. Finding Malfoy's project in this maze would be nearly impossible without more specific information. Harry moved deeper into the room, trying to identify any recently disturbed areas. Near the center, he noticed a clear pathway through the debris that seemed more traveled than the surrounding chaos. Following it, he came to a large object covered with a dusty cloth. Heart racing, Harry pulled the cloth away, revealing an ornate black cabinet. It stood about 7 feet tall, decorated with intricate carvings of serpents and dark creatures. The door was slightly ajar, and Harry could see that the interior had been repaired recently, new wood contrasting with the aged exterior. "A vanishing cabinet," Harry whispered, remembering the Weasley twins trapping Montague in one the previous year. The student had claimed he was caught between Hogwarts and Borgin and Burke's, as if the cabinets were connected. That's when it clicked. During their trip to Knockturn Alley, Harry had seen Malfoy examining a similar cabinet at Borgin and Burke's. If the two were paired, they could create a passage between the shop and Hogwarts, bypassing all magical protections around the school. A perfect way for Death Eaters to enter. Harry examined the cabinet more carefully, noting tools and supplies scattered nearby, evidence of Malfoy's repair work. A small cage sat on a table beside the cabinet, feathers inside suggesting the bird the portraits had mentioned. Taking a risk, Harry stepped into the cabinet and closed the door, waiting to see if anything happened. After a moment of darkness, he pushed the door open again, finding himself still in the room of requirement. Whatever connection Malfoy was trying to establish wasn't working yet. Harry took a deep breath, considering his options. He could sabotage the cabinet, but that might alert Malfoy that someone had discovered his plan. Better to monitor his progress and alert Dumbledore when the threat became imminent. After memorizing the cabinet's location within the room, Harry made his way back to the entrance, pausing to hide his path through the stacked objects. As he left, he nodded to Flamel's portrait. "Found what I was looking for," he said quietly. "Could you keep an eye on Malfoy whenever he comes here? Let me know if he makes significant progress." The portrait nodded. "I shall observe and inform you, Mr. Potter. Though I must warn you, portrait loyalty is complex. Others may report your activities to different parties. Like Professor Snape?" Harry guessed. "Among others," Flamel confirmed. "The new professor, Blackwood, has been questioning portraits extensively. She seems particularly interested in your activities." That confirmed Harry's suspicions about Blackwood keeping tabs on him. "Thanks for the warning." By the time Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, other students were beginning to stir. He found Hermione already in the common room, surrounded by books and parchment, her hair bushier than usual from what appeared to be an early morning research session. "There you are," she exclaimed when she spotted him. "I've been working on a system for organizing the portrait information. Look." She showed him an intricate chart divided into sections labeled, Castle Secrets, Historical Information, Current Activities, and Suspicious Behavior. Under each heading, she'd begun listing relevant details from their conversations with portraits. "This is brilliant," Harry said, genuinely impressed. "But how do we keep track of which portraits are reliable?" "Already thought of that." Hermione pulled out another parchment showing a rough map of Hogwarts with portrait locations marked in different colors. Green for confirmed allies, red for those loyal to others, yellow for unknown. "We need to add Flamel to the allies list," Harry said, explaining his early morning discovery. He confirmed Malfoy's working on a vanishing cabinet that could create a passage between Hogwarts and Borgin and Berks. Hermione's eyes widened. "That's how he plans to let Death Eaters in." "Harry, we need to tell Dumbledore immediately." "The cabinet isn't working yet," Harry explained. "And Dumbledore already knows something's happening, the school's security has been increased. I think we should gather more information first." "Like what?" "Like when Malfoy plans to complete the repairs, who's waiting on the other end, and how it connects to what Blackwood and the Grey Lady told us about the Founders' Concord." Ron joined them, yawning widely. "What did I miss?" They quickly updated him on Harry's discovery while heading down to breakfast. Ron looked grim when Harry finished explaining about the vanishing cabinet. "That's proper dark, that is," he said as they took seats at the Gryffindor table. "Dad told me about those cabinets. They were regulated by the Ministry during the First War because Death Eaters used them to transport prisoners." "Exactly," Harry said, lowering his voice as more students arrived. "But we need to know more before we act. Like why Blackwood warned us about Malfoy, not for the reasons we think." Speaking of Blackwood, Hermione whispered, nodding toward the staff table. The defense professor sat conversing with Professor McGonagall, occasionally glancing toward the Gryffindor table. When she caught Harry looking, she gave a slight nod before returning to her conversation. "She's watching you," Ron muttered. "Creepy." "She wants something," Harry corrected. "The question is, what?" They didn't have long to discuss it, as the Morning Post arrived in a flurry of owls. Hermione received her usual daily prophet, scanning the headlines with a frown. "More disappearances," she reported. "And look, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor has been closed under mysterious circumstances." "Dad always said Fortescue knew a lot about medieval witch burnings," Ron commented. "Bit of a historian." Harry paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. A historian who knew about medieval magical history. That sounds relevant to our situation. Hermione nodded slowly. It could be. If Voldemort is searching for information about the Founders' Concord, he might be eliminating people with knowledge that could help or hinder him. They fell silent as Ginny joined them, and the conversation shifted to Quidditch tryouts scheduled for the weekend. Harry, as the new Gryffindor captain, felt a stab of guilt. He'd been so preoccupied with Malfoy and the portraits that he'd barely thought about his team. As they headed to their first class, Harry noticed Luna Lovegood standing alone in the corridor, apparently speaking to an empty wall. Curious, he approached while Ron and Hermione continued ahead. "Morning, Luna," he greeted. "Who are you talking to?" Luna turned, her protuberant eyes widening slightly. "Oh, hello, Harry. I was just chatting with Lady Witherspoon." She gestured to what Harry had thought was a blank wall but now noticed contained a small, easily overlooked portrait of an elderly witch. "You can see her?" Luna asked, looking intrigued. "Most people walk past without noticing. Lady Witherspoon says it's because they're too busy worrying about mundane things to appreciate the extraordinary." The portrait witch nodded vigorously. "Precisely, dear. Mr. Potter here has recently developed the ability to see beyond ordinary limitations, haven't you?" Harry tensed. "What do you mean?" "The voices," Luna said simply, as if discussing the weather. "You're hearing them too now, aren't you?" "The castle's thoughts," whispered through the portraits. Harry stared at her in shock. "How did you? I've always heard them," Luna shrugged. "Not as clearly as you seem to be hearing them now, but whispers, fragments. Father says it's because my mind is more open to the universe's invisible connections." For once, Mr. Lovegood's eccentric theories seemed plausible. Harry glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. "How do you handle it?" he asked quietly. "The constant voices?" "I imagine them as background music," Luna explained. "Like a wireless playing in another room. Sometimes I listen when it's interesting, but mostly I let it fade." That made surprising sense. "Does anyone else know you can hear them?" "No one's ever asked," Luna said with characteristic directness. "People generally don't ask me what I hear or see. They assume I'm making things up." Harry felt a wave of sympathy for Luna, who had endured years of mockery for perceiving things others couldn't, much like he was experiencing now. "I'd like to talk more about this," he said. "Maybe at lunch?" Luna smiled dreamily. "I'd like that, Harry. I'll bring my special quill that helps focus chaotic thoughts. You might find it useful." Throughout morning classes, Harry found Luna's advice surprisingly helpful. By imagining the portrait voices as distant music, he could function more normally while still catching important snippets when he chose to focus. During charms, while practicing nonverbal silencing charms, Harry overheard a portrait of a former Hogwarts healer mention something about Blackwood Consulting records from 1942. The same year the Chamber of Secrets was first opened by Tom Riddle. Coincidence? At lunch, Harry met Luna at the end of the Ravenclaw table, away from other students. "Here," Luna said, handing him what appeared to be a quill made from an iridescent feather. Phoenix feather core with dirigible plum extract. It helps organize thoughts when you write with it. "Thanks," Harry said, pocketing the unusual quill. "Luna, what exactly do you hear from the portraits?" Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "Fragments, mostly. Stronger near the older portraits. They talk about the castle's heartbeat, the ebb and flow of magic through the foundations. Sometimes they mention students from centuries ago as if they were still here." "Have you heard anything about the Founders' Concord?" Luna's eyes lit up. "The legendary repository of the Founders' combined knowledge?" "Yes, occasionally. Especially from the portraits near the library's restricted section. They say it contains magic beyond imagination, spells that can reshape reality itself." Harry leaned closer. "I think Voldemort's looking for it. And possibly Professor Blackwood too." That explains the raxperts around her, Luna nodded seriously. She's surrounded by temporal distortion aura. Very rare, except in people who work extensively with time magic. Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's unusual observations. We found Ravenclaw's hidden study yesterday, with something called a Tempest Pool. Does that sound familiar? Mother mentioned those in her research, Luna said, surprising Harry. She was an experimental spell researcher, you know. She believed time was more fluid than most wizards understand, more like a river with currents and eddies than a straight line. This conversation was proving more valuable than Harry had anticipated. Luna, would you help us? We're trying to find the other founder's hidden chambers. The Grey Lady gave us a clue about Hufflepuffs, something called the Heart Hearth, where warmth never fades. Luna considered this. That sounds like the eternal flame in the Hufflepuff common room. It's been burning continuously since the castle was built, according to their house traditions. You've been in the Hufflepuff common room? Harry asked, surprised. For pudding parties, Luna explained as if this were perfectly normal. Hannah Abbott invites me sometimes. The entrance is behind a stack of barrels near the kitchen corridor. You tap the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff on the middle barrel in the bottom row. This was exactly the kind of information Harry needed. Could you show me after classes today? Of course, Luna agreed. Though I should warn you, some portraits near the Hufflepuff entrance are particularly loyal to Professor Sprout. They might report our visit. We'll be careful, Harry promised. And Luna, thanks for understanding. About the voices. She smiled serenely. It's nice not to be the only one who hears things others don't. The afternoon passed slowly, with Harry dividing his attention between classes and filtering portrait conversations. By focusing on specific keywords, Malfoy, Cabinet, Founders, Blackwood, he began catching relevant information more efficiently. During Transfiguration, he heard a portrait of a previous headmistress mention seeing Blackwood examining the Hogwarts founding charter in Dumbledore's absence. In Herbology, a landscape painting with a tiny wizard tending magical plants whispered about strange magical surges beneath the Hufflepuff dormitories. After classes, Harry met Ron and Hermione in the library to update them before his meeting with Luna. She can hear the portraits too? Hermione asked, fascinated. That actually makes sense, Luna's always seemed more attuned to magical phenomena others miss. And she knows how to get into the Hufflepuff common room, Harry added. We're going to check it out this evening. We'll come with you, Ron said immediately. Harry shook his head. Too many people might attract attention. Besides, I need you two working on different angles. Hermione, can you research the chrono-collectivists more thoroughly? And Ron, yeah. I need you to start thinking strategically about all this information, Harry said. You're better at seeing patterns than either of us. Like wizard's chess, seeing several moves ahead. Ron looked surprised but pleased at being given a specific role that utilized his strengths. I'll start organizing what we know so far, he agreed. Maybe make a timeline of Malfoy's activities, Blackwood's interests, and anything connected to the Founders' Concord. Perfect, Harry said. Let's meet in the Room of Requirement tonight after dinner. We can use it as our headquarters without worrying about being overheard. Just make sure you specify a different configuration than Malfoy uses, Hermione warned. We don't want to accidentally walk in on him. After agreeing on a meeting time, Harry left to find Luna waiting by the entrance hall. Ready? She asked dreamily. I've brought dirigible plum juice to enhance our perception. The Hufflepuff Guardian is quite stubborn about non-house members. Harry eyed the small vial of orange liquid she offered. Thanks, but I think I'll manage without. Luna shrugged and pocketed the vial as they made their way toward the kitchen corridor. The hallway leading to the Hufflepuff entrance was decorated with cheerful paintings of food and countryside scenes. Harry noticed Luna nodding to several portraits as if greeting old friends. This one, Luna whispered, pointing to a painting of an apple orchard with a barely visible figure tending the trees. Henrietta Huffleton. She's been watching this corridor since 1637 and knows every secret passage to the kitchens. Harry peered closer, seeing the tiny figure wave. "Hello, Henrietta," he said quietly. "We're looking for the hearth." The painted figure gestured enthusiastically toward a stack of barrels against the wall. "Tap Helga Hufflepuff on the middle barrel," she whispered. "But be warned, tap the wrong rhythm and you'll be doused in vinegar." Following Luna's lead, Harry watched as she demonstrated the rhythm: tap tap, tap tap tap, tap tap. The lid of the middle barrel swung open, revealing a rounded earthen passage. "We crawl through here," Luna explained, already climbing in. "It's quite cozy." The passage sloped gently upward, lined with warm copper lamps. After a short crawl, they emerged into the Hufflepuff common room, a round, earthy space with circular windows showing dandelions and grass outside. Yellow hangings and burnished copper adorned the walls, while comfortable-looking sofas and armchairs upholstered in yellow and black clustered around a large stone fireplace. The room was mostly empty, with just a few younger students studying at the tables. They looked up in surprise at the non-Hufflepuff visitors. "Hello," Luna greeted them. "We're just visiting your hearth. Educational research." Before the bewildered students could object, Luna led Harry toward the large fireplace. Unlike the fires in other house common rooms, this hearth contained a flame that burned with an unusual golden-white color, giving off warmth without smoke. "The eternal flame," Luna explained. "According to Hufflepuff tradition, it was lit by Helga herself and has never gone out." Harry approached the hearth cautiously. As he drew closer, he felt an unusual sensation. Beyond the physical warmth, the flame seemed to emanate a feeling of comfort and welcome. "What do you feel?" Luna asked, watching him curiously. "It's strange," Harry admitted. "Almost like belonging. Like coming home after being away for a long time." Luna nodded. "That's what everyone says." Helga Hufflepuff believed in creating a place where everyone felt accepted, regardless of talent or background. The flame embodies that principle. Harry studied the hearth more carefully. The stonework around the fireplace featured intricate carvings of badgers, plants, and what appeared to be food, Hufflepuff's famous hospitality represented in stone. "There must be more to it," Harry murmured. The Grey Lady said this was one of the Founder's chambers, like Ravenclaw's study. Luna knelt beside the hearth, examining the carvings. "Look at this pattern," she said, tracing a sequence of badgers that appeared to be digging. "It's not decorative, it's instructions." Harry joined her. The carved badgers did seem to be demonstrating something, digging in a specific location beneath the hearth. "I think we need to." Harry began, but was interrupted by an outraged voice from behind them. "What are you doing in our common room?" They turned to find Ernie Macmillan standing with hands on hips, prefect badge gleaming. Behind him, several other Hufflepuffs watched suspiciously. "Hello, Ernie," Harry said, thinking quickly. "Luna was just showing me your common room. It's brilliant." "That doesn't explain why you're examining our fireplace like you plan to dismantle it," Ernie replied, not mollified. Luna stood up, brushing off her robes. "We're researching the Founder's magical innovations," she said truthfully, if incompletely. "Each house contains unique magic created by its founder." Ernie's expression softened slightly. "Well, you should have asked permission. Hufflepuff House welcomes visitors, but we expect courtesy." "You're absolutely right," Harry agreed. "Sorry about that. We'll go." As they turned to leave, Harry whispered to Luna, "We'll need to come back later, maybe after everyone's asleep." She nodded. The badger sequence shows digging at the northeast corner of the hearth, where that larger badger carving sits. They crawled back through the barrel passage, emerging in the kitchen corridor just as Professor Sprout rounded the corner. "Potter? Lovegood? What are you doing near the Hufflepuff entrance?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Just visiting the kitchens, Professor," Harry said quickly. "Dobby promised to show me how they make treacle tart." Sprout looked skeptical but nodded. Very well. Though I suggest using the main kitchen entrance rather than loitering in this corridor. After she'd gone, Luna turned to Harry. The portraits will have heard everything. We should be careful about discussing our discoveries in the corridors. Harry nodded. Let's head to the room of requirement. Ron and Hermione will be waiting. As they walked, Harry noticed Luna occasionally tilting her head as if listening to something he couldn't hear. What are they saying? He asked quietly. The castle is worried, Luna replied. The portraits near the foundation stones sense instability in the magic. Something's changing in the school's core enchantments. That sounded ominous. Is it dangerous? Not yet, Luna said. But growing. Like ripples spreading from a stone dropped in water. When they reached the 7th floor, Harry paced before the blank wall, focusing clearly. We need a place to meet secretly, to plan and organize information about the castle. A door appeared, different from the one leading to Malfoy's hiding place. Inside, they found a comfortable room with a large round table surrounded by chairs. Bookshelves lined the walls, while a huge blank parchment covered one wall, apparently for mapping information. Ron and Hermione were already waiting, surrounded by books and notes. You'll never believe what I found, Hermione said excitedly, holding up an ancient tome. A reference to the chrono-collectivists in secret societies of the 17th century. They were founded after the International Statute of Secrecy to preserve magical knowledge deemed too dangerous for general access. Like what? Harry asked, taking a seat at the table. Reality manipulation, consciousness transference, soul magic. Hermione listed. Exactly the kind of magic Voldemort might be interested in. That fits with what Blackwood told us, Harry agreed. She said they safeguard knowledge too dangerous for anyone to use. But here's the interesting part, Hermione continued. The collectivists had a major schism around 1927. One faction believed dangerous knowledge should be destroyed completely, while the other, the faction that retained the name chrono-collectivists, believed in preservation and controlled study. So Blackwood's group keeps dangerous magic locked away but still studies it, Harry concluded. That could explain her interest in the Founders' Concord. Ron spread out a parchment covered in his untidy handwriting. I've been tracking patterns in what we know. Look at this timeline. He'd created a chronological record of events starting with Tom Riddle's time at Hogwarts, through the first opening of the Chamber of Secrets, and into recent events with Malfoy and Blackwood. See this? Ron pointed to a sequence of dates. Riddle was researching the Founders' Concord in his 5th year, right before he opened the Chamber of Secrets. Now Malfoy's working on the Vanishing Cabinet while Blackwood's investigating the same Founder secrets. You think they're connected? Harry asked, impressed by Ron's analysis. Has to be, Ron insisted. What if opening the chamber wasn't just about releasing the basilisk? What if it was part of accessing the Founders' Concord? Slytherin's chamber is one of the 4 Founder locations, right? Luna nodded approvingly. That makes sense. The 4 chambers contain the essence of each Founder's magic. Accessing them in sequence could be necessary to reveal the Concord. Which means Voldemort might have already accessed 2 chambers, Hermione realized. The Chamber of Secrets and possibly Ravenclaw's study, if he found it during his time at Hogwarts. And now he's sending Malfoy to help finish the job, Harry added. But how does the Vanishing Cabinet fit in? Transportation, Ron suggested. If Voldemort needs to be physically present to access the Concord, but can't enter Hogwarts directly because of the security measures. He needs a back door, Harry finished grimly. And Malfoy's providing one. Luna had moved to the wall parchment and begun sketching a map of Hogwarts, marking the locations of the Founders' chambers they knew about. We've confirmed Ravenclaw's study beneath the Great Hall, she said, marking it with a blue dot. And Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets here. A green dot appeared beneath Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hufflepuff's hearth is likely connected to the Eternal Flame, Harry added, explaining what they'd discovered. Luna marked it with a yellow dot. That leaves Gryffindor's armory, Hermione said. Any ideas where that might be? They all looked at each other blankly. I might know someone who would, Harry said slowly. The portrait of Sir Cadogan. He's obsessed with weapons and battle, and he's been in the castle since the Founders' era. Worth a try, Ron agreed. Though that portrait's mental, if you ask me. I'll talk to him tomorrow, Harry decided. For now, let's focus on what we know about the Hearth. Luna and I need to go back tonight to investigate the badger carvings. I've been thinking about that, Hermione said hesitantly. Harry, you've entered the Chamber of Secrets, and we've all been in Ravenclaw's study. What if the chambers respond differently depending on who enters them? What do you mean? Well, Slytherin's heir could control the chamber, right? What if each Founder's chamber requires someone with particular traits to fully activate it? Someone who embodies that Founder's values? Harry considered this. So for Hufflepuff's chamber, we might need a Hufflepuff. Someone loyal and hardworking? Possibly, Hermione agreed. Though I'm not sure how we'd convince a Hufflepuff to help without explaining everything. Neville, Luna suggested unexpectedly. He exemplifies Hufflepuff traits, even though he's in Gryffindor. Loyal, hardworking, kind. That's actually brilliant, Ron said, looking at Luna with new respect. Neville's proven himself trustworthy, and he fought with us at the Ministry. And we wouldn't need to tell him everything, Harry added. Just enough to get his help with the Hearth. They continued strategizing until dinner time, developing plans to investigate each Founder's chamber while monitoring both Malfoy and Blackwood. As they prepared to leave, Harry noticed Luna adding another mark to her map, a question mark at the center of the castle where the 4 chamber locations converged. You think that's where the Concord is hidden? He asked. Luna nodded. The magical convergence point. Where 4 become 1. The great hall buzzed with usual dinner chatter, but Harry found himself more attuned to the portrait conversations around the room. Blackwood asked specifically about the South Tower artifacts, Malfoy boy looking ill again today, dark circles under his eyes, heard the headmaster telling McGonagall he'd be absent again tomorrow night. That last bit caught Harry's attention. Dumbledore leaving the castle again? He glanced at the staff table, noticing the headmaster's absence. Beside his empty chair, Professors McGonagall and Blackwood were engaged in what appeared to be an intense conversation. Halfway through dinner, Neville joined them, looking pleased about something. Professor Sprout says my Mimbulus Mimbletonia is ready for propagation, he explained excitedly. First time anyone successfully bred one at Hogwarts. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. This might be the perfect opening. That's brilliant, Neville, Harry said sincerely. Listen, we could use your help with something related to magical plants, actually. Are you free after dinner? Neville looked surprised but nodded eagerly. Course, Harry. What kind of plants? It's a bit complicated to explain here, Harry said. Meet us in the entrance hall after dinner. After Neville agreed, Hermione whispered, Are you sure about this? We need someone with Hufflepuff qualities, Harry replied quietly. And Neville's proven himself repeatedly. I trust him. When dinner concluded, they met Neville as planned, along with Luna who drifted over from the Ravenclaw table. So what's this about magical plants? Neville asked as they moved away from the crowds. Harry led them to a quiet corridor before explaining. It's not exactly about plants, Neville. We're researching something about the Founders, and we need someone with particular qualities to help access a hidden chamber. Neville's expression grew uncertain. What kind of qualities? Loyalty, hard work, fairness, Harry listed. Hufflepuff traits. But I'm in Gryffindor, Neville pointed out, confused. Houses aren't absolute, Neville, Luna said dreamily. You have the heart of a lion but the soul of a badger. The hat considers our choices, but we contain multitudes. Neville looked bewildered but oddly touched. So what exactly do you need me to do? Help us access something called the Heart Hearth in the Hufflepuff common room, Harry explained. It's connected to one of Helga Hufflepuff's secrets. To his credit, Neville didn't immediately question why they were investigating Founder's secrets or breaking into another house's common room. Instead, he asked practical questions about what they'd discovered so far and what they suspected they might find. Okay, he said finally. I'll help. But if it's dangerous, we stop, right? Absolutely, Harry promised, relieved by Neville's straightforward acceptance. Their plan was simple: wait until after curfew, then use Harry's invisibility cloak to reach the Hufflepuff entrance. Neville and Luna would enter first, as they were less likely to trigger any defensive magic, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited outside. The hours until curfew dragged by. Harry used the time to work on his defense against the dark arts essay, though his mind kept wandering to the mysteries they were unraveling. Around the common room, portrait voices murmured in the background, most too mundane to be interesting, though Harry occasionally caught snippets about staff movements or student activities. Just before curfew, one particular voice cut through clearly, a stern-looking witch in Tudor clothing whose portrait hung near the fireplace. "Potter," she called softly. "A moment." Harry approached, curious. "Yes. I was Gryffindor head of house in 1546, she explained without preamble. During my tenure, I catalogued various secret passages and chambers within Hogwarts, including what you seek, Gryffindor's armory. Harry's pulse quickened. You know where it is? Behind the tapestry of Godric's final duel, 7th floor, North Corridor. The entrance will open to one who demonstrates true courage, not recklessness, mind you, but moral courage. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. May I ask your name? Professor Edessa Greenwood, the portrait replied with a slight bow. I've been watching you, Mr. Potter. Unlike many, I believe the castle chose wisely in granting you access to its secrets. Before Harry could ask what she meant by the castle choosing him, the portrait appeared to fall asleep, conversation clearly over. At 11:30, Harry met Ron and Hermione in the common room, all three dressed in dark clothes for their nighttime excursion. The invisibility cloak wouldn't cover all of them, so they'd have to rely on stealth and the Marauder's map to avoid detection. I just got a tip about Gryffindor's armory, Harry whispered, showing them the updated map location. From a former head of house portrait. That's all 4 chambers, Hermione said excitedly. If we can access the Heart Hearth tonight. Let's focus on one chamber at a time, Ron suggested practically. Neville and Luna will be waiting. They made their way through the castle carefully, consulting the Marauder's map to avoid Filch and the patrolling prefects. As they neared the kitchen corridor, Harry spotted Neville and Luna already waiting by the barrel entrance. Any problems? Harry asked as they approached. Neville shook his head. Quiet so far. Luna says the portraits in this corridor are friendly. Luna nodded dreamily. They're curious, not suspicious. I've explained we're on a scholarly mission. Harry checked the map again. Coast is clear. Let's go. Luna demonstrated the barrel tapping sequence for Neville, who repeated it perfectly. The passage opened, and Neville and Luna crawled through, followed by the others once they confirmed the common room was empty. The Hufflepuff common room looked different at night. The eternal flame in the hearth cast a warm, golden glow across the room, creating dancing shadows among the plants that hung from the ceiling. Without the bustle of students, the space felt ancient and solemn, as if the weight of 1,000 years pressed gently around them. It feels, aware, Neville whispered as they approached the hearth. Like the room is watching us. Harry knew exactly what he meant. Since developing his portrait hearing ability, he'd become increasingly sensitive to the castle's moods and awareness. Tonight, the Hufflepuff common room felt expectant, as if it had been waiting for them. Luna knelt beside the hearth, examining the badger carvings they'd noticed earlier. Look here, she said, pointing to a sequence showing badgers digging. It's instructions. Neville joined her, studying the carvings with surprising expertise. "It's showing how to access something beneath the northeast corner stone," he agreed. "See how the badgers are working together. I think it needs cooperative magic." "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "Multiple people casting together," Hermione realized. Hufflepuff valued cooperation and community. Her chamber would likely require people working in harmony, not a single person acting alone. Neville nodded. "I think we need to simultaneously cast a revealing charm on this cornerstone while someone tends the flame." Luna removed her wand. "I'll tend the flame. Neville should lead the revealing charm since he has the strongest Hufflepuff affinity." They positioned themselves around the hearth, Neville at the northeast corner with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, while Luna knelt before the flame itself. Following Neville's lead, they aimed their wands at the cornerstone with the badger carving. "On 3, Neville whispered. 1, 2, 3, Revelio," they cast together, while Luna murmured something to the flame, which flared brighter in response. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the cornerstone began to glow with a soft yellow light, and the badger carving seemed to come alive, scratching at the stone floor. With a low grinding sound, the entire northeast corner of the hearth receded into the floor, revealing a narrow staircase descending into warm, golden light. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. It worked. Neville looked as surprised as anyone. "Should we go down?" "You and Luna first," Harry suggested. "Since you opened it." Neville nodded, gathering his courage, and led the way down the stairs with Luna following serenely behind. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged excited glances before descending after them. The staircase led to a round chamber perhaps 20 feet in diameter, with walls of packed earth reinforced by copper and wood beams. The room was illuminated by the same golden flame as the common room hearth above, though here it burned in multiple copper braziers around the perimeter. But it was the center of the room that drew everyone's attention. A large circular table occupied the middle of the chamber, surrounded by comfortable chairs. The table's surface appeared to be a miniature garden, actual soil with living plants growing in intricate patterns. Tiny streams of water flowed between the plantings, while minuscule creatures, insects, worms, and small mammals no bigger than a fingertip, moved purposefully through the ecosystem. "It's a perfect microcosm," Neville whispered in awe, approaching the table. "Every plant, every creature working together in harmony. Nothing wasted, nothing unnecessary." Luna nodded. Helga Hufflepuff believed nature demonstrated the ideal community, each member contributing according to its abilities for the benefit of all. Around the room's edges stood shelves containing hundreds of clay pots, glass jars, and copper containers. Labels in faded ink identified various seeds, soil samples, and plant extracts. "These must be Hufflepuff's original specimens," Hermione said, examining the shelves. "Some of these plants are extinct now." "Not extinct," Neville corrected, pointing to the living garden on the table. "Preserved here, in continuous growth for 1,000 years." Harry approached the table, noticing something they'd overlooked, a small golden cup positioned at what appeared to be the northern point of the garden. It was a simple drinking vessel made of gleaming gold with 2 finely wrought handles and a badger engraved on the side. "That's Hufflepuff's cup," Hermione gasped, joining him. "It's supposed to be lost." "Not lost," Luna said. "Just waiting in its proper place." Neville reached toward the cup, then hesitated. "Should we take it?" "I don't think so," Harry said slowly. "Remember what the Grey Lady said, we don't need the physical artifacts, just their essences contained within the Founder's chambers. So we just need to acknowledge it. Activate it somehow?" Ron asked, confused. Luna stepped forward. "May I try something?" At Harry's nod, she approached the cup and bowed slightly. "We come seeking knowledge to protect Hogwarts," she said clearly. "Not for power or glory, but to preserve what the Founders built." The cup began to glow with the same golden light as the flames. Slowly, it levitated a few inches above the table, turning gently in the air. As it rotated, the badger engraving seemed to come alive, moving across the cup's surface. A warm, melodious voice filled the chamber, not spoken aloud, but somehow resonating directly in their minds: "The loyal heart and honest labor shall reveal the earth's bounty. Hufflepuff's essence acknowledges your purpose." The cup settled back onto the table, but now a soft golden thread of light extended from it toward the ceiling, disappearing into the stonework. "I think it worked," Harry said, excitement building. "That must be Hufflepuff's contribution to the Concord, a connection forming." "2 down, 2 to go," Ron counted. "Slytherin's chamber and Hufflepuff's hearth. We still need to access Ravenclaw's study properly and find Gryffindor's armory." Hermione was making notes of everything they'd seen. "The cup is different from Slytherin's chamber," she observed. "The basilisk was a guardian, a danger to overcome. This is nurturing, cooperative." "Different values, different challenges," Neville agreed, still examining the miniature ecosystem with professional interest. Hufflepuff wasn't about tests or obstacles. She believed in growth and working together. As they explored the chamber further, Harry found himself drawn to a section of wall covered in what appeared to be children's handprints pressed into the clay. Hundreds of them, varying in size, overlapping through centuries. "Students," Luna explained, noticing his interest. Hufflepuff invited children from all houses to contribute to her garden. Each handprint represents a student who helped tend the plants, regardless of house affiliation. So unlike Slytherin, who restricted his chamber to his own descendants, Hufflepuff wanted everyone involved, Harry said thoughtfully. "That fits what we know about them." Neville had discovered a small journal tucked among the plant specimens. "Listen to this," he called excitedly. "The true power lies not in the cup itself, but in what it represents. That magic, like nature, thrives through cooperation and nurturing. The Concord will reveal itself when all 4 essences acknowledge a common purpose." "That confirms we need to activate all 4 chambers," Hermione said, adding this to her notes. "But I'm concerned about timing. If Voldemort is seeking the same goal." "We need to move quickly," Harry agreed. "Let's try to access Ravenclaw's study properly tomorrow, then find Gryffindor's armory." After ensuring they'd discovered everything important in the hearth, they reluctantly prepared to leave. Before departing, Neville pressed his hand to the wall alongside the centuries of handprints, adding his own mark to Hufflepuff's legacy. Back in the common room, they carefully closed the chamber entrance, watching as the cornerstone shifted back into place, the badger carving once again becoming motionless. "Thank you for including me," Neville said as they prepared to leave the Hufflepuff common room. "This was, well, amazing." "You were essential," Harry told him honestly. "We couldn't have accessed the hearth without you." Luna nodded. "Your connection to growing things made Helga's magic respond. The castle recognizes kindred spirits." They moved cautiously through the castle, returning Neville to Gryffindor Tower before Luna headed toward Ravenclaw. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lingered in the common room, too wired from their discovery to sleep. "This is bigger than we thought," Hermione said quietly. "These founder chambers contain incredible magic that's been hidden for centuries. If Voldemort accesses the Concord." "He won't," Harry said firmly. "We're going to find it first." "There's something I don't understand," Ron said, frowning. "If the Chamber of Secrets counts as activating Slytherin's part of the Concord, and you already opened that years ago, why hasn't Voldemort made more progress? Why is he only acting now?" It was a good question. "Maybe he didn't understand the connection back then," Harry suggested. "Or maybe just opening the chamber isn't enough, we might need to go back and do something specific, like we did with Hufflepuff's cup. Or maybe he's been working on this all along, and we're only just catching up," Hermione said soberly. "We need to talk to Dumbledore." "He's leaving the castle tomorrow night," Harry reminded them. "We'll have to catch him before he goes." That night, Harry's dreams were filled with whispering portraits and hidden chambers. He saw Malfoy working feverishly on the vanishing cabinet, Blackwood examining ancient texts by wandlight, and a shadowy figure that could only be Voldemort, moving through familiar corridors toward a central chamber where 4 golden threads of light converged. He woke early, his scar prickling uncomfortably. The dormitory was quiet except for the usual snores and breathing of his roommates. Checking his watch, Harry saw it was barely 5 o'clock, but he knew he wouldn't get back to sleep. Quietly retrieving the Marauder's map, he whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and scanned the castle. Most dots remained in dormitories, though he spotted Filch patrolling the 3rd floor and several house elves moving through the kitchens. Then he noticed something odd. Professor Blackwood's dot wasn't in her quarters, but moving purposefully through the 7th floor corridor near the room of requirement. As Harry watched, her dot stopped precisely where the room's entrance would appear. Was she trying to access Malfoy's hiding place? Or did she know about their meeting there yesterday? Harry dressed quickly and slipped out of the dormitory, determined to discover what Blackwood was up to. The corridors were silent and grey with pre-dawn light as he made his way toward the 7th floor, keeping to shadows and checking the map frequently. When he reached the corridor containing the room of requirement, Harry slowed, listening carefully. He could hear soft footsteps and what sounded like muttering coming from around the corner. Pressing himself against the wall, Harry peered cautiously around the corner. Blackwood stood before the blank wall where the room's entrance appeared, pacing back and forth with intense concentration. Her lips moved as if repeating a specific phrase, but the room's door wasn't materializing. "Why won't you reveal yourself?" she muttered, frustration evident. "I know you're there." Harry realized she must be trying to access the same configuration Malfoy used, but couldn't match his exact wording or intent. The room of requirement was notoriously particular about such details. As he watched, Blackwood stopped pacing and removed something from her robes, a small, silver device that resembled a complicated pocket watch. She held it up to the wall, and it began to emit a soft blue light that pulsed rhythmically. "Temporal fluctuations consistent with pocket dimension," she murmured, making notes in a small journal. "Stronger than yesterday. The connection is stabilizing." She was monitoring Malfoy's progress with the vanishing cabinet. Harry realized she must know exactly what Malfoy was doing, possibly even why. But was she working to help him or stop him? Suddenly, Blackwood stiffened and turned toward Harry's hiding spot. "You might as well come out, Mr. Potter. Your disillusionment needs work." Harry froze. He wasn't using a disillusionment charm, he was simply standing in shadows. How had she sensed him? Deciding honesty might be his best approach, Harry stepped into view. "Good morning, Professor. Early start." Blackwood's expression revealed nothing as she pocketed the silver device. "As is yours. Curious about my activities?" "Just taking a walk," Harry lied. "Couldn't sleep." "Indeed." Her tone made clear she didn't believe him. "And your walk happened to bring you to this specific corridor, where Mr. Malfoy has been conducting his repairs. So she definitely knew about the cabinet. What's Malfoy doing in there?" Harry asked directly, abandoning pretense. "You know, don't you?" Blackwood studied him for a moment before responding. "Creating a pathway. One that could have catastrophic consequences if completed incorrectly. For Death Eaters to enter Hogwarts," Harry pressed. "That's what Draco believes is his purpose," Blackwood agreed. "The reality is more complex." "What does that mean?" Instead of answering directly, Blackwood changed the subject. "You've been busy, Mr. Potter. Accessing Hufflepuff's Hearth last night was particularly impressive. The chamber hasn't been opened in over 50 years. Harry tensed. How did she know about their nighttime activities? "The portraits," he realized aloud. "They reported to you." "Some did," Blackwood acknowledged. "Others report to different interested parties. The castle's network of observation is complex and faction-ridden, much like the wizarding world itself." She took a step closer, her expression becoming more intense. You're racing toward the Founder's Concord, Mr. Potter, without fully understanding the consequences. The 4 chambers, once activated in sequence, create a magical resonance that can alter Hogwarts itself. That's what Voldemort wants, Harry said. To control the castle's magic. Not control, Blackwood corrected. Bind. Lord Voldemort seeks to bind his soul to Hogwarts, to become one with the castle's growing consciousness. To make himself, quite literally, immortal and immovable. The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. He wants to become Hogwarts. In a sense. The castle has developed a form of consciousness over the centuries, as you've discovered through your connection to the portraits. Voldemort intends to overwrite that consciousness with his own, gaining control of the castle's ancient magic while securing himself inside a nearly indestructible magical fortress. And the vanishing cabinet? A necessary component, Blackwood explained. The binding ritual requires an object that creates a connection between spaces, a magical doorway that Voldemort can use to project his consciousness into the castle's heart. Harry's mind raced. But you're monitoring it. Are you helping Malfoy or trying to stop him? Neither, at present, Blackwood said. I'm observing. The cabinet's magic is unstable, rushing to disable it could create a tear in space-time that would be far more dangerous than a temporary entrance for Death Eaters. So you're just going to let them in? Harry demanded incredulously. No, Mr. Potter. I'm going to ensure the cabinet functions correctly, then neutralize it at the optimal moment, after it's tested but before it can be used for a full invasion. She checked her silver pocket watch. Which gives us approximately 3 days, based on Mr. Malfoy's progress. Harry wasn't sure whether to believe her. Why are you telling me this? Because you've proven more capable than anticipated, Blackwood replied. Your connection to the castle, your ability to access the Founder's chambers, you've become a variable I hadn't accounted for. She began pacing again, but now her movements seemed less frustrated and more calculated. The chrono-collectivists have monitored the Founder's Concord for centuries, ensuring it remained dormant. Now that it's awakening, we face a critical juncture. Because of what Voldemort plans to do with it, Harry guessed. Partly, Blackwood agreed. But also because of you, Mr. Potter. The castle has chosen you as its advocate, its defender against Voldemort's attempted possession. That changes the nature of our intervention. Harry remembered the portrait of Professor Greenwood saying something similar, that the castle had chosen him. What does that mean, exactly? The castle choosing me? Hogwarts' developing consciousness recognizes threats and allies. It's granted you access to its memory network, the portraits, and responsive entrance to the Founder's chambers. These are not coincidences. She stopped pacing and faced Harry directly. I propose a limited alliance, Mr. Potter. Continue your exploration of the Founder's chambers. Complete the sequence. But consult with me before attempting to access the Concord itself. Harry hesitated. How do I know I can trust you? You don't, Blackwood said bluntly. Trust must be earned. But consider, if I wished to stop you, I could have reported your nighttime activities to the headmaster or other professors. Instead, I'm offering assistance. What kind of assistance? Information. Protection from those who might interfere. And this. She removed a small golden key from her pocket and held it out. For Ravenclaw's Tempest Pool. You'll need it to properly activate the study's connection to the Concord. Harry accepted the key cautiously. What does it do? It allows controlled viewing of time streams without the risks of direct contact. Necessary for the ritual acknowledgement. She checked her watch again. Dawn approaches. We should continue this discussion later, when your friends can participate. The room of requirement, perhaps. 8 o'clock tonight. Before Harry could agree or refuse, Blackwood turned and walked away, her footsteps unnaturally quiet on the stone floor. At the end of the corridor, she paused. One last thing, Mr. Potter. Beware of portraits near the headmaster's office. They report everything they see and hear, and not all are loyal to Dumbledore alone. With that cryptic warning, she disappeared around the corner, leaving Harry holding the small golden key and wondering if he'd just made a deal with an ally or another enemy. By the time Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, other students were beginning to stir. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, looking concerned. "Where have you been?" Hermione demanded. "We checked your bed and you were gone." "Saw Blackwood on the map," Harry explained quickly. "She was examining the room of requirement. I followed her." He told them everything Blackwood had revealed, Voldemort's plan to bind himself to Hogwarts, the Vanishing Cabinet's role, and her proposed alliance. "This is mental," Ron said when Harry finished. "Voldemort wants to become Hogwarts itself." "It makes a twisted kind of sense," Hermione admitted. "The castle contains ancient magic, protective enchantments accumulated over centuries. If he could harness that. And Blackwood just handed over this key?" Ron asked skeptically, examining the small golden object. "Seems suspicious." "Everything about her is suspicious," Harry agreed. "But what she said about the castle choosing me makes sense. How else do you explain my sudden ability to hear portraits? Or the way the Founder's chambers open for us?" "We should still talk to Dumbledore," Hermione insisted. "Before meeting with Blackwood tonight." Harry nodded. "We'll try to catch him after breakfast. The portrait said he's leaving the castle tonight." They headed down to breakfast together, Harry keeping his ears open for any useful portrait conversations. In the entrance hall, he caught snippets about Dumbledore being in his office already, despite the early hour. The Great Hall was half empty, most students taking advantage of Saturday morning to sleep in. Harry spotted Luna at the Ravenclaw table and waved her over to join them. "Morning," she said dreamily, sliding onto the bench. "The Nargles are particularly active today. Signs of shifting magic in the castle foundations." Harry had learned to translate Lunaspeak well enough to understand she was sensing the same magical disturbances the portraits had mentioned. "We need to talk after breakfast," he said quietly. "Found out some important information this morning." Luna nodded. "I had a dream about the Ravenclaw diadem. It's closer than anyone realizes." Before Harry could ask what she meant, Professor McGonagall approached their table. "Potter, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office immediately. The password is still, acid pops. Can Ron and Hermione come too?" Harry asked. "It's important." McGonagall looked as if she might refuse, then nodded curtly. "Very well. But do not keep the headmaster long, he has travel preparations to complete." As they left the Great Hall, Luna whispered, "I'll check on the room of hidden things. The diadem feels restless." Harry wasn't entirely sure what she meant, but nodded gratefully as they parted ways. The walk to Dumbledore's office was quick, the corridors still relatively empty. Harry noticed the portraits watching them with unusual interest, remembering Blackwood's warning about those near the headmaster's office reporting everything they heard. "Acid pops," he told the stone gargoyle, which leapt aside to reveal the spiral staircase. As they ascended, Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione, "Be careful what you say in front of the portraits." Dumbledore sat behind his desk when they entered, examining a collection of small silver instruments. He looked up with mild surprise at seeing all three of them. "Harry, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Good morning." He gestured to the chairs before his desk. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this group visit?" Harry took a deep breath. "Professor, we need to tell you about something we've discovered. It's about Voldemort's plans for Hogwarts." Dumbledore's expression sharpened. "Indeed? Please continue." Carefully, Harry explained about his ability to hear portrait thoughts, the discovery of Ravenclaw's study and Hufflepuff's hearth, and their growing understanding of the Founder's Concord. He mentioned Malfoy's work on the Vanishing Cabinet but, heeding Blackwood's warning, didn't directly reference his morning conversation with her. Instead, He framed it as discoveries from portrait conversations and their own research. We think Voldemort is trying to bind himself to Hogwarts itself, to merge with the castle's magic using the Founder's Concord. Throughout the explanation, Dumbledore listened without interruption, his fingers steepled before him. When Harry finished, he remained silent for several long moments. "You have been remarkably thorough in your investigations," he finally said. "And correct in many of your conclusions. The Founder's Concord is indeed real, and Voldemort has sought it since his school days." "So you knew?" Hermione asked, unable to hide her surprise. "About the Concord, yes. About Harry's newfound ability to communicate with portraits, no, that is a fascinating development." Dumbledore turned to Harry. "When precisely did this ability manifest?" "The welcome feast," Harry answered. "It started suddenly, like a flood of voices in my head." "Interesting timing," Dumbledore murmured. "Just as Professor Blackwood arrived at Hogwarts." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. "Do you think she caused it somehow?" "Not intentionally, perhaps," Dumbledore said carefully. "But her presence may have been a catalyst. Artemis Blackwood has extensive experience with temporal magic and its effects on consciousness. Her arrival at Hogwarts, combined with your unique connection to Voldemort and the castle's own growing awareness, may have created unexpected resonances." "Professor," Hermione asked hesitantly, "what exactly is the Founder's Concord?" "Every source describes it differently." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Because it is different things to different seekers, Miss Granger. In its simplest form, the Concord is a magical nexus created by the four Founders, a concentration of their combined power and knowledge, hidden within Hogwarts until needed. But Voldemort wants to use it to bind himself to the castle," Harry pressed. "To become immortal by merging with Hogwarts itself." "That appears to be his current plan," yes, Dumbledore agreed. "Though I suspect his understanding of the Concord is incomplete. The Founders were not fools, they built safeguards into their creation." "Like what?" Ron asked. "The chambers must be accessed in a specific sequence by those embodying the Founder's values," Dumbledore explained. "And the Concord itself responds to intention. It was created to protect Hogwarts, not to serve individual ambition." Harry felt a surge of hope. So even if Voldemort accessed all four chambers, the Concord might reject his attempt to bind with it, Dumbledore confirmed. "However, we cannot rely on that possibility alone. Voldemort's magic is powerful and corrupting. He might find ways to overcome the Founder's safeguards." "What should we do?" Harry asked. Dumbledore considered for a moment. "Continue your exploration of the Founder's chambers. The castle has clearly chosen to reveal these secrets to you, Harry. That is significant." "Professor Blackwood said something similar," Harry admitted. "About the castle choosing me as its advocate against Voldemort." A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. "Professor Blackwood has spoken to you about this?" "She knows we've been accessing the chambers," Harry said. "She claims to want to help prevent Voldemort from binding to Hogwarts." "I see." Dumbledore's tone was neutral, but Harry sensed concern beneath it. "Professor Blackwood's goals may align with ours regarding Voldemort, but the chrono-collectivists have their own agenda concerning magical knowledge. Exercise caution in your dealings with her." "Do you trust her?" Hermione asked directly. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I trust her expertise and her opposition to Voldemort. Beyond that, let us say I remain vigilant." He stood, signaling the meeting was nearing its end. "I must leave Hogwarts tonight on urgent business. While I am gone, continue your research, but exercise extreme caution. Do not attempt to access the Concord itself until I return." "What about Malfoy and the Vanishing Cabinet?" Harry asked, frustrated by Dumbledore's apparent lack of concern. "That situation is being monitored," Dumbledore assured him. "The cabinet presents less immediate danger than you might think, as it is not yet fully functional. When I return, we will address that threat directly." Harry wasn't satisfied but recognized the dismissal. As they turned to leave, Dumbledore added, "One more thing, Harry. The ability you've developed, hearing the portraits, is remarkable but potentially overwhelming. I suggest speaking with Professor McGonagall about mental organization techniques. She is quite skilled in that area." "Yes, sir," Harry agreed, though he was already managing the voices better on his own. As they descended the spiral staircase, Hermione whispered, "He knows more than he's telling us. Doesn't he always?" Ron muttered. Harry nodded absently, mind racing. Dumbledore hadn't seemed surprised by most of their discoveries, which suggested he'd known about the Founder's Concord and Voldemort's interest in it for some time. Yet he hadn't shared this information, even knowing about the prophecy and Harry's connection to Voldemort. "At least he didn't tell us to stop," Harry pointed out as they exited the corridor. "And he basically confirmed everything we've figured out." "But he warned us about Blackwood," Hermione countered. "And told us not to try accessing the Concord without him. So we keep investigating the chambers, but hold off on the final step," Harry concluded. "We should find Luna and see what she meant about the diadem." They found Luna waiting by the entrance to the grounds, bundled in a bright yellow scarf despite the relatively warm September day. "The castle's breathing pattern is changing," she announced instead of greeting them. "The portraits near the astronomy tower are agitated." Harry had noticed the portrait voices seemed more urgent this morning but hadn't understood why. "What's happening, Luna?" "Magical convergence accelerating," she said simply. "The activation of 2 founder chambers has started a chain reaction. The castle is waking up." She led them outside, walking toward the lake where they could speak without fear of portrait eavesdropping. Once they reached a secluded spot beneath a beech tree, Harry updated her on his conversation with Blackwood and their meeting with Dumbledore. 3 days until the cabinet is functional," Luna mused when he finished. "That's when the Badger and Eagle align in the night sky. Astrologically significant. We need to activate Ravenclaw's study properly," Hermione said, examining the golden key Blackwood had given Harry. "And find Gryffindor's armory. The armory is behind Godric's dual tapestry, 7th floor north corridor," Harry explained. "A portrait told me last night." "So we have locations for all 4 chambers," Ron summarized. "Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Hufflepuff's Heart Hearth, Ravenclaw's Tempest Study, and Gryffindor's Armory. But we still don't know exactly how the Concord works, or how Voldemort plans to bind himself to it," Hermione pointed out. Luna tilted her head, gazing across the lake with unfocused eyes. "The castle knows. The oldest portraits remember fragments of the binding ritual. We need to ask the right ones." "The Sorting Hat," Harry said suddenly. "It belonged to Gryffindor and contains the knowledge of all 4 founders. It might know how the Concord works." "Brilliant!" Ron exclaimed. "But it's kept in Dumbledore's office. How do we get to it?" "We could ask Professor McGonagall," Hermione suggested. "Dumbledore said to consult her about mental organization techniques. We could use that as an excuse to visit his office." "Or we ask Nearly Headless Nick," Harry suggested. "Ghosts can move through walls. He might be willing to bring the hat to us briefly." "Let's try Nick first," Ron decided. Less explaining required. They spent the rest of the morning by the lake, organizing their knowledge and planning their next steps. By lunchtime, they had a clear strategy: access Ravenclaw's study with the golden key that afternoon, find Gryffindor's armory that evening, and meet with Blackwood at 8 to assess her trustworthiness while continuing to seek information about the Concord itself. After lunch, they split up temporarily, Ron to find Nearly Headless Nick, Hermione to research binding rituals in the library, and Harry and Luna to return to Ravenclaw's study with the golden key. Harry and Luna made their way to the kitchens, where Dobby greeted them enthusiastically. "Harry Potter returns. What can Dobby do to help, sir?" "We need to access Ravenclaw's study again," Harry explained. "The room behind the tapestry, remember?" Dobby's ears drooped slightly. "The passage has moved, Harry Potter," sir. House elves noticed this morning. The door appears and disappears in different locations now. The castle's reconfiguring itself, Luna said, unsurprised. As it awakens, it's reshaping its internal architecture. Does Dobby know where the door is now? Harry asked. The house elf nodded. Dobby can show you. It has moved to the west corridor, near the painting of dancing trolls. They followed Dobby through the kitchens and down a narrow passage Harry hadn't noticed before. Eventually, they reached a small door almost hidden behind a suit of armor. Here, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby whispered. The eagle asks different riddles now. More difficult ones. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said gratefully. We'll take it from here. After the house elf disappeared back toward the kitchens, Harry approached the door. The bronze eagle knocker opened its eyes as they drew near. What sees without eyes, speaks without a mouth, and lives without breath? It asked. Harry glanced at Luna, who smiled dreamily. A portrait, she answered. The eagle nodded once. Correct in substance, though the magic goes deeper. This time, the door swung open, revealing the spiral staircase down to Ravenclaw's study. They descended carefully, finding the circular chamber exactly as they'd left it, though the constellation patterns on the walls had shifted to show a different night sky. The Tempest pool glowed more brightly than before, its silvery surface rippling without any breeze. Luna approached it cautiously. It's more active, she observed. The temporal currents are stronger. Harry removed the golden key Blackwood had given him. She said this would allow controlled viewing without the risks of direct contact. The key was small but intricately crafted, with Ravenclaw's eagle emblem on the bow and strange symbols etched along the shaft. Harry examined it more closely, wondering where to use it. The Tempest pool had no obvious keyhole. Try holding it above the pool, Luna suggested. Keys don't always need locks to function. Harry extended his hand over the silvery liquid, holding the key about 6 inches above the surface. Immediately, the key began to vibrate, and the symbols along its shaft glowed with blue light. The pool's surface stilled, becoming mirror-like, then shifted to show an image, Hogwarts Castle viewed from above, but subtly different from its current form. Towers appeared in slightly different configurations, and the grounds contained structures that no longer existed. Hogwarts as it was at its founding, Luna whispered. The original design. The image shifted again, showing 4 figures standing around a central stone in what appeared to be the Great Hall, 2 wizards and 2 witches, dressed in medieval clothing. Though the image had no sound, they appeared to be performing a ritual, their wands moving in complex patterns as streams of colored light flowed from each into the stone. The founders, Harry realized. Creating the Concord. The image zoomed in on the stone, which glowed with combined light, red, blue, yellow, and green swirling together. As the founders completed their ritual, the stone sank into the floor, disappearing beneath Hogwarts itself. Then the view changed, showing a network of golden threads spreading throughout the castle foundations, connecting the 4 corners where the founders' chambers would be located. At the center, where the threads converged, a pulsing light indicated the Concord's location. It's beneath the Great Hall, Harry said, leaning closer. Directly beneath the center. The image shifted once more, showing the same location centuries later. The golden threads had dimmed but remained, and the central light pulsed more slowly, as if sleeping. Suddenly, a 5th thread appeared, black and oily, attempting to connect to the central light. It probed and pushed but couldn't fully attach, repelled by the founder's original magic. Tom Riddle, Luna murmured. Trying to access the Concord during his time at Hogwarts. The vision continued, showing Riddle, now clearly recognizable as a teenage Voldemort, opening the Chamber of Secrets, activating Slytherin's connection to the Concord. A green thread brightened, strengthening, but the other 3 remained dormant, preventing full access. He only found 1 chamber, Harry realized. He needed all 4. The images accelerated, showing time passing quickly until reaching the present day. Now two threads glowed brightly, Slytherin's green and Hufflepuff's yellow, activated by Harry and his friends. The blue and red threads remained dim, though flickering with potential. At the edges of the vision, the black thread had returned, stronger and more insistent, pushing against the Founder's protections. In another area, a silver thread, neither part of the original network nor aligned with the black intrusion, observed and occasionally interacted with the golden threads. Blackwood, Harry guessed. The silver must represent the chrono-collectivists. The vision faded, the pool's surface returning to its rippling silver state. The key in Harry's hand stopped glowing but remained warm to the touch. "We've seen what we needed to," Luna said softly. "The activation sequence and the Concord's location. But not how to access it once all 4 chambers are activated," Harry pointed out. "Or how to prevent Voldemort from binding to it." Luna moved to Ravenclaw's desk, examining the scrolls they'd found previously. "There might be instructions here." Rowena was methodical about documenting her magic. They spent the next hour searching through scrolls and books, finding fragments of information about the Tempest Pool and its connection to the Concord, but nothing specific about the final activation process. "I think we need to perform a proper acknowledgement ritual," Luna finally said, holding up a particularly ancient scroll. "Like we did with Hufflepuff's cup. Something to officially connect Ravenclaw's essence to the Concord." The scroll described a simple ritual involving the Tempest Pool. A researcher would focus on a specific question about time or knowledge while using the key to access the pool's wisdom. If the pool provided an answer, it signified Ravenclaw's acknowledgement. What question should we ask? Harry wondered. Luna considered. Something relevant to our purpose. Perhaps, how can Hogwarts be protected from those who would bind themselves to its magic? That seemed appropriate. Harry held the key over the pool again, focusing on Luna's question while speaking it aloud. The pool's surface shifted, showing a new image, a diadem of intricate silver design with a blue sapphire at its center. The diadem rotated slowly, then the image pulled back to show its location, buried beneath hundreds of objects in what Harry recognized as the Room of Hidden Things. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem," Luna breathed. "It's here in Hogwarts." The image changed to show the diadem being placed on a stone plinth in Ravenclaw's chamber, this chamber, causing a blue thread of light to emerge and connect to the ceiling. "That's the acknowledgement ritual," Harry realized. "We need to retrieve the diadem and place it here, just like Hufflepuff's cup in the Hearth. As if confirming this understanding, the pool's surface stilled, and a soft blue light emanated from it, forming a thread that rose toward the ceiling but stopped, incomplete. "Partial acknowledgement," Luna said. "The chamber recognizes our intention but requires the diadem to complete the connection." Harry checked his watch. "We should find the others. This changes our plans, we need to search the Room of Hidden Things for the diadem." As they prepared to leave, Harry noticed something they'd overlooked before, a small alcove behind Ravenclaw's desk containing a stone plinth exactly like the one shown in the Tempest Pool's vision. The perfect place to position the diadem once found. They left Ravenclaw's study, finding the door now open directly into the entrance hall, another sign of the castle's changing configuration. In the hall, they encountered nearly headless Nick floating near the marble staircase. "Ah, Potter. Young Weasley has been looking for you," Nick called. "I believe he and Miss Granger are in the library." "Thanks, Nick," Harry replied. "Actually, we wanted to ask you something. About the Sorting Hat." Nick adjusted his ruff nervously. "What about it?" "We need to speak with it briefly," Harry explained. "It's important, related to protecting Hogwarts." The ghost looked torn. "The headmaster keeps the hat secured for good reason, Potter. It contains founder magic of significant potency." "We know," Luna said dreamily. "That's why we need its wisdom. The castle is changing, Sir Nicholas. Surely you felt it?" Nick hesitated, then nodded. "The walls whisper more urgently. The staircases shift with purpose rather than whimsy. Even we ghosts feel, more connected to the foundations. It's the Founder's Concord awakening, Harry said quietly. Voldemort is trying to bind himself to Hogwarts, and we're trying to stop him. The hat might know how. Nick's translucent form seemed to pale further. The Concord. I haven't heard that name spoken aloud in centuries. He glanced around nervously. Meet me in the room of requirement at 6 o'clock. I make no promises, but I shall attempt to borrow the hat briefly. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. We'll be there. When Nick drifted away, Harry and Luna hurried to the library, finding Ron and Hermione at a table piled with ancient tomes on magical artifacts and binding rituals. There you are. Hermione exclaimed. We found something important. Ron looked up from a particularly dusty volume. Binding rituals always require a physical anchor, some object that connects the person to what they're binding with. For Voldemort to bind with Hogwarts, he'd need the Founder's artifacts, Harry finished. We just learned that from the Tempest Pool. And Ravenclaw's diadem is hidden in the room of requirement. He and Luna quickly explained what they discovered, including the vision of the Concord beneath the Great Hall and the need to retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem to complete the acknowledgement ritual. The diadem's been lost for centuries, Hermione said skeptically. How could it be in the room of hidden things? Tom Riddle found it, Luna said with certainty. The pool showed his thread connecting briefly with its location. He must have hidden it there. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. So he's been planning this since he was at school. Maybe not this specifically, Harry reasoned. But he's always been obsessed with Hogwarts. He might have collected the diadem for its power, then hidden it for safekeeping. Nick's going to try bringing us the Sorting Hat at 6, Luna added. In the room of requirement. Hermione checked her watch. That gives us an hour to search for the diadem in the room of hidden things. But what about Malfoy? Ron asked. He uses that version of the room for the cabinet. We'll check the map first, Harry decided, pulling out the Marauder's map and activating it. A quick scan showed Draco Malfoy in the Slytherin common room. Coast is clear. Let's go now. They hurried to the 7th floor, Harry concentrating carefully as he paced before the blank wall. We need the place where everything is hidden, where Ravenclaw's diadem is kept. The door that appeared was the same one Harry had used that morning, ornate and ancient-looking. Inside, the cathedral-sized room stretched before them, piled high with thousands of objects discarded or hidden by centuries of Hogwarts inhabitants. This is impossible, Hermione said, gazing at the endless heaps of furniture, books, and magical items. How are we supposed to find one small diadem in all this? The Tempest Pool showed it, Harry said, trying to remember the vision. It was on top of a cabinet near, something that looked like a troll. Let's split up, Ron suggested practically. Cover more ground that way. They separated, each taking a different section of the room. Harry headed toward where he remembered seeing Malfoy's vanishing cabinet, thinking the diadem might be in the same general area. The room was eerily quiet, dust motes dancing in shafts of light from high windows. As Harry moved deeper into the maze of hidden objects, he found himself listening for portrait voices, before remembering there were no portraits in this version of the room. After 15 minutes of searching, Luna's dreamy voice called out, I think I've found something. They converged on her location, where she stood before a dusty old wardrobe. Atop it, nearly hidden by a discolored wig and what appeared to be a tiara made of teeth, sat a tarnished silver diadem with a blue stone at its center. That's it, Harry confirmed, recognizing it from the Tempest Pool vision. Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Luna levitated it carefully down to their level. The diadem was intricately crafted, delicate silver filigree surrounding the sapphire. Etched into the metal were the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Ravenclaw's motto, Hermione whispered, awed. I can't believe we've actually found it. Should we take it now? Ron asked hesitantly. To the Tempest study? Harry checked his watch. Almost 6. Let's meet Nick first, see what the Sorting Hat says. Then we can place the diadem properly. I don't think we should carry it around, Hermione said nervously. If it's really a founder artifact with powerful magic. We'll hide it temporarily, Harry decided. Somewhere we can easily retrieve it after talking to the hat. Luna carefully wrapped the diadem in her scarf and placed it inside a nearby cabinet, not Malfoy's vanishing cabinet, but a smaller one with a distinctive burn mark on the door. We'll remember this location, she said. The Nargles will guard it until we return. They left the room of hidden things, waiting in the corridor until the door disappeared. Harry then paced again, this time focusing on their need for a meeting place. A different door appeared, simpler, leading to the same comfortable room with the round table they'd used previously. Almost exactly at 6 o'clock, nearly headless Nick drifted through the wall, holding something that made Harry's heart leap, the patched, frayed Sorting Hat. I can only leave this for 10 minutes, Nick said nervously. The headmaster will be departing soon, and the hat must be returned before he notices its absence. Thank you, Nick, Harry said sincerely as the ghost placed the hat on the table. This means a lot. Nick nodded. I shall return shortly. Please be discreet about how you acquired it. With that, he drifted back through the wall. The five of them stared at the Sorting Hat, which remained motionless for several seconds before its rip near the brim opened. Well, it said in the same voice Harry remembered from sorting ceremonies. An unusual summoning. Potter, Granger, Weasley, Lovegood, and Mr. Longbottom isn't with you? Curious company for a curious purpose. You know why we're here? Harry asked. I see into minds, Potter. Not just during sorting, though that's when I'm most active. You seek information about the Founders' Concord. Yes, Hermione confirmed. We need to know how it works, and how to prevent Voldemort from binding himself to it. The hat seemed to sigh. The Concord, a creation of immense power and purpose. The Founders' greatest collaboration and their most guarded secret. Please, Harry urged. We don't have much time. Very well. The Concord was created to preserve Hogwarts' independence and security. The Founders feared what might happen to their school after their deaths, how it might be corrupted or destroyed by those seeking power. The hat shifted slightly, as if settling into a more comfortable position. They created 4 chambers containing the essence of their individual magic, connected to a central nexus beneath the Great Hall. When all 4 chambers are properly acknowledged by worthy successors, the Concord activates, allowing a brief window where the castle's core magic can be accessed. And that's what Voldemort wants, Harry said. To access that magic and bind himself to it. Yes, though his understanding is incomplete, the hat agreed. The Concord doesn't simply grant control of Hogwarts, it creates a symbiotic relationship between the castle and its chosen guardian. The castle must accept the binding willingly. Hogwarts has consciousness? Hermione asked. Of a sort. Not human consciousness, but a magical awareness formed from centuries of accumulated enchantments and the imprint of thousands of minds. The portraits serve as its memory and sensory network. That's why I can hear them, Harry realized. The castle is connecting with me. Precisely, Potter. The castle has recognized you as a potential guardian, one who might protect it from Voldemort's attempted possession. It's granted you access to its network and chambers as a defensive measure. This confirmed what both Blackwood and Dumbledore had suggested. So how do we prevent Voldemort from binding with Hogwarts? The binding ritual requires several components, the hat explained. First, all 4 chambers must be activated in sequence by those embodying the Founders' values. Second, the 4 Founder artifacts must be present at the central nexus during a specific astronomical alignment. Third, the person attempting the binding must be physically present at the nexus point. The artifacts, Hermione repeated. Gryffindor's sword, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket? Correct. Though they need not be the originals, magical copies containing the essence of the original would suffice. Harry exchanged significant glances with his friends. And when is this astronomical alignment? 3 nights from now, the hat replied. When the celestial representations of the 4 founders, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, align above Hogwarts. A rare occurrence that happens once every few centuries. This matched Blackwood's timeline for the Vanishing Cabinet's completion. So Voldemort plans to enter through the cabinet during the alignment, bringing the artifacts to perform the binding ritual. A logical conclusion, the hat agreed. Though he would need access to all 4 chambers first. We've already accessed 2, Ron pointed out. Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. We've found Ravenclaws but haven't completed the acknowledgement yet. And we know where Gryffindor's is, but haven't tried to enter. Then you are inadvertently helping Voldemort achieve his goal, the hat said bluntly. Each chamber you activate brings the Concord closer to awakening. But you said the castle must accept the binding willingly, Hermione protested. Surely it wouldn't choose Voldemort. Not willingly, no. But Voldemort possesses extraordinary magical power and cunning. He might find ways to coerce or deceive the castle's consciousness. Harry felt a chill. So we should stop activating the chambers. The hat was silent for a moment before responding. No. The Concord is already stirring. Attempting to suppress it now could cause magical instability throughout Hogwarts. Better to complete the sequence properly, then ensure Voldemort cannot access the Nexus during the alignment. How do we do that? Luna asked. By having a stronger candidate present, the hat said simply. Someone the castle has already shown preference for. Someone who embodies the values of all 4 founders, not just one. Everyone turned to Harry, who felt the weight of their expectations. Me? But the castle has already begun connecting with you, Potter, the hat interrupted. Your newfound ability to hear the portraits is evidence of that. Complete the activation sequence, gather the artifacts, or suitable replacements, and be present at the Nexus during the alignment. If the castle truly prefers you as its guardian, it will reject Voldemort's attempt to bind with it. And if it doesn't? Harry asked quietly. The hat's voice became grave. Then Hogwarts will become an extension of Voldemort himself, an impenetrable fortress of dark magic with 1,000 years of accumulated power at his disposal. The consequences would be catastrophic. The weight of this responsibility settled over Harry like a physical burden. Before he could respond, nearly headless Nick drifted back through the wall, looking anxious. Time's up, I'm afraid, he said. The headmaster is preparing to depart. Thank you for your wisdom, Harry told the hat as Nick carefully picked it up. Remember, Potter, the hat said as it was carried away. The founders created the Concord to protect, not to dominate. Approach it with that intention, and you may yet succeed. After Nick and the hat departed, the room fell silent, each of them processing what they'd learned. So, Ron finally said, no pressure, Harry. Just stop Voldemort from possessing Hogwarts and maybe become the castle's magical guardian instead. Typical school year, really. Despite the gravity of the situation, Harry found himself laughing. Leave it to Ron to break the tension with perfect timing. We need a plan, Hermione said, already pulling out parchment to take notes. We know Voldemort needs access to all 4 chambers, the founder artifacts, and physical presence at the Nexus during the alignment in 3 days. The chambers first, Harry decided. We need to properly activate Ravenclaw's study with the diadem, then find a way into Gryffindor's armory. And we need to determine if we've truly activated Slytherin's chamber, Luna added. Just opening it may not have completed the acknowledgement sequence. Plus we need to figure out what Blackwood's real agenda is, Ron reminded them. We're supposed to meet her at 8, remember? Harry checked his watch, nearly 7. We have time to place the diadem in Ravenclaw's study before meeting Blackwood. Let's do that first. They returned to the room of hidden things, relieved to find the diadem still safely hidden in the cabinet where Luna had placed it. This time, Harry wrapped it carefully in his cloak before they left, not wanting to risk damaging the ancient artifact. "Let's use the kitchen entrance," Harry suggested. It worked this morning. But when they reached the kitchens, Dobby informed them apologetically that the passage had moved again. "It's now connected to the library, Harry Potter, sir. Through the restricted section, behind the bookcase on magical architecture. The castle is rearranging itself more frequently," Luna observed as they headed toward the library. "Preparing for the awakening." Madame Pants watched them suspiciously as they entered the library, but Hermione smoothly explained they needed to research magical architecture for a special project. Once granted access to the restricted section, they quickly located the bookcase Dobby had mentioned. "There's no door here," Ron said, running his hands along the shelves. "Just books." Luna tilted her head, listening to something only she could hear. "The castle says, 'Knowledge opens paths.'" She selected a large tome titled Hogwarts, a structural analysis, and pulled it halfway out. The entire bookcase swung inward, revealing a familiar spiral staircase leading down to Ravenclaw's study. "Brilliant," Ron whispered as they descended. The circular chamber looked exactly as they'd left it, though the constellation patterns had shifted again. The Tempest Pool's surface rippled expectantly as they approached, its silver light illuminating their faces. Harry carefully unwrapped the diadem. "We need to place it on the plinth in that alcove," he said, nodding toward the stone pedestal they'd discovered earlier. Luna took the diadem from him. "I'm in Ravenclaw," she explained. "It feels right that I should place it." The others nodded in agreement. Luna carried the diadem reverently to the alcove, setting it gently on the plinth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the sapphire at the diadem's center began to glow with intense blue light. The light spread to encompass the entire diadem, then projected upward in a thin blue thread that connected with the ceiling. Throughout the chamber, the constellation patterns shifted more rapidly, aligning into a specific configuration that Harry realized represented the night sky as it would appear during the coming alignment. "It's working," Hermione whispered. "The acknowledgement sequence is activating." A melodious voice filled the chamber, similar to what they'd experienced in Hufflepuff's Hearth but with a different quality, more analytical and precise. "Wisdom sought for noble purpose shall illuminate the darkest corners. Ravenclaw's essence acknowledges your quest." The blue thread of light stabilized, humming with magical energy. In the center of the room, the Tempest Pool's surface stilled completely, becoming mirror-like, then displayed an image of the Great Hall with a point of light pulsing beneath its center. "The Nexus," Harry said. "It's showing us exactly where the Concord is located." The image expanded to reveal a small chamber beneath the Great Hall, accessible through a narrow passage that appeared to begin behind the teacher's dais. At the chamber's center stood a simple stone pedestal with 4 indentations, clearly designed to hold the founder artifacts. That's where the binding ritual would take place, Hermione realized. During the alignment. 3 days from now, Ron added. When Malfoy's cabinet will be operational. The image faded, the pool returning to its silvery state. Harry checked his watch, nearly 8 o'clock. "We need to meet Blackwood," he reminded them. "And then find a way into Gryffindor's armory." "One chamber at a time," Hermione agreed. "Let's see what Blackwood really wants first." They left Ravenclaw's study, the passage now opening directly into the restricted section where they'd entered. The castle's reconfiguration seemed to be accelerating, creating more direct paths between significant locations. As they made their way toward the room of requirement for their meeting with Blackwood, Harry noticed the portrait conversations had changed, more urgent, more focused on the castle's shifting architecture and strange magical fluctuations. Foundation stones vibrating with increased energy, staircases aligning with the astronomical positions, passageways appearing that haven't been seen since the Founder's time. Hogwarts itself was preparing for what was to come, Harry realized. The question was whether it would choose him or Voldemort as its guardian when the moment arrived. Chapter 3, The Castle's Memory. The room of requirement transformed itself once more as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Luna entered for their meeting with Blackwood. This time, it appeared as a circular chamber reminiscent of the founders' rooms they'd discovered, with elements of all four houses blended harmoniously: Gryffindor's rich tapestries, Hufflepuff's warm hearth, Ravenclaw's astronomical charts, and Slytherin's serpentine silverwork. "The castle's preparing us," Luna whispered, running her fingers along a wall where the four house animals appeared to be moving slightly. "It's showing what unity looks like." Professor Blackwood was already waiting, standing beside a table covered with ancient scrolls and what appeared to be a three-dimensional map of Hogwarts similar to the one in Ravenclaw's study. She looked up as they entered, her expression unreadable. "You've been busy," she said without preamble. 2 chambers activated, and Ravenclaw's diadem returned to its rightful place. "Impressive work. How did you know about the diadem?" Harry asked, immediately wary. Blackwood gestured vaguely toward the walls. "The castle speaks more clearly now. To those who know how to listen." She tapped her silver hourglass pendant. "And temporal disturbances are my specialty." The activation of Ravenclaw's chamber sent ripples through the castle's magical framework. Ron crossed his arms. "You still haven't told us what you really want." "Direct, Mr. Weasley." "I appreciate that." Blackwood moved around the table. "What I want is to prevent catastrophe. Lord Voldemort is attempting something unprecedented, the complete absorption of Hogwarts' magical consciousness into himself." "We know," Harry said. "The Sorting Hat told us." Blackwood raised an eyebrow. "You've been thorough in your research." "Yes, the binding ritual Voldemort plans would make him virtually unstoppable. Hogwarts contains 1,000 years of accumulated magic, protective enchantments, knowledge repositories, spatial manipulations that defy normal wizarding capabilities. And the chrono-collectivists want to prevent this," Hermione stated. "But not necessarily for altruistic reasons. Our motivations are complex," Blackwood admitted. "The collectivists believe certain magical knowledge should be preserved but restricted. The Founders' Concord represents one of the most powerful magical nexuses in Britain. In the wrong hands, it could destabilize the entire magical world." "But you don't just want to stop Voldemort," Harry pressed. "You want the Concord for yourselves." Blackwood's expression sharpened. "Not for ourselves, for safekeeping. There's a difference." "Is there?" Luna asked dreamily. "Control is still control, regardless of intention." For the first time, Blackwood seemed slightly discomfited by Luna's direct insight. "The difference, Miss Lovegood, is that we have no desire to bind ourselves to Hogwarts. We merely wish to ensure no one else does." Harry wasn't convinced. "So what's your plan, exactly? How do you intend to stop Voldemort?" "By ensuring he cannot complete the binding ritual," Blackwood explained, turning to the Hogwarts model. "Which requires preventing him from accessing the Nexus chamber during the alignment." She touched her wand to the model, illuminating a small chamber beneath the Great Hall, the same one the Tempest Pool had shown them. "The alignment occurs in 3 nights. By then, Draco Malfoy will have completed repairs on the Vanishing Cabinet, creating a direct passage into Hogwarts that bypasses all external protections. Voldemort will use this entrance to access the castle. And bring Death Eaters with him," Ron added grimly. "Possibly, though that's not his primary concern," Blackwood countered. "Voldemort needs access to the Nexus chamber with the 4 Founder artifacts. The Death Eaters would simply provide distraction and protection." "What about Dumbledore?" Hermione asked. "He must know about this plan." "The headmaster has his own agenda," Blackwood said, a hint of frustration in her voice. "He's pursuing a different strategy against Voldemort, one that may eventually succeed but doesn't address the immediate threat to Hogwarts." She straightened, her tone becoming more businesslike. "I propose we work together to secure the Nexus chamber. You've already activated 2 of the Founders' chambers and located the others. Complete the sequence. It's too late to prevent the Concord's awakening now. But we can ensure Voldemort cannot bind with it." "How?" Harry asked. By having a stronger candidate present during the alignment. Blackwood fixed her gaze directly on Harry. Someone the castle has already chosen to connect with. Identical to what the Sorting Hat had suggested. Harry exchanged glances with his friends before responding. The Hat said the same thing. But I don't want to bind myself to Hogwarts either. You wouldn't need to complete the binding, Blackwood explained. Merely establish a stronger connection than Voldemort could force. The castle would recognize you as its ally and reject his attempt at domination. And then what? Ron asked skeptically. The chrono-collectivists just walk away and let the Concord go back to sleep. Essentially, yes, Blackwood claimed. With enhanced protections to prevent future attempts at binding. The Concord was never meant to be controlled by any single wizard, not even you, Mr. Potter. Harry wasn't fully convinced, but their options were limited. What about Malfoy? If we're allowing his cabinet to be completed, we're risking Death Eaters entering Hogwarts. I have countermeasures prepared for that eventuality, Blackwood assured him. My primary concern is securing the Nexus Chamber before Voldemort arrives. We need to activate Gryffindor's armory first, Hermione pointed out. And ensure Slytherin's chamber is properly acknowledged. Blackwood nodded. Time is short. I suggest you focus on Gryffindor's chamber tonight. The armory responds to acts of true courage, not reckless bravery, but moral courage in defense of others. We know where it is, Harry said. Behind the tapestry of Godric's final duel on the 7th floor. Then you should proceed immediately, Blackwood urged. I'll monitor the magical fluctuations to ensure our activities don't attract unwanted attention. As they turned to leave, Luna paused. Professor, why did you really come to Hogwarts this year? The timing seems rather convenient. Blackwood smiled slightly. Perceptive, Miss Lovegood. The chrono-collectivists have monitoring devices throughout Britain that detect major temporal disturbances. 6 months ago, we recorded the largest surge in centuries, originating from Hogwarts. The Department of Mysteries, Harry realized. When we destroyed the Time Turners. Precisely. That event created ripples through magical time-space that accelerated certain processes, including the awakening of the Founder's Concord. I was sent to investigate and, if necessary, intervene. Harry wasn't sure whether to trust Blackwood, but they needed all the information they could get. We'll activate Gryffindor's chamber. But we're watching you, Professor. I would expect nothing less, Blackwood replied. Good luck. They left the room of requirement, Luna humming thoughtfully as they made their way toward the north corridor of the 7th floor where Gryffindor's armory supposedly lay hidden. Do you think we can trust her? Ron asked once they were out of earshot. Not entirely, Hermione answered. But her explanation makes logical sense. And we don't have much choice with the alignment approaching. She's hiding something, Luna observed. But her core concern about Voldemort seems genuine. The Nargles around her show conflict, not deception. Harry had learned to trust Luna's unusual insights. We'll proceed with caution. Right now, our priority is activating Gryffindor's chamber. They reached the tapestry depicting Godric Gryffindor's legendary final duel with a dark wizard. The massive weaving showed Gryffindor wielding his famous sword, facing off against a shadowy figure surrounded by dark creatures. Unlike most wizarding tapestries, this one showed minimal movement, just the subtle rippling of Gryffindor's cloak in an unseen wind. The portrait said the entrance will open to one who demonstrates true courage, Harry recalled. Not recklessness, but moral courage. What does that even mean? Ron wondered. Do we have to fight something? Hermione examined the tapestry more carefully. I don't think it's about fighting. Gryffindor was known for standing up for what's right, even when it was difficult. Maybe the test is about making a hard choice. Luna approached the tapestry, her head tilted as if listening. The castle says this entrance has only opened 12 times in 1,000 years. Each time to someone who performed an act of self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice? Harry repeated, thinking of his mother's sacrifice that had protected him from Voldemort. That was Gryffindor courage of the highest order. As they contemplated the challenge, footsteps echoed from around the corner. Harry tensed, reaching for his wand, but relaxed when Neville appeared, looking flustered. "There you are!" Neville exclaimed. "I've been looking everywhere. The Slytherins are terrorizing some second years near the Transfiguration corridor. Crabbe and Goyle have them cornered. We need to help them," Harry said immediately, but Hermione grabbed his arm. "Wait, Harry. We need to activate the armory. The alignment is only 3 days away." Harry hesitated, torn between the immediate need to help the younger students and their crucial mission. It was exactly the kind of moral dilemma that tested true courage. "You three stay," he decided. "Keep working on the entrance. I'll go with Neville." "But Harry, we need you here," Ron protested. "You're the one the castle's connecting with. And what kind of connection would it be if I ignored students who need help?" Harry countered. "That's not what Gryffindor would do." Without waiting for further argument, Harry hurried off with Neville. As they rounded the corner, neither noticed the tapestry behind them rippling more vigorously, a faint golden glow emerging from its edges. Harry and Neville raced down the staircases toward the Transfiguration corridor. "How many second years?" Harry asked as they ran. 4 Hufflepuffs, Neville answered. They were practicing charms when Crabbe and Goyle started shooting stinging hexes at them. Drove them into an empty classroom and sealed the door. "Where are the prefects or professors?" "Prefect meeting in the Great Hall." "And McGonagall's still in Dumbledore's office after he left." They reached the corridor to find exactly what Neville had described, Crabbe and Goyle standing guard outside a classroom door, laughing cruelly at the sounds of distress coming from inside. "Hey!" Harry shouted, wand raised. "Back away from that door." The 2 Slytherins turned, surprise turning to sneers when they recognized Harry and Neville. "Potter and Longbottom," Crabbe mocked. "Come to rescue the babies?" "Open that door," Harry demanded. "Now." Goyle drew his wand. "Make us." "Gladly," Neville growled, surprising Harry with his confidence. "Expelliarmus." The disarming charm caught Goyle off guard, sending his wand flying. Crabbe reacted quickly, firing a hex that Harry deflected with a shield charm. The brief duel that followed was fierce but one-sided, Harry and Neville working seamlessly together while Crabbe tried to protect the wandless Goyle. Within moments, both Slytherins were disarmed and bound with magical ropes conjured by Harry. Alohomora, Neville cast at the classroom door, which swung open to reveal 4 frightened second-years huddled behind desks. "It's okay," Harry reassured them. "You're safe now. Are any of you hurt?" One small girl with pigtails had angry red welts on her arms from stinging hexes, while a boy sported a bloody nose. Nothing serious, but Harry felt a surge of anger toward Crabbe and Goyle for picking on younger students. "We should take them to Madame Pomfrey," Neville suggested, helping the injured girl to her feet. "You go," Harry told him. "I'll deal with these 2. As Neville led the second years away, Harry turned to the bound Slytherins. "What made you think this was acceptable? Attacking younger students who can't defend themselves?" Neither answered, but their expressions were sullen rather than remorseful. 10 points from Slytherin for each of you," came a stern voice from behind. Professor McGonagall had arrived, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. "And detention for a week. This behavior is absolutely unacceptable." "Professor," Harry began. I'm aware of what transpired, Potter. Mr. Longbottom informed me on his way to the hospital wing." She waved her wand, loosening the magical ropes around Crabbe and Goyle. "You 2, to my office immediately." As the Slytherins slunk away, McGonagall turned to Harry. "Well done, Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor for coming to the aid of younger students." Her expression softened slightly. "Your father would have done the same." The comparison warmed Harry more than the house points. Thank you, Professor. Now, I suggest you return to whatever important task you were undertaking before this interruption. Her knowing look suggested she was aware they were up to something, but wasn't going to interfere. Harry hurried back to the 7th floor, his mind already returning to the challenge of Gryffindor's armory. As he approached the tapestry where he'd left his friends, he was met with an astonishing sight. The massive weaving had drawn back like a curtain, revealing a gleaming golden doorway. Ron, Hermione, and Luna stood before it, beaming at him. "It worked!" Ron exclaimed. "The moment you ran off to help those kids, the tapestry started glowing. Then it just opened up. Your act of putting others' needs before your mission demonstrated true Gryffindor courage," Hermione explained. The entrance recognized that. Harry stared at the doorway in amazement. "We didn't even plan that." "Sometimes the most genuine tests aren't planned," Luna observed. "The castle wanted to see what you do naturally." The golden doorway pulsed with warm light, seeming to beckon them inside. Without further hesitation, they stepped through together into Gryffindor's hidden chamber. Unlike the scholarly atmosphere of Ravenclaw's study or the nurturing warmth of Hufflepuff's hearth, Gryffindor's armory was a space clearly designed for action and defense. The circular room stretched perhaps 30 feet across, its walls lined with weapons of every description: swords, shields, spears, bows, and some magical implements Harry couldn't identify. The chamber's center featured a raised platform where a suit of gleaming golden armor stood at attention, a red plume adorning its helmet. Behind it, mounted on the wall, hung a magnificent sword with a ruby-encrusted hilt, not Gryffindor's famous sword that Harry had retrieved from the Sorting Hat in his second year, but a similar weapon of obvious power and significance. "Gryffindor's battle armor," Hermione whispered, approaching the platform reverently. "The histories say he wore it during the Goblin rebellions." Ron moved to examine the weapons lining the walls. "These aren't just decorative. They're all magically enhanced somehow." He pointed to inscriptions running along the blades and handles. "Ancient runes of power." Luna had drifted to a section of the chamber containing what appeared to be training dummies. "Practice opponents," she explained, tapping one with her wand. The dummy immediately animated, assuming a fighting stance before returning to stillness when she stepped back. Harry was drawn to the sword mounted behind the armor. Unlike the weapons displayed around the walls, this one radiated a palpable magical presence. The ruby in its hilt glowed with internal fire, responding to his proximity. "I think this is what we need to acknowledge," he said, reaching toward it. "Wait," Hermione cautioned. "In the other chambers, we needed to perform a specific ritual of acknowledgement. We should look for instructions." They searched the chamber, finding scrolls and books detailing combat techniques and defensive magic, but nothing specifically about activating the chamber's connection to the Concord. "Maybe we're overthinking this," Ron suggested after several fruitless minutes. "Gryffindor was direct, right? Not big on complicated rituals." Luna nodded thoughtfully. "The other chambers required demonstrations of their founders' values, Hufflepuff's cooperation, Ravenclaw's wisdom. Perhaps Gryffindor simply requires courage," Harry finished, returning to the sword. "The willingness to take action when needed." He reached for the weapon, feeling its magic respond to his touch. As his fingers closed around the hilt, a warm sensation spread up his arm, reminiscent of when he'd wielded Gryffindor's true sword against the basilisk. This wasn't the same blade, it felt more personal somehow, less ceremonial and more practical. Lifting it from its mount, Harry was surprised by its perfect balance and lightweight feel. The sword seemed almost an extension of his arm, responding to his thoughts as much as his movements. "It's accepting you," Hermione observed, watching the ruby glow brighter. Harry brought the sword to the center of the platform, standing before the golden armor. Acting on instinct, he raised the blade in a salute, then spoke clearly, "I stand ready to defend Hogwarts and its students, not for glory or power, but because it's right." The words came naturally, expressing his true feelings rather than any rehearsed ritual. The sword blazed with brilliant red light and the armor before him shifted, its helmet inclining in acknowledgement. A deep, resonant voice filled the chamber. Courage in defense of others marks the true heart of a lion. Gryffindor's essence acknowledges your purpose. From the sword, a red thread of light extended upward, joining the blue and yellow connections they'd established in the other chambers. 3 of the 4 founders now recognized their mission. That's 3, Ron said excitedly. Just Slytherin's chamber left. Which we've already accessed, Hermione reminded them. But we need to perform a proper acknowledgement ritual there too. Harry carefully returned the sword to its mount, feeling it release him reluctantly. The Chamber of Secrets tomorrow, then. We'll need to get in through Myrtle's bathroom. And Parseltongue? Hermione asked. How will you open it without being able to speak snake language anymore? It was a good question. Harry had been able to open the chamber in his second year because of his Parseltongue ability, a skill linked to the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had attached to him as a baby. But their encounter at the Ministry last year had severed that connection somewhat. I might still be able to mimic it, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely confident. I remember the sound, even if I can't naturally speak it now. And if that doesn't work? Ron pressed. Luna spoke up unexpectedly. The castle will help. Now that 3 chambers are connected, Hogwarts is becoming more responsive. It wants the sequence completed. As they left Gryffindor's armory, the golden doorway sealed behind them, the tapestry falling back into place. In the corridor, Harry noticed the portrait voices had grown louder again, more insistent. Magical currents strengthening throughout the foundation, 3 connections established, only the serpent remains. Malfoy boy nearly finished with his cabinet, that last comment worried Harry. We need to check on Malfoy's progress, he told the others. If the cabinet is almost operational, Voldemort could arrive sooner than we expected. They headed toward the room of requirement, intending to see if Malfoy was currently working there. The Marauder's map showed him in the Slytherin common room, but that didn't mean the cabinet wasn't nearing completion. We should approach carefully, Hermione advised as they reached the 7th floor corridor. Remember, we need the room to show us the same version Malfoy uses. Harry paced before the blank wall, concentrating on the exact phrasing. We need to see the place where Malfoy hides the vanishing cabinet, where everything is hidden. The door appeared, the same ornate entrance Harry had used before. Inside, the cathedral-sized room stretched before them, piled high with centuries of hidden objects. This way, Harry directed, leading them along the path he'd memorized to the vanishing cabinet's location. They found it where he'd seen it last, but with obvious changes. The cabinet stood more securely now, its previously damaged door repaired and reinforced with new metal hinges. Tools and magical instruments lay scattered around it, evidence of Malfoy's recent work. He's nearly finished, Harry said grimly, examining the cabinet without touching it. Look at these runes, they're freshly carved around the frame. Hermione leaned closer, studying the symbols. They're transportation runes, creating a stable connection between paired objects. Very advanced magic. Could we sabotage it? Ron suggested. Make it look undamaged but ensure it doesn't work properly. Too risky, Harry decided after consideration. If we damage it wrong, it might create the kind of spatial tear Blackwood warned about. Better to let it be completed, then focus on securing the Nexus chamber before Voldemort can use it. Speaking of the Nexus, Luna said, we should investigate its entrance. The Tempest pool showed it behind the teacher's dais in the Great Hall. Not tonight, Hermione cautioned. There's too much activity in the Great Hall until curfew. We should wait until morning. They left the room of requirement, each lost in thought about the challenges ahead. Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. The castle's increasing connection to him, the awakening concord, Voldemort's imminent attempt to bind with Hogwarts, it was overwhelming. As they reached the fat lady's portrait, Harry held back. I need some air, he told the others. Just going to walk for a bit. Want company? Ron offered, but Harry shook his head. Just need to clear my head. Won't be long. The truth was, Harry wanted to listen more carefully to the castle's voice without distraction. As his friends entered the common room, he turned and headed toward the astronomy tower, where the higher elevation and open air might help him focus. The night was clear and cool, stars blazing above the castle battlements. Harry leaned against the tower parapet, closing his eyes and concentrating on the portrait voices that had become his window into Hogwarts awareness. At first, the voices were the usual jumble, snippets of observations, memories, and commentary from hundreds of painted figures throughout the castle. But as Harry focused, imagining them as Luna suggested, like music playing in another room, he began to discern patterns, themes connecting the seemingly random thoughts. The portraits weren't just individual entities with separate awareness. They were components of a larger consciousness, the castle itself, using its painted inhabitants as a distributed sensory and memory network. Foundation stones singing with the three-part harmony, waiting for the serpent's voice to complete the chord, preparing the heart chamber for the guardian's arrival, guardian. The word appeared repeatedly in different portrait thoughts. The castle was anticipating someone's arrival in the Nexus chamber, the heart chamber, as some portraits called it. But was it expecting Harry or Voldemort? Potter. The voice came not from a portrait but from behind him. Harry spun around, wand instinctively in hand, to find Draco Malfoy standing in the tower doorway. The Slytherin looked terrible, pale and drawn, with dark circles under his eyes and a gauntness to his features that spoke of sleepless nights and missed meals. His wand was drawn but held loosely, more from habit than immediate threat. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged, not lowering his wand. Late night walk. I could ask you the same, Draco replied, his voice lacking its usual sneer. Planning your next heroic adventure. Something like that. Harry studied his rival carefully. You look awful. A humorless laugh escaped Draco's lips. Thanks for noticing. An uncomfortable silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant hooting of owls and the whisper of wind through the tower battlements. I know about the cabinet, Harry finally said. What Voldemort's ordered you to do. Draco flinched at Voldemort's name but didn't deny it. You don't know anything, Potter. I know he's threatening your family. I know you're terrified of failing. And I know the cabinet's almost finished. Been spying on me, have you? Draco's hand tightened on his wand. Should have expected that from St. Potter. It's not too late to choose differently, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore can protect your family. The Order can hide them. For a moment, something like hope flickered in Draco's eyes, quickly replaced by despair. You don't understand what he's capable of. Nowhere is safe if he wants to find you. I understand better than most, Harry countered. He's been trying to kill me since I was a baby. And he will, Draco said, with such certainty that it chilled Harry. You haven't seen what I've seen, Potter. The power he commands now, it's not like before. Harry took a step closer. That's why we need to stop him from gaining more power. From binding himself to Hogwarts. Surprise flashed across Draco's face. You know about that? Yes. The cabinet isn't just for letting Death Eaters in, is it? It's to create a magical doorway for Voldemort to access the Founder's Concord. Draco seemed to deflate, leaning heavily against the doorframe. It doesn't matter if you know. You can't stop it. No one can. We'll see about that, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. The question is, which side will you be on when it happens? Before Draco could answer, footsteps echoed on the spiral staircase below. Both boys tensed, raising their wands as a figure appeared in the doorway behind Malfoy. Professor Blackwood surveyed the scene with sharp eyes, taking in their defensive postures and the tension between them. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. Rather late for stargazing, isn't it? Just getting some air, Professor, Harry replied cautiously. Indeed. Blackwood's gaze shifted to Draco. And you, Mr. Malfoy? Shouldn't you be completing your project? Draco paled further, if that was possible. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you do. The Vanishing Cabinet. A clever solution to Hogwarts' defensive enchantments, though not as original as you might think. It's been done before, during the Goblin rebellions of 1612. Harry and Draco exchanged startled glances. How much did Blackwood know? The cabinet will be operational by tomorrow evening, Blackwood continued conversationally. Ahead of schedule, well done. Though I imagine your master expected nothing less, given the consequences of failure. You're going to report me? Draco asked, voice cracking. Report you? Blackwood smiled thinly. No, Mr. Malfoy. I'm going to offer you an alternative. She stepped onto the tower platform, her movement bringing her between the two boys. Lord Voldemort has promised you protection for your family in exchange for your service. I can offer the same protection, without requiring you to become a murderer. Draco's wan hand trembled. You can't protect anyone from him. The chrono-collectivists have resources beyond your imagination, Blackwood replied. Including ways to hide people outside normal spacetime. Your parents would be untouchable, even by Voldemort. Why would you help me? Draco demanded suspiciously. Because I need information only you possess. The precise timing of Voldemort's planned arrival. The signals you're to use. The contingencies if something goes wrong. She glanced at Harry. And because Mr. Potter here seems to think you're worth saving. Harry hadn't expected to be drawn into this negotiation. Malfoy, listen. Whatever Voldemort's promised you, it's a lie. He doesn't reward service, he demands it, then discards people when they're no longer useful. Draco looked torn, fear battling with a lifetime of prejudice and family loyalty. I need time to think, he finally said. You have until tomorrow night, Blackwood told him. When the cabinet is ready. After that, events will move quickly. She stepped aside, clearing his path to the door. Choose wisely, Mr. Malfoy. Not all debts can be repaid. With a last conflicted look at Harry, Draco fled down the tower stairs, his footsteps echoing in the darkness. When they were alone, Harry turned to Blackwood. Was that part of your plan? Turning Malfoy against Voldemort? An opportunity rather than a plan, she answered. The boy is frightened and desperate, a dangerous combination, but also exploitable. He's not just a tool, Harry objected. Everyone is a tool in war, Mr. Potter. The question is who wields them, and to what end. Blackwood moved to the parapet, gazing out over the moonlit grounds. You've made excellent progress. 3 chambers activated, with only Slytherins remaining. We're handling it, Harry said, not wanting to reveal their plans. I'm sure you are. She turned back to him. But there's something you should know about the Chamber of Secrets. It's not just a hiding place for Slytherin's monster, it's a direct conduit to the castle's oldest and deepest magic. The basilisk was merely a guardian for something far more significant. Harry's interest was piqued despite his wariness. What do you mean? The chamber contains Slytherin's most powerful creation, a magical nexus that connects directly to the castle's foundation stones. When properly activated, it creates a resonance with the other 3 chambers, strengthening the concord exponentially. And how exactly do we properly activate it? Harry asked. Since you seem to know so much about it. The chamber will only fully acknowledge someone with Slytherin's bloodline or abilities, Blackwood explained. Your Parseltongue capability, even if diminished, should suffice if combined with clear intent. Harry wasn't surprised she knew about his former Parseltongue ability. And once all 4 chambers are activated? What happens then? The Concord awakens fully. The Nexus chamber beneath the Great Hall becomes accessible during the alignment. And whoever is present with the 4 founder artifacts can attempt the binding ritual. She fixed him with an intense stare. It must be you, Harry. Not The use of his first name caught him off guard. I told you, I don't want to bind myself to Hogwarts either. You may not have a choice, Blackwood said grimly. If Voldemort succeeds, Hogwarts becomes a fortress of dark magic. If no one attempts the binding, the awakened Concord becomes unstable, potentially causing catastrophic magical backlash throughout Britain. There must be another option, Harry insisted. There is. A partial binding, enough to stabilize the Concord without surrendering your autonomy or the castle's. She reached into her robes, removing a small silver device shaped like an hourglass surrounded by concentric rings. This is a temporal anchor. It can create a stable connection between you and the Concord while preventing complete merger. Harry eyed the device skeptically. And I'm supposed to trust that it does what you say? Trust is earned, Mr. Potter. Which is why I'll demonstrate its use tomorrow, before the final confrontation. She pocketed the device. For now, I suggest you rest. Tomorrow will test all of us. With that cryptic statement, Blackwood left Harry alone on the tower, his mind racing with new information and possibilities. The portrait voices continued their whispered commentary, but now with a new urgency that matched his own growing sense that events were accelerating toward an inevitable climax. When Harry finally returned to Gryffindor Tower, he found Ron, Hermione, and Luna waiting anxiously in the common room, which had emptied of other students. Where have you been? Hermione demanded. We were about to come looking for you. Astronomy Tower, Harry explained, dropping into an armchair. I ran into Malfoy. And Blackwood. He quickly recounted both conversations, watching his friend's expressions shift from concern to surprise to calculation. So the cabinet will be ready tomorrow night, Ron summarized. Ahead of schedule. And Blackwood tried to turn Malfoy, Hermione added. That's unexpected. What do you think, Luna? Harry asked, noticing her distant expression. Blackwood's temporal device is powerful, she said thoughtfully. Old magic, from before the Ministry regulated time manipulation. It could work as she describes, or it could have other purposes. Like what? Ron prompted. Like capturing the Concord's power rather than stabilizing it. Chrono-collectivists believe in preserving magic, but not necessarily leaving it where they find it. Harry had suspected something similar. So she might be planning to extract the Concord from Hogwarts entirely. Which could destroy the castle's magical infrastructure, Hermione realized. All the enchantments that make Hogwarts function, the moving staircases, the Great Hall ceiling, the protections, they're integrated with the Concord's power. So we don't trust Blackwood's device, Harry decided. But we still need to activate Slytherin's chamber tomorrow and prepare for Voldemort's arrival. We're running out of time and options. At least we know where the Nexus chamber is located, Ron pointed out. Behind the teacher's dais in the Great Hall. We should check it tomorrow morning, Hermione suggested. Before breakfast, when the hall is empty. And then the Chamber of Secrets, Harry added. We need all 4 connections established before Voldemort arrives. They stayed up late, planning their approach for the crucial day ahead. When they finally separated, Luna returning to Ravenclaw Tower while the others headed to their dormitories, Harry found sleep elusive despite his exhaustion. The portrait voices continued through the night, a constant murmur of the castle's thoughts as it prepared for what was coming. Even in his dreams, Harry heard them, hundreds of painted figures watching, remembering, connecting past to present as Hogwarts itself approached a moment of transformation. He woke before dawn, mind clear despite the short sleep. Something had changed overnight, the portrait voices now seemed more unified, less a cacophony of individual thoughts and more a single consciousness speaking through many mouths. The guardian approaches the heart, for must become one before the stars align, the serpent waits for its true master's return. Harry dressed quietly, careful not to wake his roommates. In the common room, he found Hermione already awake, surrounded by notes and books. You heard them too? He asked, seeing her distracted expression. She nodded. All night. The portraits are changing. Becoming more connected somehow. The castle's consciousness is integrating, Harry said, understanding instinctively. As the Concord awakens, Hogwarts is becoming more fully aware. It's fascinating, Hermione admitted. And terrifying. If Voldemort manages to bind with that awareness. He won't, Harry said with determination. We'll make sure of it. Ron joined them shortly, yawning but alert. Ready to check the Nexus entrance. The three headed down to the Great Hall, finding it deserted as expected at such an early hour. The enchanted ceiling showed a pre-dawn sky with stars still visible, though fading. They approached the teacher's dais cautiously, examining the wall behind the headmaster's chair where the Tempest Pool had shown an entrance to exist. There's nothing here, Ron said after a careful inspection. Just solid stone. It must be hidden, Hermione reasoned, running her hands along the wall. Perhaps requiring a specific trigger to reveal itself. As Harry joined the search, he noticed something unusual, a small carving of the Hogwarts crest, barely visible in the wall's shadowy alcove. Unlike the standard crest, this one showed the four house animals in a circular arrangement around a central stone. Look at this, he called to the others. It's different from the normal crest. Hermione examined the carving closely. The animals are positioned to match the four chambers' locations within the castle. Lion in the north, eagle in the west, badger in the east, serpent in the south. And the stone in the center must represent the Concord, Ron added. But how does it open? Harry traced the carving with his fingers, feeling a slight magical resonance. Acting on instinct, he pressed each animal in sequence, following the same order they'd activated the chambers: serpent, badger, eagle, lion. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs Parseltongue. Ron suggested. Like the Chamber of Secrets. Or it might only open during the alignment, Hermione theorized. When the Concord is fully awakened. Before they could experiment further, the doors to the Great Hall opened. Professor McGonagall entered, stopping in surprise at the sight of them behind the teacher's table. Potter, Granger, Weasley. What exactly are you doing? Research, Professor, Hermione answered quickly. For a history project on the founding of Hogwarts. McGonagall's expression made clear she didn't believe this for a moment. I see. And this research requires examining the staff dais before breakfast? We were looking at the historical carvings, Harry said, not entirely untruthfully. The Hogwarts crest here is different from the standard one. McGonagall approached, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at the carving. Indeed it is. The original crest, some believe, created by the founders themselves. She studied them with shrewd eyes. Your sudden interest in Hogwarts' architectural features wouldn't have anything to do with the castle's recent restlessness, would it? The three exchanged startled glances. You've noticed it too, Professor? Hermione asked carefully. Any competent witch who has taught here as long as I have would notice when Hogwarts itself begins behaving unusually, McGonagall replied dryly. Moving staircases changing their patterns. Rooms appearing where none existed before. Portraits engaging in uncharacteristic conversations. She fixed her gaze on Harry. And certain students developing unexpected connections to the castle's awareness. So she knew about Harry's ability to hear the portraits. Professor, we need not explain everything now, McGonagall interrupted. The headmaster informed me before his departure that you three, and Miss Lovegood, might be investigating certain historical aspects of Hogwarts. He suggested I offer assistance if needed, while exercising appropriate discretion. Relief washed over Harry. Then you know about the Founders' Concord? About Voldemort's plan? I know enough, McGonagall confirmed, lowering her voice. Including that today may prove critical. The castle's magic has been fluctuating increasingly since dawn. Whatever you're planning, Potter, I suggest you proceed with caution. Magical constructs as ancient and complex as Hogwarts do not awaken gently. We need to access the Chamber of Secrets, Harry told her, deciding honesty was their best approach now. To complete the activation sequence. If McGonagall was surprised by this, she didn't show it. I see. And do you require assistance with that task? I'm not sure, Harry admitted. I could open it before using Parseltongue, but my connection to that ability has changed. Perhaps this will help, McGonagall said, drawing her wand. With a complex movement, she conjured a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be a memory, silvery and swirling. The headmaster left this in my keeping, with instructions to provide it to you if you mention the chamber. Harry accepted the vial cautiously. What is it? A memory of Parseltongue speech, extracted from your own recollections during your occlumency lessons with Professor Snape last year. The headmaster believed it might prove useful if certain circumstances arose. Dumbledore had thought of everything, it seemed. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall nodded briskly. Now, I suggest you continue your research elsewhere. Students will begin arriving for breakfast shortly, and your presence behind the staff table might raise questions we'd prefer to avoid. They thanked her and hurried from the great hall, Harry clutching the precious vial of Parseltongue memory. That was unexpected, Ron commented once they were safely in the corridor. McGonagall helping us directly. Dumbledore must have told her more than we thought, Hermione reasoned. Which is reassuring, actually. We're not completely on our own. They headed toward Myrtle's bathroom, stopping by the Ravenclaw table in the entrance hall where Luna sat alone, reading the Quibbler upside down as usual. Morning, she greeted them dreamily. The Plimpleys are particularly active today. Signs of impending magical convergence. We're heading to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry told her quietly. Dumbledore left me a memory of Parseltongue to help open it. Luna nodded as if this were perfectly ordinary news. The castle says the chamber has been preparing itself. Clearing away 50 years of debris and stagnation. The thought of the chamber somehow cleaning itself was disconcerting, but Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's observations. Let's go. Myrtle's bathroom was deserted when they arrived, though a ghostly sob from one of the stalls indicated the morose ghost was present. Who's there? Myrtle called, floating through the stall door. Her expression brightened at the sight of Harry. Oh, it's you. Come to visit me at last. Sort of, Harry said awkwardly. We need to open the chamber again, Myrtle. The chamber? Myrtle's translucent form shuddered. Why would you want to go back there? That's where it happened, you know. Where I died. We know, Hermione said gently. And we're sorry to disturb you. But it's important, to protect Hogwarts. Myrtle seemed torn between her perpetual misery and interest in their mission. Will it be dangerous? Will someone else die? Maybe you'll join me if you do. This last thought seemed to cheer her considerably. No one's dying today, Harry said firmly, approaching the sink with the snake carving. At least, that's the plan. He examined the small etched serpent, then removed the crystal vial McGonagall had given him. Unlike regular pensive memories, this one appeared designed for a different purpose. When Harry unstoppered it, the silvery substance didn't pour out but instead rose like mist, hovering before his face. How does it work? Ron wondered. Do you drink it? I don't think so, Harry said, studying the swirling memory. Acting on instinct, he leaned forward and inhaled deeply. The silvery mist flowed into him, and suddenly he could hear his own voice from years past, speaking the sibilant language of snakes, open. The sound resonated in his mind, the memory of how to shape those sounds integrating with his consciousness. Harry turned to the sink and concentrated, focusing on the serpent carving while shaping his mouth around the remembered sounds. Open, he hissed, the Parseltongue flowing more naturally than he'd expected. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the sink began to move, revealing the large pipe that led down to the Chamber of Secrets. It worked. Ron exclaimed. Fascinating application of memory magic, Hermione observed. Temporarily reintegrating specific linguistic knowledge. Let's go, Harry said, already moving toward the opening. Lumos. The descent was as unpleasant as Harry remembered, a long, slimy slide through darkness into the bowels of the castle. They landed in a pile of ancient bones, illuminating the tunnel with their wand light. "Charming place," Ron muttered, brushing dirt from his robes. "It gets better," Harry assured him without conviction, leading the way forward. Unlike his previous visit, when fear and urgency had driven him, Harry now had time to observe the chamber more carefully. The tunnel showed signs of recent change, less debris, cleared pathways, as if something had indeed been preparing for their arrival. They passed the shed basilisk skin, now crumbling with age, and reached the ornate door decorated with entwined serpents. Again, Harry used his temporary Parseltongue ability to command it open. The Chamber of Secrets stretched before them, vast and echoing. The towering stone pillars carved with serpents led to the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end. But unlike Harry's memory from 4 years ago, the chamber looked different, cleaner, almost restored, with magical lights illuminating the space and the dark water along the edges now clear and somehow fresher. "Luna was right," Hermione whispered. "It has been preparing itself." More startling was the absence of the basilisk's remains. Where the massive serpent had fallen, slain by Gryffindor's sword through Harry's hand, now lay only a circular pattern in the stone floor, intricate runes arranged around a central serpent design. "That wasn't here before," Harry said, approaching the pattern cautiously. "It's an acknowledgement circle," Luna explained, kneeling to examine the runes. "Similar to what we found in the other chambers. Slytherin's method of connecting to the Concord." "So what do we do?" Ron asked. "There's no convenient artifact like Hufflepuff's cup or Ravenclaw's diadem." Because the basilisk was the artifact, Hermione realized. Slytherin's greatest creation, a living weapon tied to his bloodline through Parseltongue. "And I killed it," Harry said, understanding dawning. "That's why the connection is incomplete even though the chamber was opened. The basilisk needed to acknowledge a worthy heir. But it's dead," Ron pointed out. "So how do we complete the acknowledgement now?" Luna moved to the center of the circular pattern, her expression dreamy but focused. "The basilisk's essence remains. Not its body, but its magical signature, bound to the chamber through Slytherin's magic." Harry joined her in the circle, feeling a subtle resonance beneath his feet. "I can sense something. Like the castle's voice, but older, more primal." Using his temporary Parseltongue again, Harry addressed the chamber directly. "I seek Slytherin's acknowledgement, not for power or dominion, but to protect Hogwarts from those who would corrupt it." The runes around the circle began to glow with green light, pulsing in rhythm like a heartbeat. From the mouth of Slytherin's statue, where the basilisk had once emerged, a misty serpentine form appeared, not the creature itself, but an ethereal echo of its presence. The spectral basilisk circled them once, its ghostly form massive but somehow less threatening than the real monster had been. It stopped before Harry, raising its great head to look directly at him, though thankfully without the killing gaze of its living counterpart. A voice spoke in Harry's mind, ancient and cold but not malevolent. "You who slew my physical form now seek my blessing?" Curious. "Not a blessing," Harry replied, unsure if he was speaking aloud or mentally. "An acknowledgement that Hogwarts must be protected from Voldemort. Even Slytherin wouldn't want his house's legacy corrupted by a madman's ambition." The spectral basilisk seemed to consider this. Salazar valued ambition and cunning, but also preservation. His house was meant to guide, not dominate. "Then help us preserve what he built," Harry urged. "Acknowledge our purpose so the Concord can be properly awakened and protected." After what seemed an eternity, the basilisk's form bowed its head in acquiescence. "Cunning in service of preservation marks the true path of the serpent. Slytherin's essence acknowledges your purpose." From the center of the runic circle, a green thread of light emerged, rising toward the chamber's ceiling and beyond, the final connection to the Concord. The spectral basilisk dissolved, its mission complete. As it vanished, the entire chamber trembled, stones shifting as the ancient magic realigned itself. We should go, Hermione urged as dust and small debris began falling from the ceiling. I think the chamber is reconfiguring itself, like the other locations have been doing. They hurried back through the tunnel, which now seemed to be straightening and widening as they ran. When they reached the pipe they'd slid down, they found it transformed into a proper staircase leading upward. The castle's changing, Luna observed calmly despite their hurried ascent. Creating direct pathways between the chambers and the nexus. Preparing for the alignment. They emerged from Myrtle's bathroom to find the castle in a state of unusual activity. Staircases moved with purpose rather than their usual whimsical patterns. Doors appeared and disappeared along corridors. Portraits throughout the castle spoke in unison, their voices forming a harmonic murmur that echoed through the hallways. The four are one, the circle complete, the heart chamber awakens, the guardian approaches, tonight when stars align, the choice will be made. Students and teachers alike moved through the halls with confused expressions, clearly sensing the castle's strange behavior but unable to identify its source. As Harry and his friends made their way toward the Great Hall, they passed Professor Flitwick hurrying in the opposite direction, muttering about unprecedented magical fluctuations and structural enchantment realignment. In the entrance hall, they encountered Professor McGonagall directing prefects to maintain calm among the increasingly anxious student body. "Ah, Potter," she called when she spotted them. "I assume your research was successful?" "Yes, Professor," Harry confirmed quietly. "All four chambers are now activated." McGonagall's expression was a mixture of concern and resignation. "I suspected as much. The castle's magic is more active than I've seen in all my years at Hogwarts. Even the headmaster's office has sealed itself, refusing entry to everyone including myself. The Concord is fully awakening," Hermione explained in a whisper. "The alignment happens tonight." "Then we must be prepared," McGonagall said grimly. "I've already instructed the heads of houses to keep students in their common rooms after dinner. Whatever happens tonight, we should minimize potential casualties." "Professor," Harry asked, "have you seen Professor Blackwood today?" "Not since breakfast. She mentioned needing to prepare certain defensive measures." McGonagall's lips thinned with disapproval. "I'm not entirely convinced of her trustworthiness, Potter. The headmaster suggested caution in our dealings with her." "We're being careful," Harry assured her. "But we might need her knowledge when Voldemort arrives." McGonagall didn't flinch at the name. "Do you know when that will be?" "After dark," Harry said. "When the alignment begins. Through the vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement. I'll ensure the staff are prepared," discreetly. McGonagall straightened her robes with determination. "Until then, maintain your vigilance, Potter. And perhaps consider informing Mr. Longbottom of your plans, he's been asking after you all morning, quite concerned." As McGonagall returned to organizing the prefects, Luna turned to Harry. "We should check the Nexus chamber entrance again. Now that all four connections are established, it might respond differently." They returned to the Great Hall, finding it mostly empty between meals. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear blue sky, though certain stars were visible despite the daylight, the four celestial markers representing the Founder's symbols growing increasingly aligned. Behind the teacher's dais, the carved Hogwarts crest now glowed faintly, the four animals animated and moving within their positions. When Harry touched the carving, he felt warm magic responding to his presence. "Try the sequence again," Hermione suggested. "Now that all chambers are activated." Harry pressed each animal in the order they'd acknowledged the chambers: serpent, badger, eagle, lion. This time, each creature glowed with its house color as he touched it: green, yellow, blue, red. When he pressed the central stone, the entire carving illuminated brilliantly, and the wall behind it dissolved, revealing a narrow passageway leading downward. "It worked!" Ron exclaimed. "The Nexus chamber." The passage was barely wide enough for them to walk single file, lit by the same kind of magical light they'd observed in the Founder's chambers. They descended a steep spiral staircase that seemed to go much deeper than should have been possible given the castle's physical structure. "We're entering a space partially outside normal dimensions," Hermione observed. "Like the room of requirement, magically expanded and isolated." After what felt like several minutes of descent, the staircase ended at a simple archway leading into a perfectly circular chamber perhaps 40 feet across. The room was stark but beautiful, its walls made of the same ancient stone as the castle foundations but inlaid with veins of gold that pulsed with light. In the center stood a raised dais with a stone pedestal. The pedestal contained 4 distinct indentations arranged in a circle, clearly meant to hold the founder's artifacts. From the ceiling, 4 threads of colored light, green, yellow, blue, and red, converged above the pedestal, intersecting in a slowly rotating sphere of pure white magical energy. "The Concord," Luna whispered, her protuberant eyes wide with wonder. Nearly fully awakened. Harry approached the pedestal cautiously, feeling the magic respond to his presence. The white sphere pulsed brighter as he drew near, the colored thread strengthening their connection. "It recognizes you," Hermione said, watching the magical reaction. "The castle has chosen you as its potential guardian." "But we don't have the artifacts," Ron pointed out. "Gryffindor's sword is in Dumbledore's office, we left Ravenclaw's diadem in her study, Hufflepuff's cup is in the hearth, and Slytherin's locket is missing entirely." "We don't need the physical artifacts," Luna said, examining the indentations in the pedestal. "These are meant to hold representations, magical echoes of the originals. The chambers have already acknowledged our purpose through their respective founder connections. So what do we put here?" Harry asked, touching one of the indentations. Luna considered for a moment. "Something representing each house and founder. Objects that have personal significance to you, Harry, since you're the one the castle is connecting with." Harry thought about what objects might represent his connection to each house. For Gryffindor, the choice was obvious. He removed from his pocket the small golden snitch he'd caught in his first Quidditch match, a symbol of his courage and belonging in his house. "Perfect," Hermione approved as he placed it in the indentation marked with a lion. The red thread of light immediately connected to it, and the snitch began to glow with ruby-colored magic. For Ravenclaw, Harry hesitated before removing Luna's special quill that helped focus chaotic thoughts. "May I?" he asked, and she nodded serenely. "It wants to help," she assured him. The quill settled into the eagle indentation, connecting with the blue thread and glowing with sapphire light. For Hufflepuff, Harry pulled from his pocket a chocolate frog card showing Cedric Diggory, a commemorative edition released after his death. Cedric had embodied Hufflepuff's values of fairness and hard work, and his loss still affected Harry deeply. "I didn't know you carried that," Ron said softly as Harry placed it in the badger indentation. The card connected with the yellow thread, glowing with warm amber light. The final indentation, Slytherin's, presented a challenge. Harry had no personal connection to Slytherin House, despite the Sorting Hat once suggesting he might belong there. "You need something representing your connection to Slytherin's qualities," Hermione suggested. "Cunning, resourcefulness, determination." Harry searched his pockets, finding nothing suitable. Then his hand brushed the Marauder's map, and inspiration struck. The map embodied cunning and resourcefulness, exactly the kind of clever magic Slytherin might appreciate, though used for mischief rather than malice. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Harry whispered, touching his wand to the parchment. As the map revealed itself, he placed it in the serpent indentation. The map connected with the green thread, glowing with emerald light. As all 4 objects illuminated in their founder's colors, the white sphere above the pedestal expanded, filling the chamber with brilliant light. A voice spoke, not from any single source, but from the chamber itself, a harmonious blend of 4 distinct tones, the 4 become one. "The Concord awakens. The Guardian approaches." The castle's magic surged around them, the golden veins in the walls pulsing in rhythm like a massive heartbeat. Harry felt a direct connection forming between himself and Hogwarts, not a binding or possession, but a resonance, an alignment of purpose. "It's working," Luna said, her voice filled with wonder. The castle is accepting you as its interim guardian until the alignment. Interim? Ron questioned. The true binding can only occur during the celestial alignment tonight, Hermione explained, watching the magic flow through the chamber. What's happening now is a temporary connection, enough to prepare the concord, but not a permanent bond. Harry could feel the difference. The portrait voices that had been a cacophony in his mind now formed a coherent chorus, thousands of painted figures serving as the castle's collective memory and sensory network, all accessible to him with unprecedented clarity. Through this expanded awareness, he suddenly detected a disturbance elsewhere in the castle, magical energy fluctuating in the room of requirement. The cabinet, he said sharply. Malfoy's finished it. Someone's coming through. Already? Ron checked his watch. But it's barely afternoon. The alignment doesn't start until after nightfall. Advance forces, Hermione guessed. Securing the castle before Voldemort himself arrives. Harry concentrated on the portrait network, directing his attention toward the 7th floor. Through the eyes of Sir Cadogan, whose portrait hung nearby, he could see Draco Malfoy exiting the room of requirement, his face ashen but determined. Behind him emerged 2 figures in Death Eater masks and robes. Death Eaters in the castle, Harry reported grimly. We need to warn the others. As they hurried from the Nexus chamber, the castle seemed to respond to Harry's urgency. The spiral staircase straightened and widened, allowing them to ascend more quickly. When they emerged behind the teacher's dais, they found the great hall now empty except for Professor McGonagall and, surprisingly, Neville Longbottom. Potter! McGonagall exclaimed. Longbottom was just telling me you might need assistance with Death Eaters, Harry interrupted. They're coming through the vanishing cabinet now. At least 2 already in the castle with Malfoy. McGonagall's expression hardened. Earlier than expected. Longbottom, alert the other heads of houses. Code Phoenix. As Neville hurried off, McGonagall turned back to Harry. The Nexus chamber. Prepared, Harry confirmed. We've established a preliminary connection, but the final binding can only happen during the alignment. Then we must secure the castle until nightfall, McGonagall said decisively. I'll organize the staff to intercept these intruders without causing panic among the students. What about Blackwood? Hermione asked. She should know what's happening. I've been unable to locate her all afternoon, McGonagall replied with evident frustration. Most unusual, even for someone of her unpredictable nature. Harry closed his eyes briefly, accessing the portrait network again. The astronomy tower, he said. Blackwood's in the astronomy tower, setting up some kind of magical device. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed despite herself. Your connection to the castle has indeed strengthened, Potter. I'll find Blackwood, Harry decided. We need her knowledge about the binding ritual. Ron, Hermione, Luna, can you help organize our friends from the DA? We might need backup if more Death Eaters arrive. They split up, Ron, Hermione, and Luna heading to gather members of Dumbledore's army while Harry and McGonagall moved toward the entrance hall. Be careful, Potter, McGonagall advised as they separated. Your connection to the castle makes you particularly vulnerable should you know who arrive earlier than expected. I will, Harry promised. And Professor? Tell everyone to listen to the portraits. They're on our side now, they'll provide intelligence about Death Eater movements. As if confirming this, portraits throughout the entrance hall began calling out helpful information. Death Eaters on the 6th floor, moving toward the astronomy tower. Malfoy boy leading them, but looking back constantly, hesitating. The poltergeist Peeves is gathering water balloons, unconventional but potentially useful distraction. Harry hurried toward the astronomy tower, his awareness of the castle extending with each step. Through the portrait network, he could sense Death Eaters moving through multiple corridors, more than the 2 he'd initially seen. The cabinet must be working efficiently now, allowing Voldemort's forces to enter in quick succession. He also sensed Blackwood on the tower's highest level, working with complex magical instruments arranged in a circular pattern. Whatever she was doing involved significant temporal magic. The portraits reported distortions in the space around her, moments freezing and accelerating unpredictably. As Harry reached the base of the astronomy tower, he encountered Draco Malfoy hurrying in the opposite direction, alone and looking terrified. "Potter!" Malfoy hissed, grabbing Harry's arm and pulling him into an alcove. "They're here, more than I expected. It's not just the Concord they want, they're planning to kill everyone who opposes them. Starting with taking over the castle." "How many?" Harry demanded. "6 already, more coming. The Dark Lord will arrive at nightfall." Draco's face was slick with sweat, his eyes wild. "I can't do this. I thought I could, but I can't." Harry made a split-second decision. "Listen to me, Malfoy. Go to the hospital wing, tell Madame Pomfrey you need shelter. She'll protect you." "Nowhere in the castle is safe once he arrives," Draco insisted. "It will be if we stop him," Harry said firmly. "Go now, before the other Death Eaters realize you've abandoned them." Draco hesitated, then nodded once before slipping away down a side corridor. Harry continued toward the astronomy tower, his awareness of the castle guiding him around patrolling Death Eaters. Through the portrait network, he sensed the DA mobilizing, Neville leading a group to protect the younger students, Ginny and Luna securing the hospital wing, Ron and Hermione coordinating with the teachers to set up defensive positions. When he reached the astronomy tower entrance, Harry found the door sealed with powerful magic. Rather than attempting to break through, he closed his eyes and accessed the castle's awareness more deeply, searching for alternative routes. "There," he murmured, sensing a maintenance passage hidden behind a nearby tapestry. The passage, normally sealed, opened at his approach, the castle responding to his needs as its temporary guardian. The narrow tunnel led upward through the tower's structure, emerging behind a star chart in the tower's uppermost level. Through a gap in the chart, Harry could see Professor Blackwood working within a circle of silver instruments, each emitting a soft blue glow. In the center of the circle stood a pedestal similar to the one in the Nexus chamber, but with only a single indentation. Above it floated what appeared to be a miniature galaxy, swirling stars and cosmic dust rotating slowly in complex patterns. "I know you're there, Mr. Potter," Blackwood said without turning. "The castle's defenses are remarkably transparent to you now." Harry stepped through the star chart, which rippled like water as he passed. "What are you doing, Professor? Death Eaters are in the castle, and you're up here playing with stars?" "Preparing," Blackwood replied, adjusting one of the silver instruments. "For the true threat, not the Death Eaters, but their master." "By building, what exactly?" "A temporal containment field." She straightened, facing him at last. "When Voldemort attempts to bind with the Concord, there will be a moment of magical vulnerability, a split second where his consciousness extends beyond his body. That's when we must act." "To do what?" Harry asked, increasingly suspicious. "To capture his consciousness," Blackwood explained. "Not destroy it, that's beyond our capability, but to isolate it from both his body and the Concord. To trap him in a temporal pocket between moments." "That wasn't what you told me before," Harry noted. "You said I needed to establish a stronger connection than Voldemort to prevent his binding." "And so you do." Blackwood gestured to the swirling miniature galaxy. "This is a model of tonight's alignment. When the celestial representations of the four founders reach perfect conjunction, the Concord will achieve maximum potency. That is when Voldemort will attempt his binding, and when you must establish your connection first. While you, what? Spring your trap." "Precisely." Blackwood removed her silver hourglass pendant. "This is a chrono-anchor, far more powerful than a time-turner. It can create a stable point in the time-space continuum, a fixed reference that remains unchanging even as reality shifts around it." She placed it in the indentation on the pedestal, where it began to glow more intensely. "The chrono-collectivists have been preparing for this confrontation for decades," Blackwood continued. We knew Voldemort would eventually seek the Concord. The destruction of the Time Turners in the Department of Mysteries last year accelerated events, creating the temporal disturbance that awakened the Founder's magic prematurely. Harry studied the complex arrangement of instruments. And I'm supposed to trust that this will only affect Voldemort? That you're not planning to capture the Concord's power for yourselves? Blackwood's expression hardened. You're more perceptive than I initially gave you credit for, Mr. Potter. The Concord represents unprecedented magical power, power that should not exist in accessible form. Ideally, yes, we would neutralize it permanently. By removing it from Hogwarts, Harry guessed. Which would destroy the castle's magical infrastructure. A regrettable but acceptable sacrifice to prevent such power from falling into the wrong hands, any hands. That's not going to happen, Harry said firmly. Hogwarts needs the Concord. They're symbiotic now, after 1,000 years of coexistence. Removing it would be like removing the castle's heart. A heart that Voldemort is minutes away from claiming, Blackwood countered. Choose carefully, Mr. Potter. My containment field can trap Voldemort, but I need your cooperation. You must be in the Nexus chamber during the alignment, establishing your connection to draw him in. Before Harry could respond, the tower trembled violently. Through the portrait network, Harry sensed a massive surge of dark magic from the room of requirement. He's here, Harry said, his scar beginning to burn. Voldemort just came through the cabinet. Blackwood's eyes widened. Earlier than expected. The alignment hasn't yet begun. She turned back to her instruments, making rapid adjustments. This changes everything. My containment field isn't fully calibrated. Harry accessed the castle's awareness more deeply, sensing Voldemort's presence like a dark stain spreading through Hogwarts consciousness. With him came more Death Eaters, at least a dozen now, moving purposefully through the corridors. More disturbingly, Harry could feel Voldemort's magic already reaching out, probing at the connections between the Founder's chambers, sensing the awakened Concord beneath the Great Hall. He knows, Harry said grimly. He can feel the Concord too. He's heading for the Nexus chamber. Then so must you, Blackwood urged. Get to the chamber before him. Establish your connection. I'll complete the calibrations and join you there. Harry hesitated, still unsure of Blackwood's true intentions. But the immediate threat of Voldemort reaching the Concord first overrode his concerns. Don't try to remove the Concord from Hogwarts, he warned. Whatever happens with Voldemort, the castle keeps its heart. Without waiting for her response, Harry raced from the astronomy tower, using his enhanced awareness of the castle to navigate the fastest route toward the Great Hall. As he ran, he communicated through the portrait network, warning his friends and the teachers about Voldemort's arrival. The castle itself seemed to be responding to the threat, shifting staircases to block Death Eaters while creating direct paths for Harry and his allies. Suits of armor animated themselves, moving to defensive positions throughout the corridors. Even the ghosts participated, with nearly headless Nick and the Bloody Baron creating cold spots to slow enemy advancement. When Harry reached the second floor, he encountered chaos, students running for shelter while Professor Flitwick dueled two Death Eaters with remarkable speed and precision. Nearby, members of the DA, including Ginny, Dean, and Seamus, protected younger students while exchanging spells with another masked figure. Harry! Ginny called, deflecting a curse. They're everywhere. Get the students to safety. Harry shouted back. I need to reach the Great Hall. Using the disillusionment charm Hermione had taught him, Harry slipped past the confrontation, promising himself he'd return to help once the Concord was secured. The castle continued to aid his progress, doors opening before him and passages aligning to create the most direct route. Through the portrait network, he sensed Ron and Hermione already at the Great Hall entrance, defending it alongside Professor McGonagall and several other teachers. Death Eaters pressed their attack, clearly aware of the hall's significance. As Harry approached, he saw spells flying in all directions, stunning spells, shield charms, and more sinister curses from the Death Eaters. McGonagall fought with surprising ferocity, her wand worked so fast it was barely visible, while Ron and Hermione stood back to back, protecting each other with coordinated defense. Harry. Hermione spotted him first. Voldemort's coming, we can feel his magic approaching. I need to get to the Nexus chamber, Harry told them, deflecting a curse from a nearby Death Eater. Before he does. We'll hold them here, McGonagall promised, her face set with determination. Go, Potter. Ron and Hermione created an opening with simultaneous shield charms, allowing Harry to dash through into the Great Hall. Inside, the enchanted ceiling showed an unnaturally darkened sky, the 4 celestial markers of the Founders' symbols glowing more brightly as they approached alignment. Harry raced toward the teacher's dais, sensing through the castle's awareness that Voldemort was now in the entrance hall, his dark magic overwhelming the defenders. Whatever time he had was measured in minutes, perhaps seconds. The carved crest behind the headmaster's chair glowed in anticipation of his approach, the 4 animals animated and expectant. Harry touched each in sequence, serpent, badger, eagle, lion, then pressed the central stone. The wall dissolved, revealing the passage to the Nexus chamber. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, he felt the castle's magic surging around him, responding to his presence as its chosen guardian. The Nexus chamber below pulsed with intensifying light, the 4 colored threads now forming a brilliant confluence above the central pedestal. Harry's makeshift founder objects remained in their places, the snitch, Luna's quill, Cedric's chocolate frog card, and the Marauder's map, each glowing with its house color and maintaining the connection to its respective chamber. The white sphere of energy above the pedestal had expanded significantly, filling much of the chamber with swirling magical potential, the fully awakened Concord, ready for the final binding during the alignment. Harry approached the pedestal, feeling the Concord's magic reaching out to him, inviting connection. This was what Voldemort sought, this power, this living heart of Hogwarts built from 1,000 years of magical accumulation. Before he could decide how to proceed, Harry sensed a disturbance in the passage behind him. Through the castle's awareness, he felt Voldemort's presence approaching, powerful, terrible, and determined. The defenders in the entrance hall had fallen back, unable to prevent his advance. Harry turned to face the chamber entrance just as a tall, pale figure appeared in the archway, Lord Voldemort, his snake-like face illuminated by the Concord's glow, red eyes gleaming with triumph. Harry Potter, Voldemort said softly, his lipless mouth curving into a smile that held no warmth. Once again, you've done my work for me. How considerate. Harry raised his wand, though he knew conventional spells would be of limited use here, in the heart of Hogwarts' power. You're too late. The Concord has already accepted me as its guardian. Temporarily, Voldemort agreed, stepping into the chamber. His robe seemed to absorb the light around him, creating a moving shadow. A preliminary connection only. The true binding requires the alignment, which approaches even now. He gestured upward, and Harry sensed through the castle that the celestial markers were indeed moving into their final positions. Minutes remained before perfect alignment. The castle knows what you are, Harry said, standing his ground before the pedestal. What you intend. It won't accept you. The castle, Voldemort replied, is merely a construct of magic, powerful, yes, but ultimately susceptible to a stronger will. My will. His red eyes fixed on the 4 objects in the pedestal. How clever, substituting personal items for the founder artifacts. A temporary solution at best. Harry felt the castle's magic respond to his emotions, fear, determination, resolve, strengthening his connection to the Concord. You don't understand what Hogwarts is. It's not just magic to be controlled. It's alive, a consciousness formed from everyone who's ever studied or taught here. All the more reason to bind it to myself, Voldemort countered, moving closer with predatory grace. Imagine, Harry, 1,000 years of magical knowledge, instantly accessible. The combined power of the Founders at my command. Hogwarts itself becoming my immortal vessel. Through the castle's awareness, Harry sensed movement above, Blackwood descending toward the Nexus chamber, carrying her temporal devices. Simultaneously, he felt his friends fighting their way back into the Great Hall, determined to reach him despite overwhelming odds. He needed to stall. It didn't work before, Harry reminded Voldemort. When you were a student. You found the Chamber of Secrets but couldn't access the Concord. An instructive failure, Voldemort acknowledged. I had only one Founder's Chamber then, not all four. And I lacked certain insights into the binding process. Mistakes I have since corrected. From within his robes, Voldemort withdrew 4 small objects, miniature representations of the Founder artifacts, a tiny sword, a diminutive diadem, a small cup, and a locket barely larger than a fingernail. Magical replicas, he explained, seeing Harry's confusion. Containing essence extracted from the originals. Not as powerful, perhaps, but sufficient for the binding when combined with the chamber's activation. Harry sensed the alignment moving closer to completion, the celestial markers nearly in perfect position. He needed to act now. Drawing on his connection to the castle, Harry reached mentally into the Concord itself, feeling its swirling magic respond to his call. The white sphere above the pedestal pulsed brighter, threads of its energy extending downward toward him. The Concord recognizes its true guardian, Harry said, his voice strengthened by the castle's power flowing through him. Not someone who seeks to dominate it, but to protect it. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's inhuman features. You cannot comprehend the power you're interfacing with, Harry. Your mind is too limited, too human. That's exactly why the castle prefers me, Harry countered, feeling his connection strengthening. Because I don't want to own it or use it. I want to preserve what it is, what the Founders created. The chamber trembled as the alignment approached its zenith. The 4 colored threads brightened intensely, and the white sphere expanded further, tendrils of pure magical energy reaching throughout the room. Voldemort moved with sudden speed, closing the distance to the pedestal. Enough talk. The alignment comes, and with it, my ascension. He thrust his hand into the heart of the Concord's energy, simultaneously placing his miniature artifacts beside Harry's personal items on the pedestal. Dark magic surged from him, attempting to override Harry's connection and establish dominance. Pain lanced through Harry's scar, more intense than he'd ever experienced. Voldemort's consciousness pushed against his own, seeking to displace him from the Concord's awareness. Through their connection, Harry sensed Voldemort's intentions with horrifying clarity, not just to control Hogwarts, but to absorb its consciousness entirely, replacing a millennium of accumulated wisdom with his own twisted perspective. Harry fought back, anchoring himself in memories of what Hogwarts meant to him, his first true home, a place of belonging and growth. He focused on the people who made the castle more than just stone and magic, friends, teachers, even rivals who had shaped his experience. The Concord's energy responded, wrapping around him protectively while pushing back against Voldemort's invasion. The 4 threads from the Founder's chambers pulsed in rhythm, strengthening Harry's position as their chosen guardian. Through the castle's awareness, Harry sensed Blackwood entering the chamber behind them, her temporal devices floating alongside her. She observed the confrontation with calculated interest, waiting for the precise moment to activate her containment field. You cannot resist me. Voldemort hissed, his magic intensifying. The dark energy flowing from him began corrupting the Concord's pure white light, streaks of shadow appearing within the swirling sphere. Harry realized with horror that Voldemort was succeeding, his immense magical power and focused will were gradually overcoming the Concord's resistance. If this continued, Hogwarts itself would fall under his control. In desperate inspiration, Harry reached beyond his own connection to the castle, calling to the portraits, ghosts, and even the ambient magic that filled Hogwarts. Help me, he projected, not with words but with intent and emotion. He'll destroy everything you are. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Throughout the castle, portraits animated with unprecedented coordination. Ghosts converged toward the Great Hall. The very stones seemed to vibrate with purpose. In the Nexus chamber, the effect manifested as a surge of multicolored energy, not just the Founder's 4 colors, but hundreds of hues representing every student and teacher who had ever called Hogwarts home. This rainbow of magic flowed into Harry, strengthening his connection to the Concord beyond anything Voldemort could overcome. "What is this?" Voldemort snarled, his red eyes widening as his dark magic was pushed back by the castle's unified response. "Hogwarts," Harry answered simply. "Not just the Founder's magic, but everyone who's ever belonged here. The castle remembers all of them, and none of them want you as their guardian." The alignment reached its zenith, the 4 celestial markers perfectly positioned above Hogwarts. In that moment of magical culmination, the Concord made its choice. The swirling sphere contracted suddenly, then exploded outward in a shockwave of pure white light. When it receded, Harry found himself connected to the castle's consciousness more directly than ever before, not possessed by it or possessing it, but in perfect symbiosis. Voldemort staggered backward, his connection severed. "Impossible," he raged, his face contorted with fury. "The power is mine by right of magical strength." "No," Harry said, his voice echoing with the harmonics of the castle itself. "Hogwarts chooses its own guardian. And it doesn't choose through power alone, but through compatibility of purpose." Behind Voldemort, Blackwood activated her devices. A field of blue energy expanded around them, causing the air to ripple with temporal distortion. "Now, Potter," she called. "While he's vulnerable. The containment field is ready." Harry sensed her intention through the castle's expanded awareness, not just to trap Voldemort, but to extract the Concord itself once he was contained. The temporal field was designed for both purposes, to remove both threats simultaneously from Blackwood's perspective. "No," Harry said again, this time directing his response to Blackwood. "That's not why the castle chose me." With his enhanced connection to the Concord, Harry reached out and modified Blackwood's temporal field, altering its parameters to focus solely on Voldemort. The blue energy contracted, surrounding only the Dark Lord rather than encompassing the entire chamber. "What are you doing?" Blackwood demanded, trying unsuccessfully to regain control of her devices. "The Concord must be contained as well. Its power is too dangerous." "Not for me to decide," Harry told her. "The Concord belongs to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts to it." Voldemort fought against the temporal field, his powerful magic creating ripples in the blue energy. "You think this can hold me? I who have gone further than anyone in mastering death itself." "Not hold you permanently," Harry agreed. "But long enough." Through his connection to the castle, Harry directed the Concord's power to reinforce the temporal field, creating a hybrid containment that drew strength from Hogwarts' ancient magic. The blue energy solidified around Voldemort, freezing him in mid-motion, not in physical space, but in temporal reality. "A time lock," Blackwood whispered, understanding dawning. "Using the castle's magic to sustain it. Ingenious, if temporary." "Temporary is all we need," Harry said, feeling Ron, Hermione, and Luna finally reaching the Nexus chamber entrance behind them. "Long enough to destroy his remaining Horcruxes." Blackwood's eyes widened. "Horcruxes? Plural. Then the rumors were true." "Harry." Hermione rushed forward, stopping short at the sight of Voldemort suspended in the temporal field. "Is he contained?" Harry explained. "For now. The castle is helping maintain the field, but it won't last forever." Ron stared at Voldemort's frozen form with a mixture of fear and satisfaction. "Bloody hell. We actually stopped him." Luna approached the temporal field curiously. "Fascinating. He's experiencing time at an infinitely slower rate than we are. For him, this moment is still happening. Which gives us time to find and destroy his remaining Horcruxes," Harry said. "Before the field eventually fails." Blackwood was examining her devices with professional interest. "With the Concord's power reinforcing the containment, we might have weeks, perhaps months before degradation begins. Impressive adaptation of my technology, Mr. Potter." "What about the Death Eaters?" Hermione asked. Through the castle's awareness, Harry could sense the fighting above had largely ceased. Most are retreating, they felt Voldemort's connection severing. The teachers and the Order members who arrived are rounding up those who remained. And Malfoy? Ron asked. Safe in the hospital wing, Harry confirmed. He chose correctly, in the end. Blackwood gathered her devices, most of which had been drained of power by the containment field's creation. The chrono-collectivists won't approve of leaving the Concord active within Hogwarts, she warned. They'll send others. Let them try, Harry said, feeling the castle's agreement resonate through their connection. Hogwarts protects its own. Indeed it does, she acknowledged with reluctant respect. I underestimated both you and the castle's awareness, Mr. Potter. A rare miscalculation on my part. What will you do now? Hermione asked her. Blackwood considered for a moment. Report what I've witnessed. The collectivists will need to reevaluate their understanding of sentient magical constructs in light of today's events. She gestured toward the frozen Voldemort. And perhaps assist in the location of these Horcruxes. Such abominations cannot be allowed to exist. Harry sensed no deception in her offer, whatever her original intentions. Blackwood seemed genuinely impressed by the castle's choice and willing to adapt her plans accordingly. We could use help from someone with your knowledge, he admitted. But the Concord stays with Hogwarts. Understood, Blackwood agreed. Though I suspect our paths will cross again, under different circumstances. With a last calculating look at the contained Voldemort, she turned and left the chamber. As her footsteps faded up the spiral staircase, Harry felt the immediate danger passing. The Concord's energy settled into a steady rhythm, the four colored threads maintaining their connections to the Founder's chambers while the central sphere pulsed with gentle white light. What now? Ron asked as they all stared at Voldemort's frozen form. We can't exactly leave him here, can we? Professor McGonagall and the Order can help move him to a more secure location, Hermione suggested. Somewhere the containment field can be monitored and reinforced if needed. Luna was examining the pedestal where Harry's personal items still glowed with their respective house colors. The castle has accepted you as its guardian, Harry. Not its master or owner, its partner. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words through his connection to Hogwarts. It's not permanent possession. More like, becoming the current caretaker of its consciousness. He looked around the ancient chamber. The castle has always had guardians, Dumbledore, the headmasters before him. I'm just more directly connected than they were. Can you still hear the portraits? Hermione asked curiously. Yes, but differently now, Harry explained. Not as separate voices but as aspects of a unified awareness. I can focus on individual portraits when needed, or experience the castle's collective perspective. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing Hogwarts' gradual return to normalcy after the battle. Students emerging from shelters, teachers repairing damage, the wounded being treated in the hospital wing. Through it all ran a current of relief and, surprisingly, gratitude, the castle itself acknowledging the defense of its heart. We should go back up, Harry said, opening his eyes. People will need explanations, and there's still work to be done. As they prepared to leave, Harry placed his hand once more on the pedestal, feeling the Concord's energy flow through him. Thank you, he whispered to the castle itself. For choosing me. For trusting me. The chamber pulsed with warm light in response, not words, but a clear acknowledgement of their new partnership. Together, they ascended the spiral staircase, leaving Voldemort frozen in his temporal prison below. The passage opened into the Great Hall, where they found Professor McGonagall organizing cleanup efforts alongside other teachers and Order members who had arrived during the battle. Potter, McGonagall acknowledged, relief evident in her usually stern features. I see you've succeeded. For now, Harry confirmed. Voldemort is contained, but not permanently. We still have work to do to defeat him completely. One challenge at a time, McGonagall said wisely. Hogwarts stands, its students are safe, and you know who has been thwarted. A significant victory by any measure. As Harry looked around the great hall, damaged but already beginning to repair itself through the castle's magic, he felt a profound sense of connection to this place that had been his first true home. Now that connection had deepened beyond anything he could have imagined, linking him directly to the heart of Hogwarts itself. The portrait voices that had once been a confusing cacophony now formed a harmonious chorus in his mind, the castle's memory and awareness accessible to him as its chosen guardian. With practice, he found he could focus on specific areas, eavesdrop on particular conversations, or withdraw from the connection when privacy was needed. In the days that followed, Hogwarts gradually returned to normal operations, or as normal as possible, with a temporally contained Dark Lord secured in a heavily warded chamber deep beneath the castle. Students were told a modified version of events, emphasizing a thwarted Death Eater attack without detailing Harry's connection to the Concord or the existence of the Nexus Chamber. Professor Blackwood departed, citing urgent research requirements, but not before providing valuable information about Horcruxes and temporal magic that would prove essential in the continuing fight against Voldemort. Harry suspected they hadn't seen the last of her or the Chrono-Collectivists, but that was a concern for another day. Draco Malfoy, to everyone's surprise, requested protective custody for his family, offering detailed intelligence about Voldemort's operations in exchange. His information helped the Order of the Phoenix disrupt Death Eater activities throughout Britain, creating breathing room for Harry and his friends to begin their hunt for the remaining Horcruxes. 1 week after the battle, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower, gazing out over the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts. Through his connection to the castle, he could sense every corridor, classroom, and secret passage, the entire structure alive with history and magic that stretched back 1,000 years. "Quite a view, isn't it?" a familiar voice asked behind him. Harry turned to find Luna, her silvery eyes reflecting the moonlight as she joined him at the parapet. "The castle looks different now," Harry admitted. "More alive." "It always was," Luna said in her matter-of-fact way. "You just couldn't see it before. Now you're part of its story, as it's part of yours." Harry smiled, grateful for Luna's unique perspective. "I thought hearing the portraits was driving me mad at first. Never imagined it would lead to this. The most important connections often start with voices we don't understand," Luna observed. "Dad says that's why most people miss the extraordinary, they're too busy dismissing what doesn't fit their expectations." Through the castle's awareness, Harry sensed their friends approaching, Ron and Hermione making their way up the tower stairs, arguing good-naturedly about some point of magical theory. "They're coming," he told Luna. "Right on time for our meeting." Luna nodded serenely. The castle probably reminded them. "It's quite fond of all of us, you know. Especially you." As Ron and Hermione emerged onto the tower platform, Harry felt Hogwarts' consciousness stir in response to their presence, recognizing them as extensions of its chosen guardian circle, worthy of trust and protection. The portrait voices murmured in the background of his mind, 1,000 years of witnesses to the castle's history now serving as his guides and advisors. With their help, and that of his friends, Harry faced the challenges ahead with new confidence. The castle had chosen him, and he had chosen it in return. Together, they would defend what mattered, not just stone and magic, but the home and hope that Hogwarts represented for generations past and those yet to come. As the four friends began planning their next steps in the continuing fight against Voldemort, Hogwarts itself seemed to listen through its newly awakened awareness, its walls whispering secrets only Harry could hear, its ancient magic ready to support its guardian in the battles that lay ahead. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.